This boy weighed 45 kilograms at just 5 years old. But a visit to the doctor revealed that he was perfectly normal. This was because both of his parents were world champion sumo wrestlers. Furthermore, he had a special constitution that absorbed everything he ate and converted it directly into fat. Hearing this, his parents were overjoyed that their son took after his father, and not the neighbor. The doctor even declared that he could never hope to be thin. And with such an oversized body, he would surely have trouble making friends at school. Thachstein immediately panicked. He crushed the pastry in his hand. I don't want to be fat. From that day on, he trained diligently every day. But his weight never went down. At 7, he weighed 83 kilograms. At 9, he could swim 7 kilometers without stopping. He even took down a young alligator barehanded. But his weight remained at 120 kilograms. On the night roads, street racers sped by in a blur. Suddenly, Thachstein appeared, running crazily through the night while ragging dozens of assorted tires, shocking the street racers. Thachstein, 11 years old, 180 kilograms. In the spring, Thachstein scaled cliffs with all his might. When summer came, he would do one-handed handstand push-ups. Ready. In the fall, Thachstein lifted massive weights with just one hand. In the bitter cold of winter, as snow covered the land, he continued to train without rest. Now, the scene shifts to a very modern school. A person is seen plugging a power cord into an outlet. On the desk is a pile of various game discs. At the same time, a boy furiously mashes the buttons on his game controller, humming his favorite song as he plays. Just then, a wad of paper is suddenly thrown at his head. Seeing the boy's confused look, a female student whispers, "You should be studying. Aren't you afraid the teacher will catch you playing games in class?" Hearing this, he scoffs. "Confiscate it. You've got to be kidding. The teachers all talk. How would she know? I'm sitting in a spot protected by the guardian and ED of all the boys in this class. Behind me is Thachstein. His body is bigger than the teacher's, practically blocking the view of the other students. Thachstein, 16 years old. It's 110 kilograms. What the doctor said when he was little was only half right. Thachstein probably couldn't get thin anymore. And he truly didn't have many friends. At that moment, the PE teacher announced, "For this period, your class will be competing in discus throw. Thien Kai is here. Thien Kai is here." A female student immediately responded, "We know, sir." Just then, Thachstein arrived. The students' eyes were glued to him as if they just seen a celebrity. "Thien Kai, Thien Kai. Do you remember me? Thien Kai." Meanwhile, another female student, nearly losing her mind, held up a wad of cash. "Father Thien, Thien Kai, please protect me. Here's some pocket money for you." "Over here," a girl cried out with a trembling voice. "Thien Kai, Thien Kai. Yesterday, we were bullied at the school gate. Please help us scare them off." The person next to her quickly offered a game console. "Here, this is for you." Just then, someone excitedly took out an expensive snack. "Thien Kai, Thien Kai, for the next test, could you please sit in front of me? This Snickers is for you." Thachstein immediately held out his hand, activating his no snacking mode. "Snickers? No need. I'm on a diet. Bring me my bitter melon and celery juice." Hearing that, the person pulled out a glass of green liquid that looked like an assault on the taste buds. Yes, boss. I happen to have some right here. Please, have some." As Thachstein was chewing on his straw, his tone suddenly changed. "You guys." Thachstein glanced around, seeing his classmates swarming him, shouting his name like fans meeting an idol. "I see you all as friends, but you treat me like your dad." Despite this, the students continued to shout, "Thien Kai, Thien Kai." In that instant, a ball suddenly slammed into his face. A noticeable scratch appeared on Thachstein's face. Opposite him, a guy with silver hair stomped on a ball. He pointed and ordered, "Hey, Fatso, you're the top dog of the 10th grade, right? How did you get this fat?" Immediately after, the silver-haired guy spoke up. "We're a little short on cash. How about you help us out?" Hearing this, Thachstein stared at him with a look of disdain. "What?" The silver-haired guy raised an eyebrow. "Give us the money. Don't you get it? What's with the attitude?" A blonde guy chimed in. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up." At the same time, students gathered in groups of 2 and 3, whispering, "Who are those two?" A student nearby frowned, observing them. "They're 12th graders. New bullies who've been causing trouble lately. I think they're from the boxing club." Hearing this, the other student grew worried. "The boxing club? Then isn't he done for?" A weak voice came from his friend. "Yeah, he's screwed." Back with Thachstein, he just let out a sigh. Thachstein turned and took heavy steps backward. He casually took the discus from a female student's hand, just as she was about to throw. The discus somehow ended up in Thachstein's hand. Before leaving, he politely asked, "Mind if I borrow this for a throw?" The female student shouted in frustration. Thatchthene, what are you doing? Immediately, Thatchthene powerfully threw the discus toward the silver-haired and blonde guys. A powerful voice declared, "They're finished." A cloud of dust rose and then slowly settled. In this moment, in the blink of an eye, the discus lodged itself into the goalpost, leaving an indelible mark. A voice rang out clearly. "All the gangs around here have been completely crushed by Thenka." Witnessing this, the silver-haired guy's jaw dropped in terror. The blonde guy's face turned pale, his eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, Thatchthene stood motionless. He picked up another discus, his eyes shooting daggers at the group. Seeing this, the silver-haired guy scrambled to his feet and fled. "You just wait," the blonde guy shouted as he ran. "We will be back." As soon as the battle ended, the students became even more enthusiastic. Father, father, father. To put it simply, Thatchthene had no enemies. Lonely. He turned his head to look at the female student who was frozen like a statue. After a moment, Thatchthene relaxed his arm. In another corner, the silver-haired and blonde guys were panting heavily. The blonde guy, curious, couldn't help but shout, "Boss, that was so humiliating. How can we live with ourselves if we don't get our reputation back?" Hearing this, the silver-haired guy angrily grabbed him by the collar. He shook the blonde guy frantically. "Get it back how? Tell me how we're supposed to get it back. Is he even human? He's a tank." Faced with his boss's strange expression, the blonde guy became flustered. "What should we do?" The silver-haired guy casually shoved him aside and said cryptically, "It's not like there's no way to get revenge." The scene changes to a stunning area with a unique building. Strange sounds echoed from within. The basketball court began to shake violently. The spectator seats bounced up and down, and the hoops trembled more and more intensely. After a while, Thatchthene's entire body was seen jumping relentlessly. He was running while tightly gripping to large weights in his hands. At the same time, the blonde guy was stealthily staring at Thatchthene. He was completely bewildered. What is this guy doing? Just then, the silver-haired guy's voice came through. "I've been asking around and observing him for a long time. He comes here to train every day. He stays until the gym closes. There's basically no one else around at this time. Besides, even though he's so strong, he still trains like crazy. There must be a reason he comes here to train every single day. I think." The blonde guy looked down. Bewildered, the silver-haired guy suddenly shot up. He turned and grabbed the blonde's shoulders tightly. "If this continues, and we provoke him again, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape like we did today." Hearing this, the blonde guy felt a bit lost. "But we can't just let it go. I have to at least teach him a lesson." "Boss, how can I back down now?" The silver-haired guy quietly bent down, searching for something, and replied, "You can't." After a moment, he pulled out a padlock and a tube of glue. Immediately, the silver-haired guy approached the door and tightly wound a chain around the handles. He then forcefully jammed them together. Then, he used the padlock to clamp the door handles. He didn't miss a single door. To be extra sure, he then used the key to lock it. In an instant, the door was completely secured by the padlock. Finally, he frantically took out wooden planks and hammered them forcefully into place. At last, every step was meticulously completed. Afterwards, the blonde guy helped by applying a line of glue. On the side, the silver-haired guy calmly took out a cigarette and lit it. He strolled leisurely down the hallway, ignoring Thatchthene trapped inside. Then, he casually tossed his half-smoked cigarette behind him. He smirked triumphantly, while the blonde guy didn't forget to look back one last time. A few minutes later, Thatchthene was still running hard. After a while, he finished his final laps. Thatchthene rummaged through his school bag, looking left and right, before pulling out a large scale. Along with it was a plastic basket full of balls. Lastly, there was a tray with something unclear inside. Immediately after, Thatchthene quickly pulled an object out of his bag. He suddenly took a deep breath. Thatchthene blew hard into the object. He had just inflated a children's swimming pool. He marked the water level before and after getting in. Then, he added steel balls of a fixed weight into the pool until the water reached the mark he had made earlier. Finally, he just needed to weigh the steel balls to determine his own final weight. The needle on the scale slowly began to move. He remained silent for a long time, his eyes still glued to the scale. In that instant, the needle suddenly moved faster. Finally, it stopped at a certain number. Thatchthene quickly calculated it in his head. 200 plus 100 plus 21 equals 421 kanju. He screamed in despair. "My God, how did I gain another 2 kilograms?" Just then, a fire suddenly broke out on the opposite side. Smoke immediately filled the room. Creeping towards where Thatchthene was standing, he turned around, bewildered, and the smoke hit him right in the face. In that moment, he snapped back to reality. Thatchthene stood frozen like a statue, staring intently at the smoke and flames ahead. Without a second thought, he immediately reached for the swimming pool next to him. Is this a real fire? Thatch Thien quickly poured water all over himself. He silently made a decision. Whatever. I can't worry about that now. First, I need to find a way out. In this critical situation, Thatch Thien reached for the door. But with a loud bang, it wouldn't open. With a few more pushes, from the outside, the door could be seen starting to warp. In an instant, it became abnormally distorted. The top corners of the door suddenly cracked. Soon after, the door split in two. From the inside, Thatch Thien used all his strength to tear the door open. He pressed down on the metal plate, his mind in chaos. Thatch Thien's face was pale, and he struggled to breathe. Thatch Thien reached out into the void. Am I dead? The area where he was standing began to burn fiercely. The next morning, sunlight shone down on the rubble. Thatch Thien reached his hand up through a layer of hard debris. He pushed himself up against a concrete wall. Thatch Thien sat up, letting out a grunt of effort. Thatch Thien looked around in astonishment. I'm still alive. He stared blankly at the mirror opposite him. The moment he saw his reflection, Thatch Thien froze, his eyes widening. In that moment, time seemed to stop. Their gazes met, deep and full of surprise. After a long moment, Thatch Thien finally came to his senses. He lightly touched the mirror. Good morning. Bro. Thatch Thien's face filled with horror. You too? Were you also trapped in the fire? He then nearly lost his composure and yelled. You. Say something. Thatch Thien frantically gripped the mirror. In that instant, his fingers squeezed it so hard they started to bleed. Thatch Thien slowly raised his hand, blood dripping from his palm. He began to touch the unfamiliar face. From within Thatch Thien, a familiar voice echoed. Bro, you're so handsome. At that moment, his heart pounded wildly. He stared, stunned. You are. The fat guy has truly transformed from an ugly duckling into a swan. In another scene, police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks were speeding down the highway. Meanwhile, Thatch Thien slowly turned his head to look at the rising smoke. He couldn't help but shudder. I'm screwed. I forgot this is a fire scene, and I don't have a single piece of cloth to cover myself. If I'm discovered, I'm done for. With this thought, Thatch Thien's eyes darted around, searching. In this critical moment, he needed to leave quickly. First, I have to find something to wear. In that instant, a flag caught his eye. It was fluttering in the wind. Thatch Thien stared at the flag with a look of desperation. This is Dongsan City, Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street, People's Square. At this time, crowds of people were bustling back and forth. Suddenly, a figure dashed past the female students, knocking their ice cream to the ground. Witnessing the scene, both of their eyes lit up at the same time. Aunts and uncles were enthusiastically practicing their dance routines. Just then, the figure rushed past again, and the fans in their hands immediately dropped. The group followed the figure with captivated eyes. In another corner, a doctor gripped his phone tightly. I'm telling you, update the characters and cards now. Alright. Otherwise, we'll lose millions every day. Then, Thatch Thien's bare-chested figure slammed into his view. The car abruptly crashed straight into a tree on the opposite side. The doctor sobbed uncontrollably. Doesn't matter. The man Hua and the money. None of it matters. This is enough for my whole life. Under the brilliant sun, Thatch Thien dashed forward with impressive speed. That person couldn't help but marvel. I think I'm witnessing it right now. His toned body was only covered by a piece of bright red cloth. Hundreds of eyes followed Thatch Thien's figure. The person silently affirmed the pinnacle of male beauty. The crowd parted to either side, hearts fluttering everywhere. Meanwhile, Thatch Thien kept running with fervor, his face having turned pale at some point. In the middle of the bustling square, the crowd's eyes were still fixed on him, promoting the spirit of sports, demonstrating youthful style. The crowd of female students went wild, screaming in unison. Hey big bro, are you showing off your youthful vitality? Bro, you're such a pervert. Bro, your naked body is so cute, but he's so handsome too. The crowd, almost losing their minds, surged forward. Bro, can I add you on WeChat? Hey bro, what's the way to your heart? Bro, can I go jogging with you? Bro. Leaves returned to the trees. I'll return to you. Meanwhile, Thatch Thien, who had just been running shirtless, was now covering his face, his ears and cheeks bright red. He screamed internally. How can I show my face anymore? Besides, a scene from the past replayed in his mind as the female students crazily rushed forward. Thien Ka is here. Thien Ka is here. Thien Ka. Thien Ka. Remember me. Thien Ka. Thatch Thien couldn't help but sigh. Why is it so different? At this thought, Thatch Thien broke out in a sweat. This is bad. I just wanted to go home quietly. The more and more people are showing up. I have to get out of here now. Behind him, a crowd of fans chased after him. Bro, don't leave us. Just then, Thatch Thien suddenly froze. Also, Since the beginning. His stomach started to rumble. I suddenly feel so hungry. In the school's faculty office, the head teacher answered the phone in shock. Thatchtheen, taking a leave of absence. He raised his voice, shouting, "What? He's sick." The head teacher couldn't believe it. How is that possible? What kind of virus in this world can make that heroic young man sick? In that instant, the head teacher looked at his computer screen in horror. Virus named Biohazard. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Mankind is about to go extinct. The scene changes to Thatchtheen's house. Inside, a computer was set neatly on the desk. The screen displayed dense lines of text: rapid weight loss. Causes of rapid weight loss. Why rapid weight loss? Causes of rapid weight loss. Images of rapid weight loss. Just then, Phoebe suddenly turned on. Idol producer. Hello everyone. The person politely greeted the audience. I am this season's trainee. I like singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. Over here. Thatchtheen stared at the screen with a serious expression. At the same time, the teenager started to sway his hips, his singing voice ringing out. Hey, come closer to me in the next second. At the same time, he suddenly started dancing along, swaying his body skillfully. In that moment, the teenager turned to look at his fans. The dream is ready. Over here. Thatchtheen quickly followed the move. Another teenager did a handstand. Let the music go round and round. Round. Seeing this, he happily joined in with the sound. Round. The teenager on the other side once again swayed to the dance. Let the music go round. 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 Immediately, Thatchtheen spun around, raising his hands. Round. Meanwhile, the teenager slowly raised his hand. I hear your cheers. Seeing this, he hastily danced along, his face quickly breaking into a sweat. After a while, Thatchtheen panted heavily. I just followed along and finished the whole song. It seems I can imitate any move. My body feels light. My skin is glowing. And with this appearance, compared to those guys in the group, I don't seem to be any worse. He stared into the mirror, his hand unconsciously touching his cheek. So this is what I look like when I'm thin. Something I've never been before. At this thought, Thatchtheen's eyes practically lit up. He couldn't help but smile. Is this a dream? But the loving feeling, the physical contact clearly tells me this is real. Immediately after, Thatchtheen laughed out loud freely. That's right. This isn't. Just then, his stomach crumbled once again. Thatchtheen stared blankly at the floor. Oh, I'm hungry. His feet were standing on a pile of trash. Thatchtheen quickly made a decision. I have to find something to eat. Immediately, he quickly walked over to a box of instant noodles, suddenly realizing, right, this must be my 5th meal of the day. At that moment, Thatchtheen was still wallowing in happiness, not yet realizing how terrifying the situation was. Chapter 6. The scene changes to the 6th People's Hospital of Shandong City. In the internal medicine office, marked in English as internal medicine, the chief physician's office. Chief physician's office. Inside, a banner was hanging prominently on the wall. To the chief physician's office, a skillful doctor with excellent medical expertise. The reincarnation of Huatuo, with noble medical ethics. Donated by 3 million. December 2018. At the same time, the doctor slammed his hand on the computer screen, his other hand tightly gripping a strand of hair. After a moment, he spoke calmly. So, this was you yesterday. Thatchtheen affirmed without hiding anything. Yes. At this, the doctor suddenly pointed at him. And this is you now. Thatchtheen instinctively replied. Yes. At his serious answer, the doctor's tone suddenly changed. You. The moment he saw the expression on the doctor's face, Thatchtheen was momentarily stunned. The doctor suddenly had an emotional outburst. He questioned in a loud voice. Did you go to some training camp? What the hell kind of day is this? Anyway, just go get a full checkup first. As soon as he finished speaking, Thatchtheen followed the instructions and went to have his blood drawn. After that, he stood up straight to have his height measured. Finally, Thatchtheen's body was pushed into a scanning machine for an X-ray. 2 hours later, the doctor gripped the piece of paper in his hand. He let out a breath. Amazing. Before the doctor were tens, hundreds of consecutive rows of numbers. Immediately, he spouted a series of empty phrases. Blood pressure, blood lipid levels, various proteins. All of your indicators don't have a single up or down arrow. Hearing this, Thatchtheen's eyes widened completely. The doctor suddenly came to a conclusion. All indicators are right in the middle. He frantically pulled at his hair. If I hadn't seen you get tested with my own eyes, I would think you were deliberately messing with me. I have to admit, you're not sick. Seeing his bewildered face, the doctor bluntly declared, your health is a bit fake. At this moment, Thatchtheen couldn't hide his dissatisfaction. He shot from his seat, shouting angrily, is this ultimately a good or bad thing? Healthy? What are you talking about? I lost weight rapidly. And now I always want to eat something. My tests cost 3.8 trillion dong. And all you can tell me is that I'm healthy. The doctor couldn't help but feel indignant too. How would I know? You? You've negated my 40 years of medical experience in just 2 hours. After a moment, he replied warily. This is already in the realm of the fantastical. I'll prescribe you some herbal medicine to take home. Half an hour later, on 10th Street in front of the hospital gate, a crowd of people was bustling back and forth. At the same time, Thatch Thien was silently cursing. The test results showed nothing. Just some nonsense about health. That's not right at all. Ever since the night of that fire, I felt. Just then, a nerve in his brain suddenly twitched. On the other side of the street corner, a female student stared at Thatch Thien with a captivated look. Hey, look. That guy over there is so handsome. The person next to her looked shy. He's looking this way. Hearing this, the female student got even more excited. Hey, he's looking at us. My heart's beating so fast. Her friend started to get nervous. What? What should we do? Should we go say hi? In that instant, Thatch Thien's eyes were practically glued to the cake in her hand. His mouth unconsciously opened, drool dripping down. His stomach felt like a black hole. In Thatch Thien's mind, only one word existed: food. 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 He stared intently at the little boy opposite him. Immediately after, Thatch Thien shifted his attention to the lollipop. In a flash, he turned to look at the young teenager. For this one, don't forget to subscribe to my channel. The glass of soda hit Thatch Thien's eyes like an invitation. At this thought, he began to tear at his own heart. Food. 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 Hungry. Thatch Thien was seen running frantically straight ahead. The scene shifts to a BFC stall. A place not for those on a diet. The restaurant employee smiled brightly. Welcome. May I ask you? Before she could react, Thatch Thien suddenly slammed his hands on the table. The employee stared in astonishment. So handsome. Is this Captain America? She whispered. Sir, you need. Meanwhile, Thatch Thien's eyes gradually became vacant. He summoned all his strength to reply. I need. Thatch Thien paused for a beat, then began ordering like he was chanting a spell. Give me the spicy chicken fillet, a large fries, and a soft crust burger. Baked potato, fried chicken thigh burger, grilled chicken thigh burger, taro with salted egg yolk, potato pancakes, rotisserie chicken, fillet, hot wings, chicken nuggets, and everything else on the menu. 2 of each. In an instant, darkness began to envelop the store. On the other hand, Thatch Thien was crazily stuffing food down his throat. He kept muttering. Spicy, large fries, baked potato burger, chicken thigh burger, hungry, double portion. The terrified employee looked at him. Aren't you eating right now? Despite this, Thatch Thien kept eating and ordering more. His hands didn't stop, and neither did his mouth. Spicy, large fries, baked potato burger, chicken thigh burger. He took a big bite and continued to order. Spicy, large fries, burger, baked potato, chicken thigh burger. In the blink of an eye, the first light of day enveloped the restaurant. At the same time, Thatch Thien's movements had slowed down. Back at Thatch Thien's small house, the shadows of trees swayed back and forth. Meanwhile, on the table, a pile of fast food had accumulated. Thatch Thien thought carefully. So, since that fire, I finally. At this thought, he looked up at the mountain of food. Ate my fill. In that moment, Thatch Thien tilted his head to one side. I remember, ever since he was a child, he had a strong passion for hamburgers. Thatch Thien excitedly took a huge bite. He stared down at the pile of food on the grass. Mom, what is this? It looks so good. The mother smiled gently. As long as you're happy. Just then, the father suddenly stood up. He walked step by step towards Thatch Thien. The father gently stroked his hair. Then you must remember the name of these dishes. It's called. Suddenly, he emphasized in a loud voice. Junk food. Back in the present, Thatch Thien cried painfully. From then on, I never ate it again. From then on, in order to lose weight, he shed silent tears, his heart aching with regret. I've been a vegetarian for 10 whole years. The true spirit within Thatch Thien began to awaken. His eyes widened, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curling up. Soon after, Thatch Thien looked up, his eyes clearly brightening. I really miss them. At the same time, he used his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes. A long time later, Thatch Thien sat waiting on the floor, thinking constantly. I'm full, and I even brought leftovers home. It seems like I bought out every fast food chain. At this thought, Thatch Thien became momentarily serious. Well then, based on this amount of food, it should be enough to eat for. He immediately raised both hands and counted on his fingers. After a moment, Thatch Thien suddenly froze. He stared blankly as he came to the conclusion one day. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Thatchthene immediately adopted a sorrowful expression. How ridiculous. He distractedly reached for a packet of weight loss powder. Immediately after, Thatchthene poured it into a glass jar. Thatchthene was seen gripping the jar's handle, walking straight ahead. At this moment, he bowed his head, his mind filled with complicated thoughts. When I was overweight, I hardly dared to eat. But now, I'm thin. Yet my food intake has increased 20-fold. I can only use some herbal medicine that even the doctor isn't sure about to try and reduce it. Thinking of this, Thatchthene gripped the jar's handle even tighter. He questioned himself. Is this condition good or bad? In that instant, a sudden heat shot into his hand. Thatchthene immediately panicked, his mouth letting out a curse. Damn, that's hot. Instantly, the tea jar shattered, and hot water splashed everywhere. Thatchthene fell to the ground, crying like a child with his face in his hands. Suddenly, Thatchthene's eyes shot open. That's not right. I was just surprised. I only pulled my hand back after hearing the warning sound of boiling water. But me, even with water splashing all over me, I didn't feel the heat. A beat passed, and he couldn't help but feel a shiver. What's even stranger is that I hadn't boiled it. This water, how did it boil? Chapter 8. Immediately after, Thatchthene shifted his attention to the palm of his hand. It was only my hand. He was seen tightly gripping a thermometer in his hand. Thatchthene was seen slowly placing it near the tip of his index finger. In a flash, the thermometer shattered into 100 pieces. Without a second thought, Thatchthene switched to using a meat thermometer. A mechanical voice rang out in an instant. Temperature. The temperature of your barbecue is 130 degrees. During that time, Thatchthene had taken 3 days off and conducted numerous health tests at home. Finally, he understood. His body had undergone a miraculous transformation. First, Thatchthene's height had decreased from 220 cm down to 187 cm, and his weight had dropped from 480 kanji to 60 kanji. Second, Thatchthene's appetite had increased 20-fold compared to before. Third, his metabolism hadn't changed, but as soon as he ate, his hands would rapidly heat up, thereby burning the food's calories. And if Thatchthene tried not to eat, he would experience hunger, and his hands would uncontrollably radiate heat. Thus, his body would accelerate the process of becoming thin again. Instantly, the egg in Thatchthene's hand heated up and cracked. From then on, his whole body was no longer afraid of burns. He could touch fire without a scratch. Faced with this strange transformation in himself, Thatchthene only showed a blank expression. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. He was startled and looked down, his eyes glued to it. At the same time, Thatchthene was now extremely hard to support. Available balance 0.03 yuan. Debt payable this month 89.83 yuan. A week later, the school scene appears, with students eagerly entering the school. In a corner of the hallway, female and male students alike cast captivated gazes forward. At the same time, the male students gathered together. A teenager suddenly announced, "Did you know? They found his clothes in the gym." Thien Ka was injured in the fire. Then he was hospitalized for surgery. The person next to him couldn't help but feel disbelief. What? Didn't they say he took leave because he was sick? Just then, a voice shot straight into the group's ears. A male student was quietly looking down at the courtyard below, his eyes filled with contemplation. Thatchthene hasn't been here for 8 days and 5 hours. And 32 minutes. I miss him. Suddenly, he jumped, and the water bottle in his hand slipped. Before his eyes was the handsome appearance of Thatchthene. He waved his hand continuously in greeting. He couldn't help but sigh. As expected, this is what happens when someone becomes handsome. A female student followed Thatchthene's back with her eyes, her heart fluttering. So handsome. The person next to her trembled as she spoke. I am about to faint. The male student continued to recite poetry. The men are speechless. The women are ovulating. To be human is. At this moment, Thatchthene stopped, his eyes quickly scanning the group of people. Immediately after, they stared at him wide-eyed and asked tentatively, "Classmate, who are you?" Hearing this, Thatchthene almost jumped up and down. After half a day, does no one recognize me? The corners of his eyes unconsciously welled up. This is so sad. Sad enough to die. It's a mysterious feeling, like I've already died, and now no one recognizes me. Suddenly, a clear voice called out from behind. Wait, you? Upon hearing the voice, Thatchthene slowly turned around. The female student looked up at him, her lips slightly parted. Could you be him? You are? She hesitated for a moment, then continued. The person who appeared in my dream last night. Faced with the unexpected question, Thatchthene's body nearly stiffened. He lowered his head to the ground, his hand gently running through his hair. Immediately after, Thatchthene let out a frustrated shout. I can't take it anymore. I'm Thatchthene. The group was practically speechless. everyone falling into a state of confusion. He pointed at the person opposite him. Don't look like you're hearing a ghost story. Do I need to prove it? Guam Simon. You were bullied by the upperclassmen before. And you got beaten up but didn't dare to say anything. I even helped you fight back. No third person knows about this. After speaking, Thatchthien exposed another person. Lu Tiu Vi. Last week at the internet cafe, you reported the person next to you for cheating. Then at night, you were cornered at the door by 17 people. I helped you get out of it. No third person knows about this either. Without a moment's rest, he continued to roar. Try you Thatchdo. Last month on Tin Truck Street, you were beaten by some thugs. You were so scared you peed your pants. I was the one who stepped in and chased them away. No third person knows. Faced with Thatchthien's stern words, the group was almost motionless. He once again raised his voice. Lu Tiu Hoa. The Nintendo Switch you gave me is broken. Guang can't they see. The maid outfit you bought was snatched on the way. I was the one who helped you chase them down and get it back. Lai Thiet Yung. You still owe me 3 glasses of bitter melon juice. Say no more. After a while, the crowd started to buzz. What? Thatchthien. Another person quietly agreed. Yes, it's Thatchthien. No doubt about it. In that moment, he couldn't help but wonder. But why? The group of female students, nearly losing their minds, cheered. Oh my god. It's Thatchthien. The person next to her was lost in a daydream. He got treated for his injuries. And conveniently got liposuction too. So handsome. Even after all that, he's still handsome. A female student pretended to fall backward. Quick. Catch me. I'm fainting. The group of female students looked up at Thatchthien. Their hearts pounding. It's different again. Father. The male students turned away one by one, all shedding tears. No more little sisters for us. From now on, only mothers. Hey girls. So, while everyone was a little surprised, the head teacher gently patted his back. Classmate Thatchthien was injured in a fire last week, so he had liposuction and surgery to remove excess skin. He's back now. The moment they saw Thatchthien, the students nearly lost their minds and cheered wildly. Father, father, father. At this moment, he leisurely sat down. I'm back at school. After a moment, the head teacher took out a stack of books, his voice droning on. Now we will begin the lesson. At the same time, Simo let out a huff, his face showing a mischievous expression. He was seen lifting the laptop on his desk. Immediately after, Simo quickly pulled out a game controller. In an instant, he excitedly tapped hard on the controller. A heel suddenly appeared on the desk. Suddenly, a woman leapt onto the table, shattering the quiet atmosphere. She began to spread her arms wide, her legs slightly bent to the music. In a small corner, a female student secretly hid her pet cat inside her desk. Meanwhile, a male student openly dozed off in class. In contrast to him, a teenager excitedly used his hands to control a wooden puppet. In another development, a male student lowered his head, his teeth clenched tightly. In an instant, the classroom became lively. Everyone focused on their own business. Over here, Simo skillfully controlled his game console. Just then, a piece of paper was suddenly thrown at his head. The female student questioned in a low voice. Study. Aren't you afraid the teacher will find out? Simo replied with a dissatisfied expression. What are you doing? Without any hesitation, he scoffed. Are you kidding me? It's just a teacher. How could he possibly find out? That guy is big as an elephant is back. And I'm sitting behind the protector of the entire school's student body. Immediately after, Simo boldly called out. Father Thatchthien. Hearing this, the head teacher looked straight up at him. Faced with his cold gaze, Simo suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He quickly lifted his laptop. Immediately after, Simo hastily hid it in the corner of his desk. Over here, the female student immediately jumped down. On the other hand, the girl nervously hid her pet cat inside. In the corner of the room, the male student had already retreated. Meanwhile, the teenager immediately sat up straight. Witnessing the scene, the male student was completely bewildered. In the blink of an eye, the classroom returned to its original quiet state. The female student buried her face in her hands, her whole body trembling. Why? Back with the female student. She was so frustrated she burst into tears. I'm not allowed to practice dancing at home. This is clearly the last place I can pursue my dream. Despite this, the students remained silent, attentively watching the back of the head teacher. At the same time, Thatchthien was attentively listening to the head teacher's lecture. He suddenly turned around, his gaze shifting to the back. Immediately after, Thatchthien waved his hand and smiled brightly. That look of his happened to catch the female student's eye. Her inner voice screamed, "Damn it! He's so handsome. Is it break time yet?" Groups of students walked back and forth along the hallway. At the same time, the silver-haired guy stared thoughtfully into the distance. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Boss, The blonde guy shouted in a panic. Boss, boss, I heard Thatchtheen is back at school. Is he going to be tossed to death? He cried while tightly gripping the blonde guy's collar. How would I know? If you ask me, who am I supposed to ask? I didn't even know the gym burned down that day. The guy was on the verge of tears. The boss. What do we do now? At that moment, the blonde guy's body trembled violently. He whispered, our luck is still with him. Sooner or later, we'll be found out. Didn't you say before that he's always training to hunt people down? Hearing this, the silver-haired guy suddenly released his grip. He gritted his teeth. If that's the case, we have to see this through to the end. Seeing this, the blonde guy hurriedly tried to persuade him. Boss, don't be rash. Compared to seeing you beaten half to death by him, I'd rather see you jump off a building. The silver-haired guy replied irritably. Can you please have a little faith in me? Just a little. Don't worry. I've already made preparations. The guy suddenly whispered in the wind. Can I sit this one out? I'm sorry. Afraid to die. He smirked maliciously. Sue yourself. Right? Do you want to die? The blonde guy answered honestly. No. Immediately, the silver-haired guy turned and gripped his shoulders tightly. But listen, even if you don't participate, if he finds out in the future that you were involved in the arson, you'll still be beaten to death by him. Hearing that, the blonde guy couldn't hide his terror and burst into tears. He curled up in a corner, mumbling incessantly. I was wrong. If I could do it all over again, I'd be a good person from the start. He clenched his fist and reminded him in a loud voice. Stop crying. I told you I've already made preparations. The silver-haired guy turned his head with a calculating look. Didn't you know he got thinner after coming back to school? I heard he got liposuction. This is our chance. The blonde guy was momentarily stunned, staring at him with a look of confusion. After a moment, the silver-haired guy explained seriously. That weight, theoretically, in a fight, weight is very important, especially for a guy who weighs up to 400 kanji. He paused and drew a hand across his neck as if giving a signal. Right now, he's probably at his weakest. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-haired guy quickly turned around. Follow me. On some street, in some old garage, the scene changes to a bustling building that looked old on the outside. At the same time, the blonde guy followed cautiously, his eyes darting around. Be boss. This is. The silver-haired guy didn't explain, just smiled confidently. Look. The blonde guy instinctively followed his pointed direction. Before him was Minvuang, a man with a powerful physique and intimidating tattoos. Next to him was a man in a suit, tightly gripping an iron rod. Below, a young man spat on the ground. In that moment, the group turned to look at them. Just then, the silver-haired guy spread his arms wide. The most notorious gangsters from the 20 streets around here, who aren't in prison, are all here. Min Vuong suddenly interrupted. Hey, kid. A dark horror enveloped his entire body. Min Vuong stared at him, his voice raspy. You brought us here. Really for that? The leader of Lu Ho Street, the immovable Min Vuong. At the same time, Than Long laughed maniacally. If you had the guts to call us here, and you can't keep us interested. Saying this, he licked his blade. You're going to bleed. The leader of Trocton Street, Than Long. Hearing this, the silver-haired guy took a deep breath and replied. How would I dare to disturb you without reason? I trust you bosses. It's truly an urgent matter. Without hesitation, he loudly declared. I've brought you all here to ambush Thatchtheen together. In that instant, Min Vuong's body suddenly swayed. Immediately after, his whole body collapsed to the ground. Min Vuong slammed his bare hands on the ground. Ambush what? Are you tired of living? The silver-haired guy stammered. Be boss. He ignored him and screamed. Didn't you say you were taking us out for hot pot? You piece of trash. Than Long turned to look at him with a wary eye. Wait, it's not your treat. Crab? I even brought my knife. The silver-haired guy's face turned pale, his hands flailing wildly. Be bosses. No, that's not it. The silver-haired guy quickly replied. We'll eat. After we beat up Thatchtheen, I'll treat you all. Min Vuong refused to listen and just grumbled. I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going. Immediately after, he angrily turned to the silver-haired guy. You liar. After we beat him, I won't even need to eat for the rest of my life. It's because I ran at Thatchtheen while I was bullying some students. A scene from the past replayed as Min Vuong slowly approached the teenager. Just then, Thatchtheen immediately noticed him. He was seen approaching and placing a hand on Min Vuong's neck. Thatchtheen didn't say a word and just lunged forward, punching him hard in the stomach. At this point, Min Vuong clutched his arm in pain. He broke my whole arm. At the same time, Than Long also lost his mind, screaming frantically. Don't let me hear that name again. 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 Seeing this, Min Vuong stared blankly at Than Long. He screamed again. Why were you so reckless as to mess with him? Suddenly, Than Long tore off a piece of his clothing. Do you know? The dragonetsu on my body was because Thatchthien pushed me against a bag last time. The image of Thatchthien slamming his head into the wall with his bare hands was as fresh as if it had happened today. Yesterday. Than Long puffed out his chest and shouted loudly. And it got rubbed off. It was terrifyingly tragic. Seeing his state, Min Vuong cried pitifully. Don't mess with him. Than Long thrashed on the ground. Why? Why did you have to mention the name Thatchthien? In an instant, the scene became utterly chaotic. The group scrambled and screamed. My God, you devil. Get out of here. Let's not meet again. Why did you want to hurt us? The short-haired guy couldn't help but sob loudly. Why did you have to say? Mention the name that shouldn't be mentioned here. This is so painful. The person below kept hitting his head. My chest hurt so much. Help me. Oh God. Just then, the silver-haired guy roared. All right. I know you all can't beat him. But, immediately after, he forcefully threw some photos into the air. The crowd was stunned. They followed the photos with their eyes. The silver-haired guy announced. Look. This is the Thatchthien of today. At the same time, one of the photos landed right on Min Vuong's face. The moment he saw him, he screamed as if he'd seen a ghost. I'm not looking. The silver-haired guy tried to persuade him. Just a glance. Just a quick look. Min Vuong kept refusing. I'm not looking. After a moment, he cast a bewildered glance at the photo. Min Vuong pointed at the teenager inside. Terrified. This is Thatchthien. This isn't an angel. Seeing this, the silver-haired guy quickly confirmed. That's him. That's him now. After we set the fire, he had surgery and then got thin. At his confession, the crowd fell silent. Everyone frozen in place. At this moment, Than Long spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. Hey, Vuong Min, old Vuong, what do you think? I don't know. Make a decision quickly. I have to go home and do my homework. Min Vuong spoke with a hesitant tone. I don't know. Can we give it a try? In an instant, he regained his composure, his voice booming with authority. So, what's your plan? The silver-haired guy proposed. Neither to quickly nor to slowly. It's simple. We'll gang up on him. First, I want to use the most vicious trap to lure him out. At the same time, the school bell rang incessantly. At this moment, the blonde guy peeked into the classroom. Inside, most of the students had already left. He nervously walked up to Thatchthien's desk. So the most vicious trap in a boy's heart is writing a love letter to lure him out. And I have to be the one to deliver it. I clearly wanted to be a good person. The blonde guy quickly pushed the letter into the desk. Anyway, I should just put it in quickly. As he put his hand inside, a series of letters fell out. They kept falling to the ground, showing no sign of stopping. Witnessing the scene, the blonde guy was practically turned to stone. He quickly gathered them into a bag, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Here, let's just burn them all. I'm not being a good person anymore. 10 minutes later, Thatchthien walked in from outside. He casually walked to his seat. Chapter 12. At this moment, Thatchthien quickly pulled out his chair. He suddenly noticed the letter, his hand unconsciously pulling it out. Thatchthien was seen intently reading every line. The letter started clearly with a name to Thatchthien. You've been pretty cool lately. It's made me like you a lot. So, after school, get your butt over here. Come to 20th Street, 20th area, 20th alley. We're gathering here to confess to you. Don't bring any weapons. If you dare to bring them, we'll dare to use them too. If you don't show up, you're a coward. Upon reading the last sentence, Thatchthien froze. A moment later, his expression turned to one of anger. An hour later, the sunlight was gradually replaced by dusk. At the same time, two male students were cheerfully walking through an alley. In another development, a group of thugs began to surround Thatchthien. He, however, just looked up at them with a blank expression. Meanwhile, the group gave Thatchthien a malicious look. Just then, the silver-haired guy suddenly shouted, drawing his attention. Thatchthien. He stepped forward aggressively. You didn't expect this, did you? You were probably still lost in your fantasies about girls, right? The silver-haired guy beat his chest. Today is the day you die. Upon seeing him, Thatchthien remained silent. After a long moment, he spoke in a low voice. No wonder someone would write a letter with such an ultimatum-like content. What a familiar and lovely face. Saying this, Thatchthien stomped his foot on the ground. You guys. He looked at the group with a loving gaze. Looking for a beating. Are we? Hearing this, the silver-haired guy craned his neck and shouted. You insolent brat. We're all cold-blooded killers. You piece of trash. He immediately turned around. You dared to look down on us. Meanwhile, the group of thugs had already obediently crossed their arms. Min Vuong trembled uncontrollably. Thien Ka. Thien Ka. Good morning. We were just passing by. Than Long quickly interjected. Don't misunderstand. Thien Ka. We were just taking a walk. A walk? Faced with the group's sudden change of heart, the silver-haired guy questioned angrily. Hey, weren't we here to beat him up? Before the silver-haired guy could finish, Min Vuong quickly covered his mouth. Than Long also wasted no time in gagging him. At this moment, Min Vuong cursed angrily. Alright, shut up. Are you tired of living? Don't you dare ask for it. Looking for death yourself is one thing, but don't drag us down with you. Thandong hastily explained. Thatch Thien, you piece of crap. Don't overthink it. Let's begin. He's just going for hot pot. No, wait. It's crab. The silver-haired guy struggled frantically. Damn it. Let me go. Over here. Thatch Thien wore a blank expression. So that's how it is. As expected. They're still looking for a beating. He slowly raised his arm, his eyes becoming sharp. Thatch Thien was seen clenching his fist. Immediately after, he powerfully rotated his arm, silently calculating. Should I threaten them a little? Witnessing the scene, the group was practically stunned. Just then, a cracking sound came from his bones. The pain immediately shot through him. Thatch Thien's eyes widened completely. He slowly lowered his arm. Then, Thatch Thien quietly tucked it behind his back. His face tensed up, his mind screaming frantically. It hurts. It hurts so much it feels like my bones are broken. No, this shouldn't be happening. Could it be that this new body has actually made me weaker? Thatch Thien's face turned pale. What is this? This is a life or death situation, isn't it? Handsome. What good is being handsome? He fell helplessly to the ground. Strength. I got used to it when I had it. Only when I lost it did I start to crave it. Thatch Thien watched the back of his former self. I yearned for strength. He reached out, trying to touch his own chubby silhouette. Chapter 13. At this moment, Thatch Thien was practically in a state of paralysis. The group stared at him in astonishment. Thatch Thien. What's wrong with him? How did he freeze up after just one punch? A person next to him stammered in reply. Who knows? But the sound of that punch was really loud. Another person quickly moved. So strong. The remaining person whispered in the wind. Should we run? Just then, Min Vuong ordered in a loud voice. Wait, something's not right. The group looked at him blankly. Vuong Min. OL old Vuong. Min Vuong looked up and observed, his voice ringing out slowly. If it were the old Thatch Thien, this wall would have shattered long ago. But now, the wall is still intact. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden guess flashed through his mind. Could it be? He really is. Instantly, Min Vuong glanced over at the silver-haired guy. Hey, you are the one who brought us here. Now you go over and test him. Go. He was momentarily stunned. Me? At Min Vuong's suggestion, the silver-haired guy's entire body began to tremble. After a moment, he forced a friendly smile. Thien Ka. Upon seeing the silver-haired guy, Thatch Thien wore a blank expression. The silver-haired guy waved his hand, his mouth twitching into a forced smile. Thien Ka. This is just a misunderstanding. Thien Ka will always be my big brother. How would we dare to touch you? Hearing this, Thatch Thien didn't even bother to listen and just grunted. Meanwhile, the silver-haired guy didn't give up. He moved closer to get friendly. Didn't we hear you were injured and hospitalized, and even got liposuction? We were just trying to surprise you to celebrate your discharge from the hospital. Saying this, he cautiously reached his hand towards him. So, please forgive me, okay? In his mind, however, the silver-haired guy had a malicious plan. Once I grab him, I'll use more force. On the other side, Thatch Thien tensed up, observing every move. Is he testing me? He looked up helplessly at his arm, which was bleeding profusely. Damn it. In that instant, Thatch Thien's eyes lit up. The palm of his hand began to radiate heat. Immediately, Thatch Thien reached his hand toward the silver-haired guy, a smirk on his face. Alright, if you insist, then don't blame me. Thatch Thien quickly gripped his hand. The heat transferred to the silver-haired guy's hand. He fell to the ground in pain. The silver-haired guy screamed in agony, his body thrashing uncontrollably. At the same time, Thatch Thien clenched his teeth with a tense expression. Back with the silver-haired guy. He was screaming pitifully. Witnessing the scene, Min Vuong and his group stared wide-eyed with their jaws dropped. They all scrambled to run away. Their screams echoed through the alley. Thatch Thien is still Thatch Thien. That devil. Help. Before leaving, the man threatened loudly. You tricked me. We came here just to get killed. I'll kill you some other day. In an instant, the group had fled to the other side. At the same time, the silver-haired guy collapsed to the ground. Thatch Thien finally came to his senses, looking down at his heat-radiating palm. Immediately after, Thatch Thien's body unconsciously staggered backward. He breathed with difficulty, his mind in turmoil. Just his struggling alone almost made me lose my grip. I was almost knocked over by him. Moreover, I'm so hungry. I was just going out to buy food. I'm so tired. Thatch Thien's eyelids grew heavy. He couldn't help but feel lost. I'm this tired already? My body. What's wrong with it? Before passing out, Thatch Thien was still worried. With this weak body, what am I going to do from now on? In a flash, his eyes closed tightly. Immediately after, Thatch Thien fell face first to the ground. His body lay alone on the cold ground. Just then, a ray of light shone down on Thatch Thien. A female student suddenly appeared, slowly walking towards him. He found her. The female student's eyes suddenly darkened. The object in her hand was emitting a strange light. Chapter 14. Somewhere, in some school, a very fat kid. At the same time, a man was smoking a cigarette. A malicious smile on his face. It's really hot. So, he frowned, looking down at the fat kid. Have you remembered the cool stuff we need? The boy hurriedly bowed his head to the ground. Yes, I've remembered it. The fat kid's life was a constant struggle against his fatness. After a moment, he asked hesitantly, So can you give me the money this time? Before he could finish, the man slammed his fist into the door next to him. He ordered loudly, Beg us. Pig. Seeing this, the fat kid panicked and bowed his head. I'm begging you. Big bro. Don't hit me. This was the fat kid. Because he was fat. He had been bullied at school for 3 years straight. At this moment, the fat kid gently pulled out his wallet. The wallet was already thin. The moment he saw it, his face turned pale. The fat kid looked down helplessly at the remaining money. It's only the beginning of the month, and my living expenses are already less than 300 yuan. This month will probably be very difficult. Just then, a teenager suddenly held a knife to the fat kid. Hand over the money. The fat kid's heart pounded in panic. No. This is bad. He pleaded earnestly. Please don't. This is all I have left. He looked at him with a cold gaze. Who cares? I need to go eat crab. Hand it over obediently. Saying this, he pressed the knife closer to the fat kid. Or else, a few minutes later, Thatch Thien swung his arm, and the teenager's entire body was sent flying. Without any mercy, he helped him stretch his limbs. After a moment, Thatch Thien calmly threw the teenager to the ground. At the last moment, he slammed his head into the wall with his bare hands. At that moment, the fat kid's eyes lit up, his face filled with admiration. A few minutes later, Thatch Thien sat motionless, while the fat kid kept fidgeting. After a long moment, he spoke in a weak voice. Big bro. Thank you for saving my life. Thatch Thien replied unfairly. I was just passing by. Besides, I should thank you too. You've answered a nagging question I had. Immediately after, he poured out his thoughts. The man I'm reading has a very fat main character. He even gets bullied by others. I couldn't understand it at all. Couldn't empathize. Saying this, Thatch Thien suddenly turned to the fat kid. But you've successfully shown me an example of someone who is both fat and bullied. Thanks. He shouted helplessly. I don't want to be bullied either. After a moment, the fat kid spoke with a choked voice. So what do I have to do to be like you? Boss. And not get bullied. I've been bullied so much that I don't even have money for food this month. Faced with the unexpected question, Thatch Thien didn't reply. The space fell silent. After a long moment, he spoke, breaking the quiet atmosphere. I've thought about it too, and combining it with my own experiences. I think, Thatch Thien suddenly came to a conclusion. It's because you're not fat enough. Hearing this, the fat kid's jaw dropped. His real weight and fighting power under the setting sun became even more convincing. With just one sentence, Min was conquered. Yes, this is truly the truth. Thatch Thien solemnly made a proposal. So, this month's food money, I'll help. You pay for it. Following my eating plan, you can get fatter and stronger. The fat kid's eyes welled up with tears. His heart filled with emotion. I'm not fat enough. I'll spend my whole life trying to get as fat as the boss. The next month, the fat kid ate until now, unable to enjoy delicacies because his money was stolen. But the strange thing was, every time they ate with the boss only ate vegetables. A month later, his weight hadn't changed. But the boss said, You've gotten stronger. Go call out the people who bullied you. The fat kid agreed, quickly regaining his spirit. He faced the group of bullies, his voice trembling but his eyes firm. Come on. I've been bullied by you guys so much that I don't even have food to eat. From now on, I won't give you another penny. The man shouted angrily. You pig. You called us out just for this. You look pretty healthy this month. You don't look like someone who has no food. Not giving us money anymore. Are you looking for a beating? The henchman frankly tried to stop him. Boss. Wait. The other one hurriedly grabbed his arm. Boss, don't get worked up. Look at the person behind him. The group immediately shifted their attention to Thatch Thien. The moment he saw him, the man instinctively became fearful. The person who appeared behind the wall. Who is that? That physique. Is that Thatch Thien? The person next to him whispered in his ear. It is. It's Thatch Thien. Last week, that gangster Than Long was beaten unconscious by him and left for dead on the ground. The week before that, Boss Vuong Min also had his arm broken by him and had to be hospitalized. We shouldn't provoke him now. Everyone calls him the immovable Min Duong now. Just then, the remaining guy didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. Lately, people have always seen him taking this fat guy out to eat. Now he's even showing up for a fight. He's this fat guy's protector. Saying this, he looked at him furfully. We can't see it, but the way he looks at the fat guy is like a mother tiger looking at her cub. Back with Thatch Thien, his body began to move. Immediately after, Thatch Thien gestured with his hand. Get lost. He smirked maliciously, pointing in one direction. For me. In an instant, the group scattered and ran. That day, the fat kid successfully scared off the enemy. Moreover, from that day on, the gangsters in school always avoided him. The fat kid felt that he had truly become stronger. The only regret was that when the fat kid happily turned his head, he found that the boss who had been eating with him this month had disappeared. From that day on, the fat kid never saw him again, but he felt that the two would meet again. The fat kid thought, he must be an angel sent by heaven to protect fat people like him. Chapter 15. As Thatch Thien was lost in a daze, a voice kept echoing in his ear. Wake up. The moment that voice reached him, Thatch Thien immediately opened his eyes. He shot up in a panic, his eyes darting around. Who? Trong La whispered. I am the one who comes from within your soul. I am also the one who has lived with you for 1,000 years. Hearing this, Thatch Thien was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, he looked at him with a look of contempt. Trong La nearly roared. Your eyes have revealed your thoughts. Don't look at me with those mentally deficient eyes. Don't ruin the atmosphere. After all, this is our first conversation after 1,000 years of separation. He then lowered his voice and added, but now is not the time to talk. I called you because you are at a life or death stage. If I don't warn you, you will be drowned by water. Thatch Thien repeated in confusion. Drowned? What the hell is drowned? Trong La didn't bother to explain. He warned sternly. In short, wake up from your daze. Later, when you're alone, I'll explain everything about us more clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, the real Thatch Thien's eyes shot open. At the same time, a female student was frantically pouring a bottle of coke down his throat. Thatch Thien sat bolt upright, water spewing continuously from his mouth. A few minutes later, the female student clasped her hands as if summoning a spirit. Classmate Thatch Thien, you're awake. I'm sorry. It's just that your body only reacts when food is mentioned. So I thought this might wake you up. Thatch Thien stared at her blankly. Wait, what's the situation now? Who are you? The female student suddenly pointed at herself. Classmate Thatch Thien, don't you remember? I'm the one in the hallway who said I dreamed of you yesterday. That's you. We just talked this morning. She explained nervously. When I found you, you were in an alley. At that time, I was about to call 120. Just then, the female student suddenly noticed his stomach. But then I noticed your stomach suddenly made an extremely loud noise. Recounting this, she was still in shock. So I panicked and helped you to the nearby BFC. After that, no matter how I called you, you didn't respond. The flashback she recounted was just that when someone nearby ordered food, his body would start to tremble. So, she leaned down and whispered in his ear, Classmate Thatch Thien, hamburger. As soon as I finished speaking, the female student seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes lighting up. Immediately after, she shouted, Salad. Thatch Thien's whole body trembled. Seeing this, the female student slowly approached him. Fried chicken. At this point, she couldn't hide her joyful expression. Finally, I thought that classmate Thatch Thien had fainted from hunger. So I bought 2 bottles of Coke and poured them into your mouth. Halfway through, you woke up. He stared blankly at the female student. Was it fun to play around? Was it that fun to play with my body? After a long moment, Thatch Thien replied seriously. Anyway, thank you. I'll pay the bill. If you have any difficulties in the future. As he was leaving, the female student suddenly called out after him. Wait, classmate Thatch Thien. She reminded him in a loud voice. Please eat properly. Please eat properly. Don't starve yourself until you faint. And also, no matter what, you have to take care of your health. Hearing this, Thatch Thien's cheeks and hands blushed unconsciously. After a moment, the female student couldn't contain her excitement and held her phone out to him. Also, add me on WeChat. And so, that evening, Thatch Thien finally returned home. And at the same time, He didn't forget to bring a large amount of late-night snacks. He kept thinking about the dream he had before waking up. He felt that this matter wasn't over yet. Suddenly, his chest burned. Instantly, Thatch Thien's entire body erupted in fierce flames. In the thick smoke, Tronla suddenly appeared. Tronla looked at Thatch Thien with a cold gaze. He furrowed his brows, his eyes showing clear vigilance. All right, you've appeared. Thatch Thien unconsciously stared at him. And in this situation, too, it's just like a classic scene from the internet. Even the hair color is the same. At this thought, he was so angry he bit his lip. Playing tricks. Immediately after, Thatch Thien reached for his stick and gripped it tightly. He angrily pointed the stick at Tronla. What the hell are you playing at? You got 3 sentences to explain everything. I've fought everyone, and I don't mind fighting some weird stuff to gain experience. Hearing this, he was stunned and pointed at himself. Who am I? Then, Tronla quietly looked at Thatch Thien with his deep eyes. From fire I came. From fire I love. Now, I am by your side once more. My name is Tronla, also known as Truck Dung. Sleeping deep within your soul. I was your partner 1,000 years ago. Thatch Thien was nearly out of his mind at this point. He angrily gripped the wooden stick. 3 sentences are up. But you still haven't explained what the hell you are. Faced with Thatch Thien's unusual expression, Tron was stunned. He suddenly sighed. Impatient. Crazy. This point is very similar to your past life. Let me get to the point. 1. I am a soul fragment. I'm a small piece of your entire soul. Therefore, all those days you were dancing in front of the mirror, I saw everything. At the same time, Thatch Thien's eyes widened in astonishment, his body beginning to burn. Tronla smiled lightly and gave a peace sign. 2. The changes in your body right now are my doing. The more Thatch Thien listened, the more furious he became. At the end, Tronla emphasized each word. 3. I am indeed your partner, but not in this life, but when I was alive. Saying this, he suddenly moved closer to him. In your past life, you were my woman. Little boy. Instantly, Thatch Thien swung the wooden stick hard at Tronla's face. Outside, the house shook violently, the sound echoing deafeningly. In a flash, Tronla appeared with a bruised face. He hurriedly spoke. What are you doing? Stop. We can talk this out. At the same time, Thatch Thien suddenly looked down at his palm. He looked up at Tronla and smiled maliciously. As expected, hearing those 3 blunt sentences was a bit of a shock. So I unconsciously, Thatch Thien spoke in a calm tone. So, I can punch through walls now. He quickly advised. Cut him down. You've gone to the dark side. At this moment, Tronla couldn't hide his frustration. He emphasized each word. I had to endure great shock too. I had just woken up to find out you were a boy. Back then, people called you little sweetie all the time. And in this life, you've become a boy. Thatch Thien froze, his pupils constricting, his brain feeling like it was drained of blood. Lil Sweetie, that name. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. At this thought, he practically snapped awake. I remember now. The memories. In the depths. Those long, drawn-out scenes. In that instant, Thatch Thien suddenly appeared in a fragment of memory. At the same time, at that time, Tronla was smiling with an excited expression. Little sweetie, I'm going to manage the tribe. I'm off to work. This is the tribe's breakfast. I left it by the bed for you, my dear. After that, he took out a pile of pure gold, his mouth boasting nonstop. Wait, I've also given you this month's salary. Wake up early, okay? The woman suddenly stirred. She shouted in dissatisfaction. Get out. You're so annoying. Get out. Despite this, Tronla wasn't annoyed. He just smiled sheepishly. Yes, I'm going now. Your personality is so cute. As soon as he finished speaking, Tronla hopped on his feet and quickly went outside. Inside, the woman still had her eyes tightly shut. Just then, she peeked open one eye. After confirming that Tronla had left, the woman leapt out of bed. From inside the closet, Q-Team flung open the door. The woman's eyes sparkled, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curving up. Well now, Q-Team, that stinky man is finally gone. He smiled with an excited expression. Darling, I miss you to death. Immediately after, Theme rushed into a tight embrace. At this moment, Q-Team made a suggestion. Later, let's use his money to go shopping. Okay? The woman agreed without a second thought. Of course. Darling, I just want to be with you. In that moment, the two lovers were wrapped up in each other. Witnessing the scene, Thatch Thien frowned deeply, his mouth agape. Back in reality, he was practically stunned. This is a memory of a past life, and I'm even looking back at it from a third-person perspective. Seeing this, Tronla chimed in. What? You remember now? You remember some things about Q-Team. although the memories of your past life have nothing to do with this life of yours. Thatchthene stared at him. I suddenly feel for him. He's a bit pitiful. Tronla spoke in a low, slow voice. Let me explain. After you lost weight, your hands would sometimes radiate heat, even smoke. This is because your body has my fire of life. He looked straight into Thatchthene's eyes. His own complex. I am also considered one of the longest practicing fire-based cultivators in this world, known as the fire god. So the price for your life, right? One day, nearby there was a mountain called Sambang of Northshu. Rubble fell from the sky. In that instant, a man accidentally bumped into Tronla. The moment he saw him, he screamed in a panic. Fire god, Lord Fire God. Hearing this, Tronla questioned in dissatisfaction. What's with the panic? Why panic to the point of breaking 2 of my ribs with your head? It's just falling rocks. Don't move. You guys, get behind me. Up. As soon as he finished speaking, he unhesitatingly raised his hands high. The rock continued to fall, while Tronla kept screaming. Amidst the chaos, the group had scattered and run. Immediately after, the rock crashed down on Tronla. One of them showed pity. Great Lord, Lord Fire God. The Great Lord is dead. The person next to him questioned softly. Why didn't the Great Lord run? Why was he so foolish? My people. The remaining person complained. The person who just told us not to move. Tronla died just like that. On the way back, he kept complaining. The rock was too big. Before he died, Tronla was carried back by the tribe. After that he fixed his fire of life and his remnant soul into his wife's soul. The moment she saw Tronla, the woman instinctively flinched. He drew closer to her. Wife, don't forget. Don't forget. At this moment, Tronla pleaded earnestly. Live on. After I die, you must burn yourself. According to the state of Tronla's fire of life, as long as she let the fire burn her, not only would she be unharmed, but it would also allow his remnant soul to absorb energy and awaken. That way, he could continue to love you team. But she didn't understand his last words at all. 3 months later, the woman's face became gaunt. She was eating Ravensway. This fire of life of Tronla could burn anything, but it needed a constant supply of fuel. It could even absorb the host's energy. If there was nothing left to burn, it would burn the heart and lungs. Over here, a farmer looked at her in confusion. Who is that person eating like they're starving in the fields? The person next to him replied immediately. The fire god's wife. The other person repeated blankly. Fire god? The man quickly explained. The guy who liked to show off last month and got crushed by a rock. At that time, resources were so scarce that Tiu Team didn't last long and died. Starved to death. An unfortunate end. At the same time, Thatchthene stood frozen. That's unexpected. He looked up at Tronla with pity. Anyway, don't be too sad. She never loved you. He seemed not to hear. His lips slightly parted. But I miss her so much. She had a very beautiful body. Hearing that, Thatchthene's eyes widened in warning. Are you crazy? Don't say that while getting close to me. Tronla stopped, made a noble hand gesture, and bowed his head slightly. My apologies. That was the person from several centuries ago. It has nothing to do with you anymore. From then on, for several thousand years, no matter how the world changed, you were never once burned by fire. How unfortunate. At this point, he suddenly smiled. Until recently, you were finally burned by fire. Congratulations. Thatchthene stood frozen, his eyes wide. Hearing these words makes me want to beat someone up. What should I do? Tronla bluntly declared. In short, I've woken up, and the fire of life in your body has been ignited. He explained softly. That's also the reason your body has undergone unusual changes. Simply put, your body is the stove, and my fire of life is the flame. Every word of Tronla echoed in his ear. The smoldering heat comes from your hands. And the fuel. At the end, he gave a short summary. Is your body. Thatchthene froze for 2 seconds. Then ran. He roared. Is there no way to shut down this broken stove? He just smiled faintly. If I dared to let it remain, then of course there's a way to control it. Hearing this, he nearly regained his senses. Tronla suddenly said with an innocent look. But, I forgot. I'm just a remnant soul. After several thousand years, I've forgotten many techniques. Thatchthene froze, his eyes meeting his. Immediately, he lunged forward and grabbed Tronla by the collar. Then what the hell are you talking about? He screamed in fear. Although this feeling is very similar to your past life. Thatchthene roared furiously. Get out of my body with your lecherous soul. In that instant, his eyes practically shot fire. Suddenly, a rumbling sound from his stomach reached Thatchthene's ears. He suddenly clutched his stomach and rolled on the floor, screaming frantically. Damn it. Thatchthene lay on his back, staring at the ceiling. The rumbling from his stomach reminded him it's mealtime. Since coming home, I haven't eaten anything for 2 hours. So in the end, the most tragic thing is that hunger and the truth have come to strike me at the same time. Before me is a sea of blackness. It seems I've fainted in front of this bastard. At this moment, Thatchthien quickly took out his phone. He swiped quickly through his expenses. Finally, Thatchthien stopped at the final balance. His face turned pale. What? More expenses than income. At this time, what bad luck. In this dire situation, Thatchthien spoke in a weak voice. Fire God. Fire God God. Tronle was momentarily frightened. What? You still want to hit me? He angrily retorted. Hit you my ass. I'm so hungry I can't walk. I'm about to starve to death. I'll clean up the leftovers. The leftover food on the table. Bring it here. I've peeled a bunch of fruit. And there's a lot of food. Bring me those bowls. But I love them to death. After a moment, Thatchthien was Ravensweet eating the noodles in his hand. After an unknown amount of time, a pile of plastic containers had accumulated on the table. At the last bowl of noodles, Thatchthien excitedly slammed his hand on the table. He threw his head back and let out a spicy breath, laughing heartily. I'm alive. It's truly addictive. I never thought spicy soup could be this delicious. And it's so oily, so salty, so high in calories. It's really a straight path to my stomach. Tronle stood to one side, watching intently. His expression indescribable. You look very engrossed. Is it really that good? Thatchthien patted his stomach and declared loudly. This life of mine was saved by spicy soup. Also, if I had starved to death, then my death would have been on your hands. He was startled and flustered, waving his hands as if being falsely accused. Team, it wasn't my fault. I really. Hearing this, he let out a heaven-shaking roar. Don't call me by that horrifying nickname anymore. Hey, Thatchthien began to negotiate. I'm begging you. In this life, we're not a couple. Can we just be brothers? Or father and son is fine too. Just don't call me to you team anymore. I'm the father. You are the dog's son. You say it once. I'll say it once. Hearing this, Tronle fell silent, not responding. He nodded seriously, raising his hand to make a pact. All right. Good brother. At that time, Thatchthien had spent an hour dumbfounded in the corner, trying to process this massive amount of information. Tronle approached. You. He helplessly waved him away. You're annoying. Get away from me. Thatchthien's appetite was 20 times that of a normal person, even if each meal was only 7 yuan. At this rate, his food expenses would exceed 10,000. And Thatchthien's father, a sumo wrestler abroad, was very strict with his financial management. The reason of needing money for food would simply not be believed. At this thought, he burst into tears like a child. Money. Food. Money. Future food money. It seems I can only rely on myself. Thatchthien suddenly had an idea. Being a food blogger might work. But before I embark on this path, he snapped back to reality in an instant. I don't know how to handle my next meal. I can't believe that with food being so abundant today. I almost let myself starve to death a few hours ago. Just then, the phone suddenly lit up. Tronle curiously approached. You have a glowing box on you. He quickly grabbed the phone, his eyes practically glued to the screen. Inside was a message from the female student. Classmate Thatchthien. Are you there? Do you remember me? I'm the Coca-Cola girl from that day. We exchanged phone numbers at coffee this morning. Can I ask you for a favor? Tomorrow, can we talk more in detail? I'll pay you and treat you to meals. The moment he read the last line, Thatchthien's face froze. His eyes lit up. His heart couldn't help but rejoice. Treat me to meals. Without a second thought, Thatchthien quickly replied. Help? I'll help right now. Quick, take me out to eat. Seeing him dash off like the wind, Tronle hurriedly called after him. Hey, where are you going? Thatchthien replied calmly. To find a way to survive. The scene changes to a restaurant with an ancient style. At the same time, the female student and Thatchthien were seated neatly at the table. Thatchthien said. He was Ravensweet chewing his food, his mouth constantly munching. Sorry for asking you out so late. I'm on the verge of death. She was momentarily startled. Huh? Life and death? On the verge of death. The female student puffed out her chest as if she was about to say the most important thing of her life. In short, I'll be direct. Hearing this, he turned to look at her with a serious expression. Tell me, who's bullying you? The female student quickly proposed. Classmate Thatchthien, can you come work at my place? At the invitation, Thatchthien was stunned. She spoke in a continuous stream, as if afraid of being interrupted. My family owns a gym. Classmate Thatchthien, I had this idea after you came back to school. So, can you come work at my place for a while? And take some promotional photos? Fearing Thatchthien wouldn't understand, the female student hurriedly explained. It's the before and after weight loss comparison app. I can give you anything. He quickly replied. No. No need for money. Just covering my meals is enough. She frantically waved her hands. But wouldn't that be a disadvantage for you? Thatchthene confirmed once again. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Chapter 19. Ninth, the scene changes to the Change Yourself gym. Thatchthene's chubby appearance was displayed prominently at the entrance. The cover also emphasized, the brave man who dares to face his own weight. Change Yourself gym, where getting a membership will make you thin. On the opposite side, a crowd of people rushed forward, each one scrambling to get in. The female student stared at the crowd in astonishment. So many people. It seems like all the girls in the world have gathered here. Her eyes widened unconsciously. I've never seen so many people come here. And looking closely, less than half of them are asking about that. The female student glanced around. The rest of them are all drooling. At the same time, a girl shyly proposed, "Sir, can you be my personal trainer?" He replied like a machine, "I'm not yet at the level to be a trainer. But if you sign up, I'll try my best to help." Boxing. Upon receiving the answer, she quickly dashed towards the female student. The girl slammed her hand on the counter. "Sign me up for a 3-year membership." Back with Thatchthene, a woman suddenly interrupted. That is, can I touch your chest?" She explained shyly. "I want to understand the effects of working out a bit." Thatchthene lowered his head to observe the woman's every gesture. Immediately after, he bluntly placed her hand on his chest. At the unexpected action, the woman's cheeks turned bright red. Meanwhile, Thatchthene wore a stoic expression. In his mind, a voice echoed like a memory. "I've experienced this familiar feeling many times before. Just like when the boys at school would pounce on me and call me father." Thatchthene thought to himself, "This is a little lighter. But there's not much difference." At that moment, the woman frantically ran to the female student. 5 years. Premium membership for 5 years. The previous day at the Brave Society hot pot restaurant, the female student shot up from her seat. "Boss, what do you want to eat? We got over 300 new members in just one morning. We can even eat gold." Hearing this, Thatchthene carefully flipped through the menu. Immediately after, he spoke in a calm tone. "Then, let's have 5 orders of each dish." Her eyes widened. "Huh? You're eating that much? Do you want to get fat again?" The female student painfully took out her wallet. "But, I guess I have to take care of this money tree. Even though it's a bit expensive. I'll pay. Thatchthene's mind silently prayed. "If only I could go back. That would be great." He explained in a low voice. "It's a lot so I can pack it to go." After a moment, Thatchthene made a condition. "Also, I hope that for dinner, when there are fewer people, I can be alone in the training area. I need to train my body a bit." Saying this, he once again stared intently at his irradiating hand. Having solved the first survival problem, the next step is to figure out how to get stronger. "I have to take the initiative." Thatchthene, a high school student, was said to be in a league of his own when it came to fighting. First, Thatchthene was so fat that no one could defeat him. Second, it was rumored that the main character wasn't a student, but the school's dean. A female student lowered her head, panting heavily. "Sir, please forgive me," she pleaded earnestly. "I was late because I was studying for an exam late last night." The head teacher suddenly cut her off. "No." The female student looked up blankly. "Huh?" he requested in a low voice. "Don't move." The head teacher was seen kneeling down and adjusting the female student's collar. "Your collar is crooked. No matter how anxious you are, you must still dress beautifully. Only then can I let you in." He pushed up his glasses. "Late is late. What needs to be remembered must be remembered. But no matter what, don't stay up late anymore. You all are my most beloved students." Lampithine, 28 years old, Dean of Discipline, speaks cautiously. Upon receiving forgiveness, the female student quickly ran to class. At this moment, the head teacher suddenly turned back. "All right, next person. This student. Step forward." He questioned sternly. "It's 10 o'clock already. You're late. And also, your right hand. What happened?" The silver-haired guy acted annoyed. "Stop nagging. Let me in. I fell and got hurt." Hearing this, the corners of the head teacher's mouth twitched repeatedly. "No, that's not right." He immediately made a judgment. "This is a burn." The head teacher stared at him. "What happened? You didn't get into a fight, did you?" "No matter how I look at it, it seems someone has hurt my beloved student." The legend concerning Lampithin happened for years ago, when he was proctoring a final exam. Chapter 20. For years ago at the school, the entire room fell silent. At the same time, Min Vuong stealthily glanced towards the teacher's podium. He glanced down at his cheat sheet, writing furiously. Just then, Piathine suddenly slapped Min Vuong on the shoulder. Without looking at him, he requested in a low voice, "Student, no cheating. Hand over the cheat sheet." Hearing this, Min Vuong wore an arrogant expression. He slammed his hand on the desk and shot up. Min Vuong angrily grabbed Piathine by the collar. "Hey, what year are you? You dare to boss me around?" He spoke in an icy tone. I'll say it again. As a student, you are not allowed to cheat. Hand it over. At this moment, Min Vuong looked down in shock. His grip is so strong. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. And I can't break free. Instantly, Min Vuong bluntly declared, I'm done. I'm turning in my paper. Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten, you just wait. As soon as he finished speaking, Min Vuong slammed the door shut. Meanwhile, Baheathin pushed up his glasses. His gaze fixed on him. A student cheating on a test and acting this arrogant has his reasons. He seems to be considered the school's top dog, so domineering that teachers had to turn a blind eye. The gangster boss of this largest territory was his older brother. Min Vuong clenched his fist. So, just after school that day, Baheathin saw him as soon as he stepped outside. At the same time, the gangster stomped out his cigarette under his foot. He walked step by step towards him. Hey, you're that supervising teacher, right? Hearing this, Baheathin only replied briefly. The gangster gritted his teeth. I'm telling you, a bloody scene in front of the school gate wouldn't be good. Why don't you come with us for a bit? Seeing this, he just gave him a cold look. Baheathin was taken away. But the matter didn't end that simply. 7:45 p.m. Baheathin was taken hostage and left the school on a motorcycle. 8 o'clock p.m. Some students who knew about this couldn't hold it in and called the police. 9:10 p.m. The police entered a place where notorious gangsters often gathered. Then, the police team threw open the door. Freeze! We're the police. Before they could even step inside, the group froze in panic. Inside, Baheathin appeared with a blood-covered face. At his feet were dozens of piled-up bodies. The ground was covered in blood. The police at the scene were all terrified. According to the report, there were a total of 23 people here. A team with broken bones. 3 seriously injured. Among them, 2 were completely unharmed. Cries of pain were everywhere. The teacher, covered in blood, calmly sat there grading papers. He focused on the paper. Min Vuong, you got it wrong again. You have to use this formula to solve it. Please. Next to his feet, the student who hours ago had said he would get revenge on the teacher was now trembling. He was shaking. Uncontrollably. Yes, 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 yes. I will definitely study properly. At the same time, the police team was practically speechless. At this moment, Baheathin slowly turned his head. He smiled coldly. The police. You've arrived. Sorry. I was just threatened by them. I couldn't help but go a little overboard. From that day on, Baheathin became a legend. Back at the Change Yourself gym. Inside, Baheathin was frantically punching a punching bag. Pausing for a moment, he panted heavily. Immediately after, Baheathin swung his fist again. At the last moment, he sent the punching bag flying with one blow. Chapter 21. The silver-haired guy was so scared he bit his tongue. This is bad. This guy. He's strict. He's violent. Baheathin's arm suddenly shot up. That's right. I remember. He slowly squeezed the silver-haired guy's shoulder. You're in the 12th grade, right? His face grew even paler. There's basically no way in. In this desperate situation, he had an epiphany. Wait. The silver-haired guy clasped his hands in joy. But isn't this a good thing? I can get him to stand up for me. He then stammered. Sir, do you remember a person in the 11th grade named Baheathin? Baheathin heard this and raised a curious eyebrow. He pushed up his glasses. Class 11A. Not very familiar, but I have a slight impression. He conveniently described him a little. He's chubby. A sly grin immediately spread across the silver-haired guy's mouth. This is going to be good. He pretended to be embarrassed. No, I was just asking. The silver-haired guy recounted tearfully. My hand was indeed burned. It was by a bastard with the same name as him, but a completely different body. He even covered his face and cried for more convincing effect. He scared me, pretended to shake my hand. I don't know what he was hiding in his hand, but I was burned to the point of fainting. It was so scary. Just thinking about it makes my body tremble. I'm so tired. To this day, I haven't been able to do my homework. Baheathin somehow managed to catch a few words like pitiful, weak, don't want to do homework. In the end, he let it go. All right, don't do your homework for now. I'll talk to your homeroom teacher. Go to class. The silver-haired guy, having passed the gate, ran off triumphantly. But after just a few steps, Baheathin's voice suddenly rang out. Also, he instructed him with a dark expression. Help me find where that kid is. Elsewhere, Baheathin was panting continuously. Trongla observed with satisfaction. See, this is your current physical condition, he declared confidently. Extremely healthy. No back pain, no leg numbness. Even after punching a few hundred times, you're not out of breath. This is the unreasonable part that my fire of life has burned within your body. Then Trongla gave a thumbs up. My love, Among people your age now, your physical fitness is extremely outstanding. Contrary to that excitement, Thatch just frowned with worry. He thought to himself, to adapt to going to work, I took a week off, and I also used everything in the gym. After that, no matter what kind of test I used, it all led me to one conclusion. Nearly half of his face darkened. I'm done for. He fondly remembered his former self, who could send people flying with a single blow. Thatch grabbed his opponent's shirt. Stop joking. Originally, his punching bag, I could have torn it with one punch. Trongla was pushed down and beaten relentlessly. Calm down, my love. Bro. Good brother. But when you were weak, you became handsome. That afternoon, Nathan stood in front of the building named Change Yourself Gym. He placed his hand on the glass door and pushed it gently. Thatch inside was still unaware. From now on, I can only rely on constant training to get stronger. He struggled to place the dumbbell back on the rack. His palm slowly relaxed and moved towards another dumbbell. With all his strength, he tried to lift it with just one hand. However, he couldn't hold it for long. This weight, I can't lift it past my shoulder. This is my limit. Thatch grew even more desperate. I'm too thin. This thing, if it were before, he used to be able to run while lifting dumbbells with both hands. My body weight is too light, even if I look good on the outside. Thatch gently lifted it to his surprise. Thatch's eyes widened as he looked at the teacher. He also turned and gave a friendly smile. Hello. Also. So weak. While chatting, Thatch did a few moves. You don't look like a hooligan. He kept that innocent smile on his face. You are Thatch, right? Thatch was very cautious. Yes. Why? Who is this? How do you know me? Teacher didn't answer right away but put the dumbbell down. Then he suddenly clenched his fist with force. Well then. The punch flew without any warning, startling him. But Thatch still managed to block it with his hand instantly. Not bad. He then force pushed him back several meters. His palm also turned bright red and trembled uncontrollably. A second later, his bones and flesh felt as if they were shattering as they cracked loudly. The opponent, however, very leisurely retracted his hand. Nathan carefully assessed. He blocked it. That move should have directly broken his nose. His reaction is very fast, as expected of an experienced person. Sweat poured down his face like rain. What is this strength? To be able to strike like that in an instant. My palm feels like it's been punched through. His hand was so numb it was trembling uncontrollably. I've lost all feeling. Thatch asked loudly. What's your name? Why are you here? In response to his question, Thatch leisurely pulled off his tie. Me? I am the retribution for you injuring others. A slight misunderstanding made him scowl. Is that so? Then I seem to understand. So this guy is one of their accomplices. His attitude also became more serious than before. Then I have nothing more to say. Trongla hurriedly appeared with the intention of stopping them. Hey, you wait. The words he intended to say stopped. And his hand also lowered. He took a breath and then put a flame into Thatch's hand. Forget it. Let me help you. On this side. Thatch was still preparing. His hand is smoking. He actively lunged forward with a punch. Thatch directly blocked it, causing the two of them to clash. Sparks flew continuously. Time rudens to 6 years ago at a children's training center. A kid with a fierce aura sneered at his opponent. New kid. My name is Long Thatch. 13 years old. I'm the oldest here. When the coach is busy, I'll ask new kids to train with me. He declared loudly. But do you know why I do that? Because hitting people feels great. I hit very hard. I'll beat you until you cry. Thatch roared at a large shadow. Hey. I'm talking to you. Are you listening? You new kid. You think you're so great just because you're a little fat. Thatch, with a body several times his size, just looked down silently. Your name is Thatch, right? In the end, that kid couldn't even touch a single hair on him. The kid then went to get his black belt older brothers. And the result was not surprising. He was still knocked out by him with a single blow. Boring. Why are you so weak? Back in the present, his body was trembling all over as if it was about to give out. In contrast to that condition, Thatch didn't have a single injury. He casually praised his opponent a few times. Persistent. You've held on for 10 minutes. Right? You're still standing. Thatch continued. I'm starting to admire you. But he curtly cut him off. Shut up. Thatch frowned in annoyance. Being chased and beaten by some nameless guy. Beaten over, and then praised. You want to provoke me, but I know how to keep my cool. The first punch he threw was very powerful. Before, you traded a few punches with me. You also retaliated, but not fast enough. But after that, as soon as my fist got close, you immediately retreated to dodge. The smoke that Trongla had imbued began to rise in his palm. After being ignited, it erupted into a small flame. Thatch said angrily. Looks like your burn isn't light. You four-eyed loser. At this moment, a few thoughts popped into his head. It's strange. There's wind everywhere. But there's a feeling of excitement from finally finding an opponent. Thatchthene decided. Let's see which of us falls first. He didn't mind accepting the challenge. Then let's try. As soon as he finished speaking, the room door was flung open by a girl. She asked worriedly, is someone fighting in here? I heard the noise and came running. When she saw Piathene and Thatchthene, she screamed loudly. She covered her mouth in surprise. The Dean of Discipline. Crazy lamb. He also didn't expect it. A uniform. You're a student of this school. Also, what did you just call me? Her voice was flustered. What are you doing? Classmate Thatchthene is so handsome. Why are you hitting him? After hearing that, it was like a thunderclap to Piathene. Him? Classmate? Only now did he realize the truth in astonishment. A classmate. Half an hour later in a family restaurant. The two students were sitting while the teacher was standing. He then properly bowed his head and said, I'm sorry. He directly admitted his mistake to them. It's all because I easily trust others. It's my fault. She huffed. That's right. You should reflect on it. But Thatchthene just called out. Sir. He asked seriously. You hit me 26 times. Can I hit you back now? She didn't expect the question and let out a loud cry. Piathene sighed and nodded in agreement. All right. His hand quickly poured a jar of pepper and stirred it all together. Then he brought the bowl of food in front of his opponent. Thatchthene smiled slyly. Eat up. I specially concocted this delicacy for you. Eat it all for me. Don't leave a single bit. However, he didn't hold a grudge for long. Forget it. I've suddenly lost a lot of weight lately. Almost everyone doesn't recognize me. It's inevitable to be misunderstood. Not being recognized is also an unavoidable thing. I forgive you. Piathene really ate that thing, causing her to panic and try to stop him. Sir. A certain emotion rose in his heart. Actually, this is the first time I've met such an evenly matched opponent. At my age, this experience is very magical. I don't know if I'm happy or angry. But, at the moment I was hit, my heart really did beat faster. That night, Thatchthene carried a bag of food and closed the door to his house. He waved his hand to shoo Tron away. Good night. If you dare to come sleep with me, I'll beat you. You can choose to sleep in the kitchen. But he suddenly grabbed Thatchthene. Hey. Wait. Tronla looked very serious. I have something important to say. A little curiosity made him turn to listen. The afternoon's events were recounted. Your hands. You were able to produce fire during the fight, right? This was the first time I experienced that feeling in many years. Tronla affirmed. From that, I learned that I can recover some of my abilities and memories. I realized things. He held up one finger. First, I remember how to restore your body to its original state. It's difficult to execute, but it's better than nothing. Then he also warned. Second, that teacher, and that girlfriend of his. Thatchthene's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in shock. They both have problems. Tronla rubbed his temples to remember. That girl. On her person, she has something that mortals shouldn't have. And that teacher. His aura. I still remember it now. I always remember it. Just now, when we were eating, I happened to overhear his whisper. At that time, Piathene was indeed muttering something very quietly. He, who was next to him, happened to notice the suspicious action. Piathene blamed himself. Piathene, you're still so hot-headed. Still so impulsive. You're not worthy of being human. From that, Tronla concluded, the aura on him is not human at all. Thatchthene was still confused. What do you mean? Tronla smirked mysteriously. Interested, aren't you? Do you know that there's a world-shattering secret in this world? He uttered each word in surprise. A world-shattering secret. The opponent replied seriously. Yes. Tronla's distant past resurfaced. Before I was born, although I was titled a god and managed thousands of people, I was not satisfied. I was full of curiosity about the world and the unknown. When he turned around, he saw a woman gently approaching. She whispered something to him and pointed to the distance. With that, he happily left. So, finally, with my own encouragement, I created a fire carpet, went out to explore, and was gone for 3 years. Thatchthene was even more incredulous after hearing it. 3 years. Weren't you afraid of being tricked by the people in the village? He suddenly said loudly. After that, I finally returned, and at the same time, I also discovered a world-shattering secret that would scare you if I told you. The emotional shift was too fast for Thatchthene to keep up. As he burst out, he made a spherical gesture. I just kept going north, without turning back, and eventually ended up back where I started. This world. It's a globe. Thatchthene's whole body turned to stone. He himself was at a loss for words. Then he hurriedly bent his legs and ran into the house. Thatchthene quickly pulled a book from a shelf. The geography encyclopedia was thrown straight at Tronla's face. Is this what you wanted to say? He held his head. Aggrieved. My love. Not interested. He snapped back. Damn it. I'm going to bed. As soon as he turned his back, Tranla put on a mysterious look. Then I'll get to the point. The story of his journey continued. That year, because I had brought in my horizons on various tribes and plants, Tranla personally tried several types of herbs. I've compiled them and written out 7 types of medicinal formulas. Even the worm was terrified by his smile. Made to nourish gods and raise ghosts for use. Now, I remember one of them. He stated his conclusion. I am a remnant soul. If I can make this formula, perhaps I can remember more memories. Or maybe finally regain my memories and learn how to use the flames. Thatchthene immediately demanded. The recipe. What's the recipe? Tell me. I'll write it down. He listed them out: ginger, garlic, star anise, chili peppers. He quickly wrote it down with suspicion. The more he listened, the more it sounded like ingredients for hot pot. Tranla continued. That's right. You see, that's another matter. It's exactly as it sounds. The first thing she held was what he noticed. That girl, on her person, has something like a compass. I've observed it for a long time. There's some kind of magical power brewing inside. Perhaps it's a family heirloom. Or perhaps she obtained it for some reason. In short, it's not something an ordinary person should possess. Then there were the abnormalities of Thatchthene. And that teacher you mentioned. He is indeed not human. For example, me. I'm not considered human either. Just a remnant soul. His reflection was as red as blood. And when the aura on him is a bit crazed. Those details made Tranla even more certain. Having this aura, he is definitely not human. In his imagination, Thatchthene smiled cruelly. He is probably some kind of monster, blending into the human world. Sometime, somewhere, amidst the crowded apartment buildings. On the table was a memorial photo of Thatchthene. In front of it was a full incense holder. The curtain was swept by the wind and made a faint rustling sound. 3 incense sticks were carefully placed in the incense holder by the other person. Unexpectedly, it was Thatchthene sitting there. My friend, I've come to talk to you again. He began to confide. Today, I heard a student. I was wrong. This rare, weak appearance was all revealed at this moment. The person in the photo, however, smiled brightly. Same appearance, but different aura. His eyes reddened. You were so good, but I can't be like you. His shadow was not human, but a solid trunk. It's so hard, being human. The next day at the school where Thatchthene attended, the silver-haired guy slammed into the wall after being pushed by his opponent. He trembled and begged. Sir, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. Thatchthene gently dusted off his hand before beating him. He reminded sternly. You shouldn't have lied to me. The people I hit, I always hit very hard. His arm swung up quickly. But I once promised someone that I would protect every student in the school. You, after all, are one of those students. Thatchthene grabbed the silver-haired guy by the collar. Therefore, I can only forgive you. He was slammed against the wall again. He threatened menacingly. Don't you dare lie to me again. Do you understand? The silver-haired guy was so scared his face turned pale. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. After hearing his promise, Thatchthene's hand released him. Really? Thatchthene let him back away. Then this matter is considered settled. In the future, if you dare to do this again. That terrifying smile blossomed. I will definitely break your nose and your arm. Go back to class. The final bell rang after the students' tiring lessons. A few girls started to chatter. You're early too. See that? The guy who got so handsome after losing weight that people are fainting over him, that's our classmate. Thatchthene. That's right. That's him. He's here. Look. He's coming out of the classroom. Thatchthene was about to open the classroom door and go inside. Just like any other day. His movement suddenly stopped when he noticed someone nearby. Thatchthene suddenly appeared, confronting him head-on. The girls around were confused. Who's that in the hallway? That's the 12th grade supervising teacher. From Fajai class. With his handsome yet intense look, he asked, Teacher, why are you here? The male students whispered. Wait, Teacher Lam. Lam is known for fighting. A legend on the same level as the old Thatchthene. So that means, the most legendary fighters of our school actually facing off right here? He coolly started the conversation. Teacher Lam. Thatchthene smiled. I'm about to get off work, so I came looking for you. Want to walk home with me? Student Thatchthene. He led Thatchthene to a lush bamboo grove bathed in sunlight. Tranla's previous warnings came rushing back. He's probably some kind of monster, blending in with humans. Because of this, Thatchthene's eyes were filled with vigilance. Thatchthene naturally noticed this. Are you on guard against me? There's really no need for that. He shared gently. A few days ago, when we were eating, you weren't this tense. So, the powerful person behind you must have told you things about me recently, right? When Thatchthene suddenly mentioned Tranla, both of them were genuinely surprised. Tronlo was shocked. He couldn't believe Piathine could detect his presence. As for Thatchthine, he admitted it outright. Yes, that's right. Piathine's attitude remained unchanged. Just as I thought. That explains the flame on your hand. This will make our conversation much easier. I have absolutely no intentions toward you. He raised an eyebrow, questioning his words. Oh? Piathine slowly began to tell a story instead of answering. Before the school was built, this land was a bamboo forest. Now, only this small patch remains. He lifted the watering can in his hand, stopping the flow of water. He confessed directly. Student Thatchthine, I am not human. This is where I was born. Thatchthine's eyes widened in complete surprise. Piathine's original form was an ancient bamboo stalk, a mountain spirit demon. After 10,000 years of cultivation, he could take human form. He foolishly spent day after day here, and was finally on the verge of becoming a celestial. Suddenly, lightning struck from the heavens. That night, he underwent the lightning tribulation. Because of that, smoke and dust engulfed the entire forest. In the end, only one section of the bamboo forest remained after the lightning fire. Piathine and the other stalks were all broken in half. His body, gravely injured and near death, reverted to its original form. A person named the real Piathine came to his rescue and took him home. Chapter 26. The school was built on an empty plot of land, so it was surrounded by many trees. Piathine brought the broken stalk back and planted it in an empty patch of ground. Its stalk was completely discolored and had a few scorch marks. The janitor who was working struck up a conversation. Are you the new teacher? Mr. Lamb, what are you planting there? He replied cheerfully. It's a bamboo stalk. There was a fire nearby yesterday, so I went and picked this up. His gentle gaze seemed to convey a message to the bamboo stalk, hoping it could continue to live on healthily. At that time, it hadn't yet become a spirit, so it could only listen. You and I are the same. We both just arrived here. From now on, this is your home. As the days passed, it endured many things, like a dog casually relieving itself at its base. Not to mention guys who would nonchalantly pluck its leaves to flirt with girls. The bamboo's body was covered in marks from the rowdy students. For instance, it didn't stop there. As a student kicked a powerful shot, the ball flew high into the air and then shot straight forward. It didn't miss, hitting the stalk squarely and enraging him. Just wait until I can move. I'll kill all of you. On one fateful day, some guy pressed a cigarette butt against one of his leaves. It then fell straight to the ground, still smoldering. Boss Long and his gang all looked sullen. A young man happened to run by. Isn't that Brother Long from the 12th grade? What's wrong? You look pretty down. Smoking like that. He suddenly glared as if he was about to devour the guy. The young man started trembling. What are you doing? His underling shook his head. Frustrated by the situation, he put his arm around the kid's shoulder. Kid, I don't care what grade you're in. Shut your mouth if you don't want a beating. The guy in front of you, Boss Bo Long, has sent 50 people to the hospital in just this past year. The threat was accompanied by Boss Long's scowl. You want to be number 53? The kid's face turned pale and he stammered, unable to speak. The underling continued to growl. I'm warning you. We're in a really bad mood right now. We could explode at the slightest touch. The main reason is that new teacher who just transferred to the school. The story is simple. This afternoon, their phones were just confiscated. They were caught hiding in the bathroom playing games. They were having fun when someone interrupted their mooch Tythine. He caught them red-handed. That teacher. He actually dared to check the bathrooms. Now each of us has to write a 5-0-word self-criticism essay. But that's not all. Just yesterday, Boss Long was ordering a lackey in class to buy him lunch. The result was, he got caught again. This time, he had to write an 800-word self-criticism essay. Faithine even stood by the student to protect him. That teacher insisted that our boss apologize to that kid. The young man didn't know how to react after hearing the story. The underling growled. Let me tell you, all of us are being spun around like tops. We're really pissed off right now. He shoved the kid away to vent his anger. I suggest you get lost. Otherwise, would you mind if I beat you up right here? The young man immediately complied. Okay. After a moment of silence, Boss Long finally spoke. Hey, that's enough. Let's go. Time for class, or we'll get caught again. The underling grumbled. This is unbearable. Oh right, this bamboo stalk. That bastard planted it, didn't he? His menacing threat made the small bamboo tremble. Next time, I'll water it with a little something. That day, Piathine came to check on the garden as usual. He thought to himself, how did it end up like this? It's all gloomy and withered. Hearing this, the bamboo stalk spent up emotions, suppressed for so long, began to surface. It finally couldn't hold back anymore and yelled. Hey, you brat. I'm seriously injured right now. I shouldn't even be talking, but I have to speak up now. so I don't damage my cultivation any further. Move me somewhere else. Now. If you don't, tomorrow, your students will scald me to death with boiling water. He exclaimed in shock. What? What was that sound? From the bamboo. You're talking? It continued to shout in a piercing voice. Not only can I talk, I can be your daddy. Being found by a good-for-nothing like you is the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. Are you crazy? If you're going to take me in, you should plant me somewhere with other trees. I'm the only bamboo stalk here. You're obviously trying to get me killed. I'm about to go bald from all the people passing by and messing with me. The bamboo stalk continued to complain. Besides, most of the people tormenting me are your students. It told him about the students' behavior. I've been burned by someone's cigarette butt. Someone used me for martial arts practice, kicking me over and over. Another one mistook me for a bed, using me as a chair to sleep on until my body was bent. It cursed angrily. Just how many brats have you pissed off? You torture your students, and then they come and torture the plant you planted me. It's a vicious cycle. Gathene recovered a bit. What? So that's how it is. You were being. Wait. So what exactly are you? I think I saw your mouth just now. Now the bamboo stalk had a chance to introduce itself. Me? I'm just a wood demon. A bamboo spirit. Struck by lightning. And now I'm recovering. An evil smile appeared on its face. Oh right. How should I put this? I also have to thank you for saving my life. In a few more days, I'll be able to take human form. When that time comes, why don't you let this great one help you? It also added a warning. Let me tell you, there isn't a single good thing in this school. Your students hold a grudge against you. I've been watching secretly. Everyone is plotting something bad against you. No one is grateful to you. They're all just waiting for a chance to get revenge. It's not just the boys. The girls are gossiping too. And even those who aren't involved don't understand you. They all criticize you behind your back. The bamboo stalk eagerly suggested. So, get me out of here first. Once I've recovered, I'll help you kill them. One by one. How about it? The Dathine quickly signaled for it to stop. Wait. He grabbed the stalk tightly and shook it. Don't you dare harm those students. It screamed in panic. What are you doing? Let me go. Dathine hurriedly used a shovel to dig up the plant. No matter what, I have to get you out of here. Then he ran off with it. It's too dangerous for you here. For both you and everyone else. He thoughtfully recounted the rest of the story. From then on, I was forced to be planted at his house and lived there for a while. It was an unforgettable time. The bamboo stalk was placed in the corner of the room while Dathine sat working at his desk. It asked resentfully, Hey, why didn't you let me beat up those students? This question made him stop his work and pay attention to it. Dathine smiled gently. Because they're at an age that I also went through extreme. Gullible, impulsive, and confused. There was no resentment in his words, but also because of a lack of knowledge. I ended up on the wrong path. He leaned one hand on his chair and confided. And I want to be the ferryman who guides them. Some paths look very wide at first, but are actually very narrow later on. Dathine said optimistically. And there are paths that, with a little hard work, will be paved with flowers. Hearing this reasoning shocked the bamboo stalk 100 times over. He then turned to it and said, By the way, I think you're also very impulsive. How about I treat you like a student? Want to talk? It shyly and hastily refused. You. Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly talking about me? Dathine's voice grew quieter. From then on, for about half a year, I stayed quietly at his house. During the day I cultivated. At night he talked to me, and the days drifted by. The days were so peaceful that I forgot. Thatchtheme was curious to know the hidden meaning behind those words. He gritted his teeth with resentment. I forgot that I was still alive. That is an incredibly dangerous thing. The beginning of a spiritual entity, especially after being wounded by lightning, is when it's at its weakest. It's also the time when cultivators covet it the most. He covered half his face with his hand, trying to calm himself. I shouldn't have stayed at his house. On a beautiful morning, the sun shone down gently from above. The bamboo stalk was placed across from the dining table, on which sat a plate of delicious watermelon. It called out and requested, Hey, if you water me with watermelon juice, I'll be able to taste things like a human. So save some watermelon for me. Dathine smiled and agreed immediately. Okay. Suddenly, there was an urgent knock at the door. He put down his slice of watermelon and went to open it. Coming. Waiting for Dathine outside were Boss Long and his 2 underlings. One of them smirked and said, Hey teacher. Good morning. He was frightened by their appearance. What are you? No, wait. The noise outside caught the bamboo stalk's attention. What's wrong with their eyes? They said nothing and violently shoved Dathine into the house. Chapter 28. The student's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His fists already clenched. Backtracking a bit, anyone who wanted to use the bathroom was locked out. Boss Long had taken it over to smoke inside with his underlings. He muttered, "I'm about to lose it. This semester. That damn teacher has busted me for everything. I've been written up 3 times. At this rate, I won't be able to graduate next year, and I'll be stuck here." The guy next to him was in the same boat. Me too. The worst part is I'm too scared of getting caught to have Zhao and take my tests for me anymore. The last guy yelled, "That damn teacher. We have to wait until he's in a meeting just to have a smoke." The bathroom door is shoved open without any courtesy. The 3 inside jumped. A normal person's reaction. The young man was wearing the school's uniform and had a mysterious smile. Boss Long silently sized up the newcomer. "I've never seen this face before." His underling yelled, "Hey, who are you? What year are you? Don't you know the rules here? When we're smoking in the bathroom, no one else is allowed in." But the other person wasn't scared at all. In fact, the corner of his mouth lifted into a smirk. This made the underling even angrier. "Hey, our boss is pissed right now. You little punk." In a fit of rage, he charged forward. "You want a beating?" The other student stopped him with just one finger. That light as a feather touch made him freeze. Sweat pouring down his forehead. His entire arm went numb. He couldn't move it. The other person replied calmly, so violent and irritable, "You really haven't been taught well. What year am I in? I'm not a student at this school. My age is greater than all of yours combined. I'm just dressed like this to blend in more easily. I am a cultivator." His fingers twisted into the other's collar. "I've been observing you for a long time. This fist shouldn't be aimed at me. You all have someone else in mind." A kind of magic seeped into his words. Why not let this feeling of hatred grow larger? Even larger? Then go and vent it. How about giving him a good beating? That energy shot straight into the heads of the 3 of them. And that's why the Thi Chathin was now being assaulted by them. Their feet stomped down hard, pinning his hands. "I'm gonna leave his shoe print on his face." He still tried to reason with them. "Hey, what are you doing?" The guy growled in response. "What are we doing?" "Teacher, I've wanted to beat you up for a long time." They squeezed his neck tightly. "Why do you have to get in our way? Why do you want to change our way of life?" He struggled to get the words out. "Because I want. They punched him square in the face. "I don't care what you want." The guy's eyes were filled with hatred. "You could have just left people like us alone. You'd be happy, and we'd be happy. Everyone could live in peace. Wouldn't that be better?" The reason stuck in Chathin's throat was because I want to teach you. The bamboo's talk cried out helplessly from the corner of the room. "Hey, stop it. If you keep this up, he'll die." Chathin's body trembled as he tried to persuade them. "It's because I've seen a path that is wider and happier." The bamboo stalk fell into a panic, its eyes wide as it watched the scene unfold. His eyes began to close. "I must show you," and that bamboo plant. His arm went limp before he could finish his last wish. A blinding light suddenly erupted in the room, shattering the glass windows. The 3 students were thrown straight out of the building because they deserved it. The loud noise woke Chathin from his unconscious state. A familiar voice rang out. "Are you awake yet? Can you hear me? Lie down for a bit longer. You'll be fine. By the way, I threw your students from the 3rd floor. But they'll be fine too." The bamboo's talk had transformed into a human and was sitting beside him. "I guess you could say I saved your life." He was so shocked that he sat bolt upright. Who are you?" The bamboo spirit, with a few leaves still stuck in his hair, answered the question. "I'm the bamboo you raised. I transformed into a human earlier than planned to protect you." It smiled. "So, now that I have a human body, I want to experience that path you're always talking about. Want to teach me how?" Teacher. Chapter 29. The story comes to an end here. After that, there was no after that. Chathin scowled, displeased. "What do you mean? What a letdown." Tromla held up a slice of watermelon he hadn't bitten into yet. "The villain just showed up. Shouldn't there be a big battle? I haven't even bought more melon yet." He gently pushed up his glasses. "Because after that, the villain never showed up again. From then on, I explained the situation to him. I've been protecting him ever since. In truth, they did come to a small agreement back then. Now, I'll be honest. The situation for both of us is extremely dangerous. Those students who beat you are being controlled. There's a cultivator hiding in the school, and he's after my body." Chathin didn't care about that and blushed slightly. "The way you said that sounds a little suggestive." The bamboo spirit immediately pinned him down. "Shut up. In short, I can't run away anymore. Even though I've healed. If I leave now, it won't be long before your precious students all become butchers. One by one, their souls will be extracted to refine demons. And then they'll be used to force me out." He asked worriedly. Then what do we do?" The bamboo spirit immediately affirmed. "What to do? Of course. We stick together like shadows. Not a single step apart. I must be by your side at all times to protect you. And we can't attract anyone's attention. If that's the case, there's only one way. He came up with a great idea. How about this? I can conveniently protect you while also experiencing that path he mentioned. Want to try teaching me? Teacher. In the end, what he became was the pointer for the blackboard. This word, desire, means hoping to obtain something one shouldn't. Remember this, it's a key point on the test. The students in the class had strange expressions on their faces as they learned it. Thethine pushed up his glasses as usual. The students below whispered, "Hey, see that? The pointer in his hand. That's the bamboo stalk he planted before. He dug it up from behind the mountain, took it home, and in the end, made it into a pointer. He blatantly uprooted it. He's always at school. Before, when he shooed us away, I thought he was some tree-hugging environmentalist." The bamboo also reminded him, "Hey, be gentle." The python snapped, "Shut up. Pointers can't talk." He hesitantly concluded the arduous story. That was 36 years ago. Since then, I've been a teaching pointer. Theothene casually added, "But it really did work for monitoring and preventing things." He dejectedly refused. All right. Stop talking. The more I hear, the stupider it sounds." He suddenly flew into a rage. But this plan had a flaw. I was used for a full 36 years and broke 5 blackboards in the process. As a result, because the precautions were so strict, there were no openings. I protected him until he retired, and the villain never even showed his face. Thatchthene silently assessed. This guy probably likes being a dramatic character. Shrangla, beside him, also grimaced. This kind of story sounds like it's building up to a final battle the night before, but then it just fizzles out. It's so unsatisfying. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying a few bamboo leaves with it. In the end, everything was very peaceful. And then, a mild stroke. A few years ago, that teacher passed away from an illness. You could say he died young. Since it was afternoon, the sky turned a golden yellow. In the end, he hoped that the glasses were gently removed, would continue in his footsteps here. The real python, on his sickbed, urged him, "Brother Truck, you will surely live longer than me. I probably can't accompany you any longer. Would you like to try being a teacher?" He looked nostalgically at the keepsake. "So, in the end, you became a teacher." "That's right. These glasses were left behind by him. I suppose I've been with him, protecting him, and also continuing his life story." After sharing, Ethan put them back on. "I've told you all my memories. I'm still continuing to be here. 1. To fulfill the last wish of the deceased. A few years ago, I submitted a fake resume to the school. But because I had listened to 36 years of lectures, I have no problem teaching." The topic shifted. "Also, thinking about the culprit from that year. After so many years, my intuition tells me he's still somewhere, watching me. Student Thatchthene, I called you out here just this once, to tell you everything, and also to ask you a favor. The fact that I'm not human, please don't tell the other students. Can you do that?" Thatchthene was silent for a few minutes. Then he suddenly smiled brightly. "Let's just say, a supervising teacher who's a demon, and this fat guy gaining 5 kilograms. Both can surprise me quite a bit. It's not worth mentioning. I won't tell anyone." A look of joy spread across Bethen's face. He thought all these words to himself. "Honestly, hearing your story, I'm not scared at all. On the contrary, I feel a sense of warmth. Your experience isn't any different from a human's. There are tears and laughter. So, nothing is impossible." The two below continued their exchange. "Also, teacher, please help me with something. If you're a type of plant, then can you tell me where to find the ingredients for this prescription? Let me see." The vision gradually narrowed in someone's eyes. The cultivator, Tin, was actually observing them from above, always waiting for an opportunity. The next few days passed peacefully. So after talking with the teacher, everything went back to normal for me. Thatchthene sat in a restaurant, devouring bowl after bowl, hungry. Next, he went to the gym, making all the girls swoon, helping out at the gym. He also got attention at school from the boys. I heard Theme beat up another gang of thugs. Our dad is still the best dad. A young man eagerly offered him a drink. "Dad, please have some bitter melon juice." He refused them. "I don't want bitter melon juice. I want a Netflix and chill." When he got to class, his desk was covered in love letters of every color. He casually opened them to have a look, getting attention from the girls. When night fell, Thatchthene was focused on his computer. But there was another eye-opening development. Thethene looked surprised during their previous conversation. "So you've only just been exposed to cultivation?" He nodded in response. "That's right." He suddenly took out a pen and paper to write something. "Then I have to send you this website." Thatchthene furrowed his brow. Confused. "Website?" He handed over the piece of paper. "Yes. This website has a lot of necessary things. Anyway, find some time to register. Call me when you do." Thatchthien was now typing in the address. He pressed the enter key to access the mysterious website. The very first thing he saw made Thatchthien's jaw drop. The blue light from the screen reflected in his wide-open eyes. The title of the page was in bold Traditional Arts Protection website. Below it was the slogan Coexist in Prosperity. Share courage, mutual support, share glory and shame. Not only that, but there were also many categories: public service, alchemy research, medical treatment, home insurance, cultivator quality, family formation, social security, transportation inquiry. Even the search bar had suggested topics. Welcome back. Welcome to China. Cultivation. Realm breakthrough. Convenient public inquiry. Thatchthien immediately slammed the table and shouted, "What the hell?" He quickly picked up the phone to call. "Hello, teacher? What kind of state do cultivators in this era live in?" Thatchthien on the other end of the line said cheerfully. "You opened the website, didn't you? Well then, there are about 1.2 million of us." The phone almost slipped from his hand. "Huh?" The voice continued from the receiver. "In this world, people with extraordinary abilities exist, including," he explained further to Thatchthien, "telekinesis, controlling water and fire, making poisons, monsters becoming gods, soul snatching, all sorts of cultivation types. But people like us, there are probably about 1.2 million. His explanation became more and more mysterious. "They are all called," he was unconsciously drawn in. "They are called." Thatchthien's punchline shattered the illusionaires of traditional handicrafts. He continued calmly. "That's right. These are all considered intangible cultural heritage. So there's a specialized website for these disciplines. In short, some seniors created it to prevent them from being lost to time. I heard the government was even involved." Thatchthien couldn't believe it and yelled, "Lost to time? What the hell?" Thatchthien gave an example. "Look, nowadays, a sniper rifle's bullet speed is 1.0 meters per second. And most cultivators can't dodge it. A mortal with a gun can take them down in one shot. And those renegades who use their powers for illegal activities, quite a few are shot and killed every year. Also, anyone who does things against the rules will be protected. According to reports, my educational methods have been criticized quite a few times over the years. There used to be some who practice the old ways. In this environment, many cultivation methods are both energy-consuming and fruitless. For example, Wang Shi spent 20 years carefully cultivating poison goo. But the results were not good. The very next day, his wife scolded him for not having a proper job, and they just got poorer. The end of that story was harsh. In the blink of an eye, the neighbor's kid dropped out to work in the city, and soon bought a multi-story building, a spacious building. After a while, gradually, no one learned it anymore. Even Thatchthien had to agree. That's true. Cultivation in this era is really too impractical. Thatchthien casually rambled on. Anyway, just look up some information here. It won't hurt. Later on, there will be someone to guide you to interact with other fellow Taoists. Every year, there's even a cultural event organized to strengthen the bonds between fellow Taoists. Things like tourism, gatherings, matchmaking, youthful confessions, and lectures. Hearing this dream, his face darkened. This is getting more and more unrealistic. Thatchthien suddenly mentioned something. "Oh right, you can also receive monthly supplies of cooking oil and rice." Thatchthien immediately paid attention to that. "Wait, how much can I get? I'm asking you, teacher, how much can I get?" Following the teacher's instructions, he created a profile-type transmigrator. Ability awakening. Below, there was a question: describe your ability. Please refer to a literary work that most closely corresponds to your state and fill it in the appendix. Both hands emit heat daily. Beside me is a ghost who calls himself the fire god, who has slept for thousands of years and has just woken up. He immediately turned to ask Strongla, "Haven't you started learning how to read web novels these past few days? There's a novel about a young punk with a ring. And inside that ring is some old guy. What's his name? I need to fill it in on the form. Hurry up. We can get free food." For real. A few more days passed. And then, after filling out the form, for a long time after that, I didn't notice anything. I didn't get any response. But on another front, something big did happen. Thatchthien arrived at school with an even more dazzling aura than usual. He pulled out his chair and gently sat down in his seat. His eyes glanced down under his desk out of habit. "Thanks." His rummaging hands seemed to have found something. When he opened it, the object in the box was so dazzling he had to cry out. It was clearly a very valuable silver ring. This is... Thatchthien immediately shot up. "Who sent this? Sending letters and stuffing them in my desk every day is one thing. But now they're sending gifts. And valuables, too. This person must be loaded. This is too extravagant." The students in the class all had 3 words on their faces: so envious. The silver ring even had exquisitely carved English letters. And then, the very next day, Thatchthene pulled out a new item. On the third day, it was a very large heart-shaped box of chocolates. On the fourth day, that person gave Thatchthene a whole 3 rillion. On the fifth day, he was even more astonished because the gift was from an expensive luxury brand. In summary, after 5 days, his desk was overflowing with no empty space. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. This is too much. He immediately thought of one person. It's all so random. It seems like they're trying to figure out what I like. Also, the gift giver didn't sign their name, so I can't return it. They want to serve the people without leaving a name. That day, he brought the box of love letters home and dumped them out. Tronle asked, "What are you doing?" As he sifted through them, he replied, "I'm looking through every single one." They were all full of sweet words. "My dearest Thene, by the time you read this letter, you owe me a hug. If you don't throw it away, you owe me a kiss for keeping it. You owe me a date." Thatchthene seriously concluded, "These are all the love letters I've received since I lost weight. I've kept all of them." Everyone was so serious. I couldn't just throw them away after reading them. By the way, to sum it up, the purpose of these letters can be divided into 3 types. He pointed out the key points one by wanting to know my weight loss experience, wanting me to be their dad, or simply lusting after my body. Especially the last type. Their feelings are incredibly passionate. It's like they want to reach out from the letter and touch my face. These things were beyond Tronle's imagination, so he just silently questioned it all. The box in his hand was about to be thrown in anger. And no matter which type, I've read them all 3 times. I couldn't find any letter from the person who keeps sending me these precious gifts. Is there a secret Santa? Tronle chimed in. Yeah, I'm getting jealous. Thatchthene immediately gave him a stinging slap across the face. Afterwards, holding his cheek, he said, "If you think about it, they want to remain anonymous because they don't want you to return the gifts." Thatchthene was stunned for a moment. Maybe they think that if these items can make you happy, while also making you feel a bit burdened, it's like leveling up their idol. He tiredly slumped into his chair. "I can't take it." "Stop," Thatchthene declared loudly. "I have principles when it comes to handling things. I don't need this stuff. I'll leave it all in the original packaging. I'll return it sooner or later." His cheeks were actually flushed red with frustration. Honestly, in the midst of his emotional turmoil, his stomach let out a loud growl. He pounced on the pile of gifts like a hungry tiger. Tronle didn't even have time to warn him. "You." Thatchthene ignored his words. "Hungry. I remember there were chocolates among the things I received. I'll just eat one piece first. Just one." Chapter 32. The sunlight from the window disturbed the sound sleeper. A few days later, things got even more complicated. The phone on the bed buzzed incessantly from a call. Unknown number. Half asleep. Thatchthene reached for it. His tired voice came through. "It's so early. Who is it?" The person on the other end started aggressively. "Hello? Is this Thatchthene?" They cheerfully delivered the news. "Hello. I'm a customer service representative from the Traditional Arts Protection website. We have received your form. We will be coming to the address you provided on the form this week to conduct a verification. But before that, you can join the VX group for the cities near you." Thatchthene was instantly awake and picked up his phone to look. The QR code has already been sent to your phone. This is a special notification just for you. He furrowed his brows tightly. This is too modern. The phone displayed a QR code with the title Shanghai Exchange Group 7. Thatchthene decided to follow the instructions and join. The moment he joined, the flood of notifications startled him. People in the group were all advertising. Shanghai Exchange Group 7. Perfect flavor. Sweet and juicy oranges now available. Starting order price is only 58 yuan to bring home 100 yuan worth. Delicious oranges rich in vitamin C. Picked straight from the orchard. Long white denim. Original price 16 yuan. Current price 39 yuan. Comes with a free high-quality denim belt. Soft and comfortable. Great experience. 3D tailoring. Slim. Wearing it will reveal your curves. Suitable for all occasions. Free shipping. How to buy. IP. How to make money fast. Even while lying down. Thatchthene's jaw dropped in astonishment. The conversation suddenly exploded. What kind of group is this? He had just recovered when his phone buzzed again. This message came with a red envelope. Let's work hard today too. Wishing you wealth and prosperity. Great fortune and luck. People in the chat responded excitedly. Morning. Chief True. Morning. Ancestor True. Chief True is so generous. Thanks. Boss. He immediately noticed that person. Someone's talking. True. Ancestor. The mysterious figure laughed heartily. It's a new day. This world is dog eat dog. Let's all work hard together. A toast to our friendship. The others quickly started flattering him. I'll share some experience I've recently accumulated. Cultivation experience accumulated by Ancestor True. Thank you, Ancestor True. A role model for the cultivation world. A folder named Precious Books was sent by the mysterious figure. Thanks. Chief True. Thatch Thien grew a little curious. Precious books of the immortals? The first thing that caught his eye was the bold text how to make money on WeChat, followed by the table of contents. He didn't need to scroll any further before slamming his phone on the ground. The anger welling up inside him made him clench his teeth. Nevertheless, Thatch Thien politely sent a few messages. Amazing. Amazing. I'm leaving the group now. The person named Chief True shifted their attention to him. This is... Wait. A new person. After resolutely leaving, Thatch Thien continued to receive notifications. The mysterious figure sent a friend request. Chief True knows you. Through the Shanghai Ability Group 7. Hi newbie. Are you from the same city as me? I'm in SH City. Do you want to make money together? I've already made over 10,000 this month. I'll give you 3% of the profits. His face scrunched up. That guy added me as a friend. He rudely sent a reply. Get lost. Wait, isn't this a cultivation group? The mysterious figure casually admitted. Of course it is. He typed another message. So, before he could finish asking, the other side explained. But, cultivators are all so poor they can barely survive. So gradually, everyone went out to earn a living. Thatch Thien silently guessed. This is toxic. His texting attitude softened. So you really are some kind of ancestor. The person replied cheerfully. What ancestor? I'm not that great. They just call me that because I make a lot of money. Then Chief True reminded him. Listen up. Newbie, the richer you are, the more people will respect you. That's the unwritten rule of the cultivation world. The anger inside him was about to erupt, and he didn't want to get involved any further. He decisively refused. I think I should still leave the group. Leaving. Chief True hurriedly tried to keep him. Wait. Oh right. Newbie. What do you do? He immediately set a boundary with the person. Stop with the sales pitch. I'm not changing careers. I'm a student at SH number 1 high school. 11th grade. Chief True suddenly had a very strong reaction to that sentence. The message was also filled with surprise. We're classmates. Really? Trust me. You'll understand. Our class has a student named Thatch Thien. Do you know him? Chief True affirmed. That's right. He's the leader of the Thien Dine Temple support group. This time, it was Thatch Thien's turn to be so shocked that his hands and feet trembled. You can. The other person continued to brat. Really? I've always been following student Thatch Thien. I even take candid photos of him sometimes. Let me send you one. His mouth hung open at those words. Chief True was even very proud. Moreover, I've been giving him gifts lately. I've been secretly giving them every day for a week now. I like him a lot. I'm being so considerate and caring. Do you think we could become friends? Newbie. Thatch Thien's whole body trembled violently. His limbs stiff. Unable to reply. Chief True started to confide. But, hasn't student Thatch Thien lost weight recently? When he's skinny, he's not as cute anymore. I hope he can gain a little weight. The person who had been scaring Thatch Thien all this time was enthusiastically typing. Dai Hung sat on her bed. Behind her were plastered photos of him from fat to thin. She smiled happily. Oh right. What year are you in? What class? The view shifted towards Dai Hung. Some people like the rich. If not the rich, they'll like something else. Some people like handsome guys. Dai Hung shyly confessed her feelings. And some people like fat guys. I have someone I like. This is a little secret hidden in a young girl's soul. Her story began. The girl named True Dai Hung was a very ordinary girl when she was very young. True Dai Hung's math test, with a big fat 0 circled. Next to it was a very thick book. 5-3. Middle school entrance exam. 3 years of mock tests. She picked up her pen and wrote something aggressively in her notebook. Her father walked in with a stick. Dai Hung, stop it. When she saw him, she screamed. Dad. Her father's booming voice replied. Dai Hung. Dai Hung said resentfully. You jerk. Are you finally going to beat me because of my grades? Her father just raised his hand threateningly a few times. Dad, how could I? You've clearly never passed a single subject from childhood until now. Moreover, it's not just you. Dad has never passed a single subject from childhood until now either. He sat down and reminded her. Give up. Not being academically gifted is our family's talent. We simply don't have the aptitude for studying. The main reason is the character pass on the headband you're wearing is written wrong. Dai Hung froze for a moment, her brain slowly processing the situation. Then she quickly took off the headband. Her father smiled mysteriously. But studying isn't the only path. Today, Dad will tell you our family's secret. The stick he carried was actually a secret place to hide things. He took out an old book titled The Mysteries of Feng Shui Yin and Yang in 15 characters. The stick turned into a flag that fluttered with the aura he emitted. Her dad declared decisively. This book is a manuscript passed down from the Western Zhou dynasty. If you learn it, you can read fortunes anytime, and they'll be extremely accurate. This flag is very eye-catching and powerful. Once you've memorized it and mastered the contents of this book, you can set up a fortune-telling stall across the street. He proudly asserted. This is the profession our ancestors left for our family. I have the nickname True the Great Fortunately. I've even read the fortunes of great figures. Even if you're not good at studying, you can become rich through your own efforts. Her dad muttered to himself. Also, you can't divine lottery numbers. If you do things that go against the laws of nature, you'll be protected. Retribution. Dae-hung on the side was crying. I want to pass. Her face fell, seeing no hope. But a second later, she had an epiphany. Wait, that's not right. If I just want to pass. That's right. That should work too. Dae-hung suggested. Dad, can you teach me fortune telling now? Her father was surprised. I thought I'd have to persuade you for a while longer. On the day of the regular exam, a few coins fell onto Dae-hung's desk. She began to chant. First, look at the fate chart. Second, medium blade. Second, look at the major periods. Third, see prosperity and decline. Fourth, see life and death's advance and retreat. Fifth, see if the spirits are auspicious or inauspicious. Sixth, see the position of the Yao lines. Seventh, see escape from bondage. Eighth, see tears shed. Ninth, see external judgment. The coins clattered for a while and then gradually settled. She peeked with one eye to check. 3 heads. No tails. Still yang. Dae-hung focused on the question and made a decision. Which answer should I choose for this question? At other times, she even used tarot cards, stunning the class. Each card swirled in her hands as if by magic. She focused and called out to them. Tarot cards. Tarot cards. Please tell me. At that exact moment, Dae-hung's eyes flew open. She drew a card from the previously shuffled deck. The card was held tightly between the fingers. The sun. Reversed. Dae-hung quickly filled in the answer. Alright. This question is X. The teacher at the front reminded them. There are 15 minutes left. Please check your answers. The blackboard clearly stated. Final exam. The whole class was captivated by her actions. Dae-hung held her pen and wrote with exquisite strokes. She gestured with both hands, pouring her emotions into the pen. Soon, the magic circle was successfully drawn. The final step was to push the pen into the circle. It rolled next to the paper that already had the interpretation written on it. Dae-hung thought excitedly. I have the answer. She no longer feared the test paper before her. Simple. To simple. This isn't even cheating. I'm using my own ability to do this. A bright smile bloomed in the exam room for the first time. I can do this. After so much effort, Dae-hung obtained the red diploma on Imhat City Middle School graduation diploma. The grades written on the paper were all 60 seconds. And so, the young girl made it through middle school and finally moved up. Her grades were considered passable. And she got into the same school as Thatchtheen, in a room with a sign that read Grade 10. Group 2. The teacher sat at her desk, holding a few papers with a tired expression. P. Thatchtheen suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. He could see it. What's wrong? Why the long face? The person jumped in surprise. Supervisor Lam. She shared with difficulty. Nothing. Just a new student who's giving me a headache. The teacher held up the test paper. She can get almost all the multiple choice questions right. But the more complex the open-ended questions are, the more she gets wrong. Her Chinese and English essays are full of errors. And for math, physics, and chemistry, she can only write the final answer. What kind of bizarre answers are these? She buried her face in her hands and sighed. I really can't understand kids these days. After hearing this, Thatchtheen gently pushed up his glasses. He smiled. How interesting. The other teacher was even more confused. Interesting. Thatchtheen's face suddenly turned fearsome. Well, if that's the case, we must come up with some countermeasures. How about I write the questions for this semester's 11th grade literature final? After that, the school's exam rules were changed. Final exam. Last day. Lecture hall. 10th and 11th graders sitting mixed together. The proctor in the lecture hall announced to the room. The 11th grade will take their last 3 exams today: history and politics. Please pass the test papers down. Dae-hung took the test paper as usual, but immediately noticed something unusual. Her world fell into an awkward silence. The characters filled the page. This is... What? Why are there only essay questions? Dae-hung thought worriedly. The questions are so difficult. Fortune telling is completely useless. Tears began to well up. I clearly relied on fortune telling to stabilize my grades this semester. And it's all essays. I can't just guess. Not only will I get a 0, but I'll have to turn in a blank paper. Streams of tears flowed down her cheeks at the fear of being seen as an outcast. Dae-hung had been scolded by a teacher in front of the class before. What did you write? Is the answer invisible? The classmates whispered among themselves. My high school life, which had just started to look up, is now completely ruined. But she still tried to reassure herself. No. I have to at least copy a few sentences from the book. I can't turn in a blank paper. Dai-hung's eyes darted up and down repeatedly. Unfortunately for her, the proctor's sharp eyes had noticed. Now she understood. So under the piercing gaze of the proctor, the young girl understood she was doomed. She didn't even know how to cheat. Her father's whispered words from before came rushing back. If you do things that go against the laws of nature, you will face retribution. Dai-hung shed tears and almost accepted the truth. Is this my retribution? She clenched her hands together. God, anyone at all. I'll pay any price. Please someone come and help me. Time ticked by. The clock hands making a few more rounds. At one point, Thatch-Thien burst through the door. His large body brushed past her. Sorry teacher. I'm late. Dai-hung, who was silently sobbing, was drawn by the voice. Her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Thatch-Thien transformed into an angel with wings, descending to the mortal world. Dai-hung had to use the most exquisite words to describe that moment. When the person in front of me sat nearby, the four corners of the girl's world, the entire room, went dark. It was a shadow like a mountain. She was dazed for a moment. Her reflection in his eyes. The broad back in front of me. Dai-hung slowly raised a hand. Made it hard to resist the urge to touch. Her finger lightly touched Thatch-Thien's back. When she let go, the layer of flesh bounced back on its own. A wave of emotion washed over her after she was sure it was real. Dai-hung's eyes glistened, and even more. Just like a real father. A sense of security that puts one at ease. At that moment, a warm ray of sunlight shone into her soul. The young girl thought, while cheating with all her might, Dai-hung's life also changed. From then on, the young girl's grades no longer passed. But she vowed to study seriously. No more cheating. But besides that, the unexpected encounter that day, that white figure in front of her, was forever etched in the young girl's mind. That broad back made her happy. The young girl began to develop feelings for him. The young girl began to investigate him. The young girl had someone she liked. Chapter 35. That's what Dai-hung just shared. So that was our unexpected encounter. The encounter between me and student Thatch-Thien. Each of her messages seemed to bloom like a flower. From that day on, I started to have feelings for him. He was truly like an angel sent down from heaven. A Prince Charming who came to rescue me. Thatch-Thien's face on the other side was so grim it was hard to look at. He secretly vowed to himself. From now on, if I'm late for an exam again, I'm a dog. Dai-hung actually hadn't finished her story. Moreover, after that, no matter where, she stood nearby, watching him struggle to get on the bus. No matter where. Not only that, he also often led the running team at school. 1-2. 1-2. At the cafeteria, countless students surrounded him and called out, Dad! Dad! Dai-hung looked at him with admiration. She wrote down her thoughts as a message. No matter where in the school, I always saw him. His figure stood out among thousands, always capturing my gaze. Thatch-Thien silently bit his lip. That's not right. It's just because I was too fat. The previous question was suddenly brought up again. Oh right. What's your name? What class are you in? This question made him freeze awkwardly. Sweat streamed down his cheeks. What is happening? Thatch-Thien decisively typed a line. I am him. He trembled uncontrollably. In the end, he gave in. He couldn't go on. The message sent to Dai-hung was changed. I'm just a passerby from the 11th grade. Not anyone important. But, I'm in the same class as student Thatch-Thien. We're friends. Her jaw dropped in surprise. And she sat up straight. Thatch-Thien used that as an excuse to urge her. Listen to me. Why don't you try not sending gifts anymore and just meet him to talk face to face? He quickly made up another reason. After he received the gifts, he told me that he's always hoped to get to know you. He hopes you won't be so secretive. It's better to just become friends. In the end, he decisively said, Go meet him. No matter what difficulties we face. Don't be afraid. Just smile and face it. The best way to face your fear is to face it head on. You can do it. After pouring out that long speech, Thatch-Thien finally relaxed and put down his phone. Trongla beside him was very curious. What's wrong? He didn't answer and just thought to himself. For now, I'll just say that. She had just finished reading his advice and her eyes lit up. Dai-hung shyly covered her face. This idea is too bold. Just when it seemed like the matter was settled, Thatch-Thien couldn't manage a smile. Then he started laughing. After their conversation a few days ago, his desk now had a gift box several times larger. Still the same. The next day, it was a pile of snacks with packaging that sparkled like stars. The third day, it was a meticulously packaged set of skewers. The following week, it turned into a complete and nutritious fast food meal. Thatch-Thien silently observed the pile of stuff. Talking didn't work. Moreover, the gifts are gradually turning into food. He wasn't happy but still ate them. She's definitely watching me secretly. How annoying. Eating this stuff. I can't keep the weight off. The box of chicken was easily crushed in Thatchthin's hand. So I can only. Soon. His stomach was completely full. Impressive. I ate it all. Just show yourself and support me for life. The classroom door was suddenly pushed open by someone's arm. His classmate called out hurriedly. Thien Ka. Is Dad Thien here? He quickly reported the news. Thien Ka. There's a girl from the 10th grade in the hallway. No one knows her. She's been waiting here for a while. Says she wants to see you. This was outside Thatchthin's expectations. So he grunted. In the end, the two finally met, creating a pink-hued scene. Chapter 36. Thatchthin looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Is it really her? It's really her. Dai-hung kept stammering, not daring to speak. Student Thatchthin. After gathering all her courage, she smiled and asked him. I want to take photos for Student Thatchthin. Seeing their conversation, the crowd began to buzz with discussion. Look. Another girl is here to ask Thien Ka. This is the 3rd time this month, right? Dai-hung smiled and placed a hand on her chest, announcing to everyone. Isn't Student Thatchthin working part-time at the gym? I've contacted the manager there. We've decided to take photos while you're working out and use them to make a great poster. It's convenient for promotion and also for me to keep. Her face became full of anticipation. I said it. If I say it like this, it should be okay. I can use this opportunity to get to know him. She even asked herself, will he agree? An image of Thatchthin training seriously appeared. Come on, with me. He even proudly showed off his 8-pack, making everyone eagerly anticipate. Student Thatchthin, show us more. Everything seemed to explode in front of the camera. Burn. Your big pecs. A little more exaggeration in your expression. Thatchthin was quite tired and kept taking big gulps of water. Show more. Seeing his friend had arrived, he asked in surprise. Boss, you know her? What's she like? Her face became very excited as she recounted. Student True Dai-hung. I've known her for a long time. Although she's a bit mysterious, she's very cute. This time, she was the one who proactively offered to help me shoot the poster. She didn't forget to add, oh right, the compass I always have on me was also a gift from her. At several crucial moments, it helped me attract good luck. That's also how I ended up picking you up. Student Thatchthin. Thatchthin was a bit bewildered listening to these words. So the gym's business has been getting better and better. This was Thatchthin's question. It's all thanks to Dai-hung and that Doraemon of hers. His face showed that he seemed to understand something more. He turned his head to look at Dai-hung, who was still seriously filming. This picture isn't good. Your soul has left your body. Delete it. Delete it. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to downtown Dongsun. This vast place was the New Century pedestrian street. The Grandmaster set up a stall there, constantly calculating. The promotional sign clearly read naming, palm reading, physiognomies, divine physician calculator on earth, demigod. The price list next to it was also very clear: Le Clive Yuan, Health Diet Yuan, Stocks Mentian Yuan, Fortune and 20 Yuan, Defy Heaven and Change Fate. Welcome. The Grandmaster earnestly waited to see if he would have any luck today. Passers-by saw him and started discussing loudly. What a lunatic. Telling fortunes in this day and age. So ridiculous. Look. There's a fortune teller here. Suddenly, a large footstep approached, startling everyone on the street. This person walked towards the Grandmaster, who was still sitting and calculating, catching his attention. Her face was very serious as she asked, Hey old man, how much for a fortune? Though a bit surprised, the Grandmaster still announced. 5 yuan. Seeing this, the woman generously pulled out a bill. Alright, I believe you. They don't believe you, but I want to believe you. She didn't forget to place a hand on her chest and introduce herself very proudly. I'm from the biggest square dancing troupe in this area, the leader of the Huaxi troupe. I'm here for a love reading. Tell me, between me and my rival, Li Diep, the leader of the Yepshi troupe, who will be able to pursue the newly retired Professor Wang this year? Though a bit confused, the Grandmaster still slowly extended his hand forward. Give me your hand. He grabbed the woman's hand tightly to read her fortune, startling her a bit. She quickly snatched her hand back and scolded loudly. Hey, what are you doing? The Grandmaster was about to explain something. Bone reading. But the woman had become furious and cursed. Gently. Are you trying to crush my hand? Wait, where's the result? Seeing the woman causing a scene, the Grandmaster quickly explained. Bone reading doesn't work like that. I'm very professional. It's not a half-assed job. Also, from what I just saw, your love life this year is a bit bumpy. At this stage, it's not looking good. He didn't forget to add his speculation. Perhaps this year, when you get home, you'll see your rival kissing that professor in front of your community gate. Right after the Grandmaster finished speaking, the woman kicked him and turned to leave. He clutched his body in pain and slowly sat up. Ouch, Ouch. Ouch. Thinking about what happened made him furious. Weirdo. Weirdo. Just as the Grandmaster was still confused, Yu Tin slowly approached. No. It's not that she's weird. She's just a mortal. She simply doesn't understand. Seeing him suddenly appear here made the Grandmaster very confused. You. Who are you? Are you also here for a fortune reading? Yu Tin just smiled gently and replied. Not just that. I hope to form an alliance with you. Grandmaster. Mortals don't recognize Mount Tai. That they would let you fall to this state. It truly pains one's heart. His face was somewhat sad as he continued to judge. That woman doesn't understand anything. But I know. You are master. Considered a top-ranking figure among divination cultivators. Over on the other side. After hearing the Grandmaster's words, the woman was furious. But the scene before her made her freeze on the spot. The fortune was accurate. All calculations were professional. The professor was flustered, not knowing where to begin. Li Dayep. Li Dayep. I can't take it anymore. Dayep blushed shyly and stammered. Professor 1. Me too. And so, the two of them shared a sweet kiss right in front of the woman. Back to Yu Tin. He smiled and praised the Grandmaster. You're the one who has been hiding your identity in the martial world for a long time. The high-level ancestor. Right? The Grandmaster gave a very smug smile and slowly peeled off his fake beard. Unexpected. Truly unexpected. I hid so well. For so long. But in the end, I was still recognized. He laughed loudly as he packed up his things. Feeling he couldn't stay here any longer, the Grandmaster quickly packed everything into his familiar van. While Yu Tin wasn't looking, the Grandmaster quickly got in the van and drove off. Seeing the situation wasn't right, he quickly chased after him. Yu Tin's face became desperate as he continuously chased him. What are you doing? Stop running, Grandmaster. But the Grandmaster didn't care about his words and continued to charge forward. Less nonsense. As long as I run fast enough, you won't be able to catch me. I bet you've never seen the speed of this van. This time, I definitely won't fall into your hands again. This series of actions by the Grandmaster made him extremely angry. Unable to take it anymore, Yu Tin used all his strength to lift the Grandmaster's van into the air with one hand. Stop for me. Seeing the situation was not good, he quickly shouted. Damn it. I clearly read the hexagrams this morning. Nothing unexpected was supposed to happen. Yu Tin immediately added. I already said it. I came to form an alliance. Grandmaster. His face had become very annoyed. First, I'm not the city management. Second, I'm not from the Traditional Arts Protection website. You can rest assured, because I myself am also on their wanted list. Hearing this, the Grandmaster's eyes lit up. Really? He nodded with great certainty. It's true. Look into my sincere eyes. Sometime later, the two of them entered a restaurant to enjoy a meal. After hearing the story, the Grandmaster had to nod in agreement. Yes. Yes. You're not wrong. After speaking, he buried his head in the food on the table. The Grandmaster's eyes were very determined, and as he declared, I really was once the leader of the community. Still not feeling full, he quickly drank a large bowl of soup. His series of actions left Yu Tin stunned and speechless on the spot. Grandmaster. That's 6 bowls. How on earth did you end up like this? The Grandmaster laughed and explained while picking his teeth with a toothpick. It's an old story. Even a smart person makes mistakes sometimes. I was just unlucky and miscalculated 1 hexagram. He slowly recounted that day when he was sitting at his computer screen. At that time, due to an incident, I found an online casino in Australia that provided online licensing services for card players. The next scene on the computer changed, causing the Grandmaster to freeze for a moment. So I gave it a try, thinking I could do it. I could use divination to avoid risks. Thinking about what happened to him, the Grandmaster was filled with despair. As a result, a month later, I kept losing. No matter how I calculated, I couldn't win. I bet all my pension money until the day I couldn't turn back. He continued to eat with his chopsticks while telling the story over and over. Then, I became poor. This story tells us, you really can't tell fortunes related to money. Yu Tin was a bit speechless upon hearing this and thought to himself. That's not it at all. Is it? Remembering something, the Grandmaster looked up at him. So, young man, what do you believe I can do for you? Tell me your story. Hearing him ask, he also slowly recounted everything. Me? My problem is a bit more complicated. Grandmaster, I won't hide it from you. I'm not human. I'm a demon who cultivated to become a spirit. After finishing, Yu Tin didn't forget to transform right in front of the Grandmaster. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to his original form. My body is just that of a mole. Seeing this scene, the Grandmaster was also stunned. Wait, you're revealing your true form like this? Aren't you afraid someone will see? Yu Tin laughed and reassured him. It's fine. I've cast an illusion spell. At that moment, 2 thugs walked in from outside. They quickly called out, "Boss, a plate of stir-fried tomatoes." The boss heard and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Tim became even more smug. "See, they can't see it." He immediately coughed a few times and continued his story. "I've gotten off topic. The truth is, I'm also in a miserable state right now. It's mainly because I eat bamboo. Before, near here, there was a mountain. On the mountain, there was bamboo. In it, there was a mountain. Among them was one of the biggest stalks, full of nutrients. I was saving it to eat on my 1000th birthday." The more he spoke, the stranger he became. Then one day, that stalk suddenly became a spirit. The food that was right in my mouth was lost. Moreover, it even survived the lightning tribulation, and all the bamboo on the mountain was burned to a crisp. Aiden turned his head to look at the Grandmaster, who was still listening silently. The scariest thing is, I realized afterwards that I couldn't beat him. He quickly recounted everything. I pretended to be a student and observed that bamboo for 40 years. Not a single slip-up. He had seen Aiden being friendly with humans. I've always been watching him. From a normal teacher to being promoted to head of academic affairs. Aiden even saw him get to know many other people. I saw him recently even befriended a cultivator. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. "Tell me, a mole wants to eat bamboo. What's wrong with that? I am justice." Seeing this, the Grandmaster quickly calmed him down. "I understand. Don't slam the table. And don't drool so much." Aiden bowed his head and continued to state his wish. "Therefore, I want to invite you, Grandmaster, to come out of seclusion and help me. I've seen a lot of news on the cultivation website. As long as I pay, you'll help with anything, right?" He smugly pointed at himself. "For a meal, I'm willing to pay thousands of yuan." After thinking for a short while, the Grandmaster gave a number. 60,000. Aiden's attitude completely changed after hearing these words. Why don't you just go rob someone?" Chapter 38. Just thinking about the amount he had to spend made Aiden furious. "That's too expensive. I spent all day following that bamboo. I have no time to earn money." He recalled the scene of himself using weapons to intimidate weaker students. "I only made a little money through some tricks. That is, 300 days a year. For 5 days. Rain or shine. Trying to threaten students on their way home from school and some greenhorn kids." As Aiden grew up, he remained loyal to this bullying profession, with a stable annual income of 5 yuan. Reaching this point, Aiden cried pitifully. "Even so, I haven't been lazy for a single day. I don't dare to rest every day. Like this for 40 years. I've only saved up 60. Zirith, you're practically robbing me." But the Grandmaster was no pushover. He immediately slammed the table and scolded. "Less nonsense. I'm also very poor. Who in this whole cultivator world isn't poor? What's there to talk about? Getting a wife. You think about it carefully yourself, right? Food or a female mole? Which is more important?" Aiden helplessly slammed the table and declared, "Female moles." After thinking for a short while, he quickly made a decision. "Damn it. There's no other way. In that case, let me clarify the content of my request." He continued to draw different images on a piece of paper. That bamboo stalk befriended a teenager. He seems to have the ability to emit heat from both hands. And that teenager has caught the eye of a female divination cultivator. Aiden's voice rang out. At this stage, this school has 3 cultivators, who will probably form a group together. He immediately handed the paper to the Grandmaster. According to my observations, the Grandmaster slowly unfolded the paper in his hand to examine it. While he was still thinking, Aiden seriously and continuously spoke loudly, "And I hope you can instruct those to students. Let me and that bamboo stalk have a chance to be alone. I must eat him. I have to roast him with meat." Hearing this, he was somewhat surprised. "Is that so?" He nodded with great certainty. "Yes. You'll be interested. Because that young girl who is skilled in divination is from the True family." Aiden had probably researched this information very thoroughly. "She is the rival you hate, the child of the famous True family of divination. So, do you want to give me a discount now?" His series of words also greatly surprised the Grandmaster. "Oh?" A smile of anticipation appeared on the Grandmaster's lips. "Interesting. So it's the True family? What a karmic retribution." Without much thought, he quickly raised his hand to signal. Seeing this symbol, Aiden was somewhat surprised. "Is this 20% off?" But the Grandmaster's face was very serious as he declared, "No. It's because the information you provided made me happy. I'll give you an 80 yuan discount." At this point, he couldn't take it anymore. "This meal I'm treating you to doesn't even cost 80. At the same time, in another place, things were gradually getting better. The work is done after a few hours of effort. Thatchthane quickly waved goodbye to everyone. "Well then, I'm off." Suddenly, Daihung called out to him loudly. "Wait." Her voice was somewhat shy. I'm going home too. If it's on the way, can we go together? Hearing this question from Dae-hung made Thatch-Thien somewhat stunned. You? She was still standing there shyly. Student Thatch-Thien. After gathering all her courage, Dae-hung shouted and told him everything. Actually, this isn't the first time I've met you. My name is True Dae-hung. The first time I met you was during the final exam. You were still very fat back then. Her face flushed slightly as she expressed this. I was moved back then. Thatch-Thien, hearing these words for the first time, turned his head in confusion. Dae-hung stood right in front of him, blushing as she recounted. So much so that even though you're thin now, I can't forget you at all. Student Thatch-Thien. For you. Her voice trembled greatly. For you. I hope. Realizing something was wrong, Thatch-Thien's eyes widened. He quickly turned and grabbed her shoulders to protect her. Wait. Let's talk about this later. His face had become very serious. Have you noticed? Since a while ago, the atmosphere around here has been suspiciously quiet. It seemed Thatch-Thien had realized something was wrong. The place we're standing is clearly a noisy city. Look around. But in the past few minutes, we haven't even seen a single pedestrian. He and Thatch-Thien were looking at the Grandmaster standing there. And that person in the distance has been staring at us. There. At the same time, the scene shifted back to the school. Are you Itin appeared smugly in front of Pythine. Are you Itin suddenly said loudly and angrily. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Who are you? He became very strange and kept saying incomprehensible things. Pickled bamboo shoots. Steamed bamboo shoots. Smoked bamboo shoots with meat. Damn it. After so many days and nights, I went to the supermarket every day when they had a sale to buy bamboo shoots to practice making these dishes. Thien still didn't understand what are you Itin in front of him was saying. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't bully the poor. Today, I stand before you to take revenge. I will definitely cook you up. Unfortunately, the female students saw our UI Tin and were so scared they dropped their bags and screamed. Seeing the situation was not good, he became somewhat anxious. Crap, I clearly chose the time with the fewest people. But I was still discovered. Our UI Tin was still thinking of a way to escape. The only way is. At that moment, a female student charged straight at him. Then, the two female students continuously hugged our UI Tin tightly and touched him with delight. So cute. Fluffy. Fluffy. What is this? Hearing this, he seriously reminded them. Hey, don't touch me. You guys. Be serious. Don't ruin the atmosphere. The scene before him made Thien somewhat stunned, not understanding what was happening. His face gradually became confused and thoughtful. What's with kids these days? After a short while, Thien pushed up his glasses and declared, listen up. Even if you want to attract the attention of the female students and wear a bear costume to school, it's not allowed. Come to the office with me and take off that costume for me. Hearing him say that, our UI Tin became very annoyed. Bear costume. My ass. He turned his head again to look at the two female students. And don't show that regretful expression. The scene shifts to another place. Meanwhile, the Grandmaster's face wore a very smug smile. He slowly walked towards Thatch-Thien to confront him. Seeing Thatch-Thien's tall figure made the Grandmaster somewhat panic. Thatch-Thien's face gradually lost patience as he questioned loudly. You've been following us for a long time, haven't you? What do you want? Seeing him so scary also made the Grandmaster somewhat afraid. Damn it. Why do I feel like I can't beat him? After gathering all his courage, he quickly spread his arms and said loudly, wait, to great masters. With your heroic appearance and majestic presence, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. So, I have a favor to ask. The Grandmaster seemed shy as he stepped in front of Thatch-Thien. It's like this. I received a commission from someone to hold the two of you here for about 2 hours. Therefore, I have unfortunately disturbed your romance. I sincerely apologize. He still didn't understand. What? His voice continued to ring out. Therefore, how about? The Grandmaster bowed before the two of them and begged. The commission fee is 60 yuan. I will transfer 59 to the two of you. I'll only take 1 as a brokerage fee. You two go stroll around the shopping center tonight. A 2-hour commercial. Spend 900,000 on clothes. And I'll help you carry the bags. The Grandmaster didn't forget to offer a wad of cash and declare. Let's be amicable. Let's be amicable. It's all yours. Before this strange old man, Thatch-Thien and Dae-hung were very confused as they listened to his words. His kid. We can even find a place to have a solo session with Yasuo for 2 hours. I can even tell you who sent me. If I do that, after the time is up, you two can go beat him up too. Time passed. Meanwhile, in the school hallway, Yathan calmly walked forward. Our UI Tin was following him closely, not wanting to miss a thing. Remembering something, his face immediately became startled and panicked. Wait, He's letting his back be exposed to me like that. And there's no one around. He continuously moved his big, fat hands forward, signaling. There's an opening. Using the ultimate move. Rampage Claw. Are you eating continuously clawed at the ground, causing everything to become chaotic. After a while, the hazy dust cloud gradually dissipated. Looking at the scene before him, Are You I Tin was somewhat bewildered. Mist? Piathine had now appeared right beside him. He coldly sized him up. As expected, you've been plotting for a long time, so I was also mentally prepared. You are the one who has been preparing to harm me in the dark, right? Seeing feel safe and still safe and sound made Are You I and furious. And he complained. You're fast at dodging. That's right. I'm not just prepared to subdue you, but I will also crush all the plants you've raised under my feet. I spent 500 years fertilizing you. At this point, the food was about to be served, but you ran away. He didn't say much and charged straight at Pythine to attack. Die. Pythine's face also gradually lost its composure. Although I don't understand. This is good. There's no one in the hallway at this hour. He immediately launched a blow towards Are You I Tin in response. It's convenient for me to deal with it. Chapter 40. Dai-hung still didn't understand what was happening when Thatchthien spoke coldly. I refuse. You're obstructing me. What are you trying to do? His face had become very annoyed. You better tell me right now. Seeing the Grandmaster give a strange smile made him somewhat surprised. He curled his lip into a terrifying smile. It seems you forced my hand. So, you'd rather take the hard way. Thinking Thatchthien was looking down on him made the Grandmaster lose his cool. Don't underestimate me. After retiring, I enrolled in a martial arts class at the university. I still remember the moves vividly to this day. He recalled his arduous and passionate training process. 50 push-ups every day. Even on some days, the Grandmaster had to try very hard. 30 sit-ups. Run 5 kilometers. He also trained continuously, running up 6 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat or getting out of breath. The Grandmaster didn't forget to add a few words. I'm holding back because I'm afraid that if I do, this joke will turn into a bloody, violent story. He prepared to take off his shirt to reveal his own physique. Young man, don't be too confident. Thatchthien and Dai-hung waited to see what would happen next. Look at this. On the outside, you might just think I'm an old man. The Grandmaster quickly ripped off his tattered shirt. The Grandmaster's muscular 8-pack body quickly appeared before them, full of health. Seeing this scene, Thatchthien was very surprised. Even Tronley on the side couldn't believe it. His eyes widened in confusion. This is... What a nostalgic scene. Seeing Tronley's lewd face made Dai-hung a little startled. You? Who are you? He laughed and glanced at Dai-hung. A fateful encounter from a past life. On this side, the Grandmaster continued to show the three of them his amazing muscles. Fearing that people wouldn't believe him, he can continuously punch the air. The Grandmaster demonstrated his level of strength by smashing the stone wall in front of him. After finishing his performance, the Grandmaster didn't forget to snap his fingers. Remember to subscribe to support my channel. Looking at his series of strange actions made Thatchthien a little confused. This guy, why is he suddenly so muscular? Tronley next to him explained. Because he trains. Hearing that, he angrily turned his head and retorted. Train my ass. His muscles are bigger than a telephone pole now. Kron was very stubborn about this. No, it's really training. But he's training his muscle capacity. Tronley's face gradually became serious as he explained everything in detail. To concentrate spiritual energy into the muscles like that, one can obtain the desired body in a short time. This existed in my era. One of the cultivation methods for cultivators. But when cultivated to the extreme, it's called the golden body dharma form. The Grandmaster also walked towards the two with his muscular body. You two, don't resist anymore. His face had become very scary as he continuously threatened them. I didn't want to hurt you. I just wanted to stop you. Just for a few hours. It's just that, if you still struggle, I won't be able to control my strength and might accidentally break your bones. That wouldn't be good. After speaking, he didn't forget to charge straight at the two of them. Especially for you two kids. I still want to have a private talk with you. The Grandmaster's hand slowly reached forward. Out of fear, Dai-hung squeezed her eyes shut, not daring to face him. Seeing the situation was not good, Thatchthien quickly stepped forward to block. At the same time, a cloud of smoke slowly billowed out. The Grandmaster sensed that something was wrong. He was extremely stunned, clutching his hand and screaming. So hot. So hot. What the hell is this temperature? Thatchthien also quickly turned his head to remind Dai-hung. Hey. True Dai-hung, you should get away. I might not be able to hold him off. She seemed not to understand the situation very well and kept reminding him. Wait. Student Thatchthien. Don't let me distract you. Be careful. As soon as Dai-hung finished speaking, the Grandmaster had already punched Thatchthien, sending him flying backwards. His face was very annoyed as he continuously struggled. Young man, you're going too far. You should respect your elders. You understand? Recalling the scene just now, Thatchthene looked at the wound on his hand in surprise. That moment, I was sent flying. He realized the situation was not good. This is troublesome. He seems to be even better at fighting than Teacher Lam was. Tronla, is there any way? While he was still thinking, Tronla quickly stepped forward and spoke. It's not easy. If the opponent has used spiritual energy to manifest the golden-bodied Dharma form, then we just have to do the same. Hearing him say that, Thatchthene was still stunned and didn't quite understand. He directly extended his hand forward and declared, listen up. The golden-bodied Dharma form is actually very simple to achieve. You just need to channel spiritual energy throughout your body. Then think of the strongest form you desire. And that's it. You haven't started cultivating yet, so you don't have spiritual energy. But I still have a little to lend you for now. Tronla seemed to have great hope for the current Thatchthene. You can do it. The Grandmaster, with his 8-pack muscular body, also slowly charged forward. Kid, just you wait. This time, I'll definitely break both of your arms first. Thatchthene's eyes widened as he asked himself, the strongest form I hope to become. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke appeared here, making the Grandmaster seem confused. A large hand slowly blocked the Grandmaster's punch with ease. Thatchthene had returned to his giant, fat form, causing him to be somewhat stunned by the sight. Seeing this, Daihung's jaw dropped in astonishment. Suddenly, the Grandmaster froze, his face clearly showing shock. He tried to pull away, but his fist was held tightly by Thatchthene. In his heart, a sense of dread began to rise. Held fast, controlled. With a jumble of thoughts in his mind, the Grandmaster was thrown aside by Thatchthene. On the ground, the Grandmaster's small body began to tremble uncontrollably. He looked at him with fearful eyes and shouted, what is this? At the same time, his weak body struggled to get up. What kind of strength and physique is this? Seeing his pathetic state, Tronla smirked. This is just the normal appearance he used to have. In a flash, he put on a worried expression and asked him, hey, how do you feel? A puff of hot air escaped Thatchthene's mouth. He bowed his head, his eyes darkening as he replied, very good. I'm very good. Then he looked up, a terrifying light flashing in his cold eyes. Thatchthene stared at the Grandmaster and continued, it's like my youth, along with my body, has returned. With that, he gently grabbed his leg and swung it up. Not stopping there. With that muscular body, Thatchthene continued to make him spin. 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 After a few rounds, he decisively threw the Grandmaster into the sky without a hint of mercy. The scene made Daihung's eyes widen in amazement, her small cheeks flushing slightly. At this point, she slowly closed her eyes, to streams of emotional tears rolling down her cheeks. He's back. I've met him again. Imagining Thatchthene's giant body, she felt a thrill, the security in my heart, that broad figure. While she was lost in her daydream, Tronla approached and broke her train of thought. Hey, seeing your fair and chubby appearance makes me very happy, but this form of ours actually can't be maintained for long. Thatchthene immediately turned to look at him with darkened eyes. Oh? Seeing this, Tronla shouted, your fire, it's also burning my spiritual energy as a substitute for burning fat. And I'm already a remnant soul. I simply can't withstand this torture. After that, his expression became strangely serious. Tronla held up 3 fingers and carefully instructed, 3 minutes. I can only last for 3 minutes. Thatchthene replied nonchalantly, is that so? On the ground. The Grandmaster's body was covered in bruises. He struggled to open his mouth. Hell? It's possible. The difference in strength before and after is too great. How can it be like this? Looking at the giant body blocking his path, the Grandmaster sighed to himself. This guy is like a mountain. I can't break through. In a desperate situation, he scrambled to his feet, constantly telling himself, no, wait, that's not right. Such a terrifying golden body can't last long. I just need to drag it out. Suddenly, his train of thought landed on the small Daihung behind him. That kid is so big. His speed definitely isn't as fast as mine. Seeing her, he gathered his strength and rushed forward with the belief that he could pass, directly controlling the daughter of Old True. But he didn't notice his dark expression. Thatchthene smirked. He frankly criticized. Only a few minutes? If that's the case. As soon as the Grandmaster charged, Thatchthene beside him also quickly turned around. At this moment, his hand was almost touching Daihung's face, but suddenly a strong force made his body stop. When pulled back by Thatchthene, the Grandmaster exclaimed in fear in his heart. A miscalculation. A body like this doesn't need speed at all. When lifted high by him, he could only struggle in vain and realize, just turning around is enough to catch me. Meanwhile, the Grandmaster suddenly screamed in pain. My back. I have a herniated disc. Below. Thatchthene gave him a disgusted look and scolded. Stop mumbling. I'm controlling my strength well. Your body won't be seriously injured. standing to one side. Trong breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I made it before running out of spiritual energy. Under the blinding sun, the Grandmaster was lifted high by Thatchthene. All struggle was now futile. In short, with this move, the fight is won. Chapter 42. After being miserably tormented for a while, the Grandmaster was tied tightly to a nearby pole by him, crying continuously. Facing that shabby appearance, Thatchthene casually dusted off his hands and looked at him with cold eyes. In front of the Grandmaster, all three of them stared mockingly. Hearing Trongla's laughter, Thatchthene asked with some curiosity, "What's with you?" He still bowed his head and chuckled, then replied, "Nothing. Just seeing your current appearance reminds me of your past life. It's a bit sentimental." After thinking for a while, Trongla frankly expressed, "Your past life self, although warm, was very ugly. But I really didn't expect you to be so beautiful in this life." Before his stunned face, Trongla shouted, "It's truly touching." Thatchthene's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at him and sighed. "Well, your taste is certainly special." With his attitude, Trongla became a little angry and shouted, "That's right. What's with that expression? Plump is beautiful. Very plump is even more beautiful. That was our aesthetic in the old days." After that, he spared no words of praise. "If you were in the tribe before I was born, you would probably be considered a peerless handsome man." Hearing these words, Thatchthene was a little incredulous. He thought to himself, "So your tastes back then were all really special?" At this point, Trongla suddenly became serious. He cleared his throat and said, "But your beauty is only temporary. Continuing in the golden body form requires a large amount of spiritual energy. But I'm just a remnant soul. I don't have the ability to replenish it." Thatchthene was once again stunned. He asked, "What do you mean?" Trongla replied, "So I need to enter a deep sleep." Before leaving, Trongla clearly instructed, "This is a sleep that I can't wake up from on my own. You need to wake me up. The method is very simple. I left it in your study. 5th book, 3rd shelf." Suddenly, hot flames began to engulf his body. Trongla seriously emphasized, "You must wake me up quickly. You must wake me up quickly." Before disappearing, he added, "Don't make me wait too long in this life." In a flash, the flames gradually died down in the palm of Thatchthene's hand. His body also immediately transformed back. In that state of shock, wisps of golden smoke swirled in his palm. Thatchthene realized, "I've changed back. Moreover, that brother, he's gone." Suddenly, Thatchthene shouted, "All right, big brother." He clenched his fist with determination and exclaimed, "Finally, some peace and quiet. I'll enjoy the quiet for a few days before thinking about waking him up." While he was concentrating on his thoughts, Dai-hung behind him gathered her courage and shouted loudly, catching his attention, "Please listen to me. Student Thatchthene." She looked up with a shy face and stammered, "Just now, I was almost caught. Thank you for saving me." Thatchthene was a little surprised. He replied softly, "It's nothing." At this point, Dai-hung bowed her head, her eyes slightly agitated. "Also, Student Thatchthene, I have something to tell you." Her hands unconsciously touched each other lightly. Dai-hung confessed nervously, "This is what I wanted to say before. Just now, when I saw you, your safe and fat figure, it made me unable to hold back even more." After beating around the bush for a while, she squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, "Student Thatchthene, actually Before his stunned look, Dai-hung emphasized, towards you." In the tense atmosphere, Dai-hung gathered all her courage and confessed her feelings. "I've always longed for a father like you." As soon as the words left her mouth, her face immediately became light and bright. She screamed in her heart, "I said it. I finally said it." Before Thatchthene could say anything, she explained a little awkwardly, "Actually, my dad at home is always lazy. So in my heart, since I was young, I've always wanted to experience a sense of security of having a strong father." Recalling that memory, she said, "Last time, my heart was beating fast. During literature class when I was reading the work The Figure. The book she was reading was Basic Chinese." Dai-hung slowly recounted. "It was the part where the fat father climbs over the wall to buy oranges." Remembering the large figure standing in front of her, her voice carried admiration and excitement. "After that, my heart beat fast again. It was during the exam, when I met you." As if afraid he wouldn't understand what she had just said, she repeatedly emphasized, "You really are the ideal role model of a father. You really give a sense of security. I've always been very moved until just now when I saw your past appearance. I couldn't hold it in." Before Thatchthene's incredulous eyes, she shouted, "Student Thatchthene, you are the father of all the boys in the school. Can you add me to the list?" The series of information she provided left Thatchthene not knowing how to respond. After careful consideration, Thatchthene took a deep breath and replied, "I was always worried it was something big. It seems I was overthinking things. As long as it's not about romance, it's fine. A sense of security. not romance. This is something I could have accepted long ago. Without hesitation, he showed her his fingers and introduced. 3,807 people have called me dad since I was young. His face was extremely happy as he comforted her. Do you think I'd mind one more? Dae-hung was momentarily stunned. When she realized the issue, she couldn't believe her ears. Dae-hung covered her mouth, her eyes welling up with emotion as she confirmed again. So that means, student Thatchthene, you agree? Before her excitement, Thatchthene gently reminded her. And, are you still calling me student? A flicker of surprise crossed Dae-hung's eyes, and then her eyes immediately filled with tears. She threw herself into his arms and cried fiercely. Dad! Dad! Thatchthene also cooperated very well. He patted her head and gently comforted her. Good girl. Dad loves you. Dad loves all of you. After an emotional hug, Thatchthene turned to the main issue. Anyway, let's take this guy back to school first. We need to ask Teacher Lamb how to deal with this cultivator. Dae-hung decisively agreed. Okay. Dad Thatchthene. Their drama made the Grand Master exclaim in his heart. Young people these days are too weird. I don't understand them at all. Chapter 43. Scene change. Community. Meanwhile, the boss in another place. The fight has been going on for 39 minutes and 27 seconds. Rui Tin bowed his head, panting heavily, utter shock evident on his face. In Rui Tin's mind, a stream of thoughts returned. How can this be? No, it shouldn't be. My attacks seem completely ineffective. If this continues, I'll lose. In desperation, he cursed himself. Damn it. This is too embarrassing. I'm just a mole. Thinking of this, a flame of passion lit up in his eyes. Rui Tin silently told himself. How can I give up? How can I give up? In this world, is there a mole that can't eat bamboo? Immediately after, he rushed forward with a burning determination. Instead, Thatchthene gently pushed his glasses, his voice echoing with disdain. Come in again? Looks like you haven't been taught enough. First step, he unleashed the vine whip attack. They immediately wrapped around Rui Tin's body. While Rui Tin was distracted by the vines, Thatchthene seized the opportunity to use the fluttering leaves technique. As soon as the technique ended, Rui Tin immediately spat out a mouthful of red liquid. Immediately after, he lay flat on the ground, his body lifeless. Rui Tin's eyes became soulless, his body numb. I can't move. He despaired. It's over. I'm done for. These years, it turns out he has been secretly improving himself this much. I can't beat him at all. In a flash of extreme despair, the streams of tears rolled down his chubby face. My body is covered in injuries. I can't move. I lost completely. Meanwhile, Thatchthene once again pushed up his glasses. Sprouts began to grow from his body. As his footsteps slowly approached, Rui Tin was startled and lifted his head. He panicked and screamed. Damn it. Don't come over here. Retract those branches. What do you want? Stay away from me. When all his screams became meaningless, Rui Tin gradually accepted the truth. It's over. I'm done for. The hatred from the past has accumulated too deeply. With this momentum, I'm afraid he wants to suck out all my power. That's right. I'm also a spirit beast. A great supplement. In a dilemma, Rui Tin cried and thought to himself. I'm a mole. If I'm eaten by a bamboo tree. But Thatchthene suddenly brought a whole of bamboo in front of him, which startled Rui Tin. He asked with some surprise. You, what are you trying to do? Without many words, Thatchthene decisively stuffed the handful of bamboo into his mouth. In a frenzy, he continuously used force to stuff bamboo into Rui Tin's mouth. Don't you want to eat? Then I'll give you a lot to eat. With somewhat cold and sharp eyes, Thatchthene stared at him and revealed, although I don't want to admit it, but thinking carefully, I was also fertilized by you to be eaten. After taking care of me for 1,000 years, giving you a bite is not a problem. It's just that I didn't expect you to harm those related to me for that reason. Apologize to me. In Rui Tin's mind, the streams of emotions were gradually merging. This is, damn it, this taste. Even though it's being stuffed so crudely. But I'm still satisfied with the feeling I've been waiting for so many years. I finally ate it. The leaves are crunching in my mouth. I can't think anymore. After getting his fill, he prostrated himself at Thatchene's feet and declared loudly, I'm sorry. It was my fault in the past. Please let me eat more. His eyes darkened, and his words were full of hidden meaning. Then follow me. A moment later, he then led Rui Tin to a room. Looking at the scene before him, he stared in amazement. Inside here is, Thatchene explained with some embarrassment, the dormitory, teacher's lounge. During lunch break, I usually eat alone here. As soon as he finished speaking, young leaves sprouted from Thatchene's body again. He decisively plucked them off. After that, Thatchene directly showed off his cooking skills. While continuously stirring the food, Athene explained to Ru Tin. The leaves grow back very quickly. Taking a little doesn't harm my body. Just like hair. So when I'm too lazy to go buy food, I often eat myself. When the dish was finished and poured onto the plate, the aroma immediately wafted up. He even carefully revealed the ingredients were bamboo shoots, chilies, garlic, oil, salt, meat, ginger. Finally chop the meat and bamboo shoots. Then prepare the ginger and garlic. For crunch, stir fry the meat with ginger and garlic first. Then add the bamboo shoots to stir fry together. Bringing the plate of food in front of Ru Tin, he involuntarily shouted, "Today, I'm making an exception and cooking a meal for you. Only this time. Eating it now. Feed me is even better." Looking at the fragrant dish, Ru Tin ruled, drooling. "Wow, you can do that." In a confused state, Ru Tin asked tremblingly, "You, how many meals can you eat in a year?" Athene replied with a slight pause. 50-ish. Ru Tin's face was filled with emotion. He sighed to himself. "A year? You can have so many meals like this. It's truly like having gourmet delicacies as a daily meal. And all these years, I haven't even had a single bite. I can't beat him." Thinking of this, Ru Tin felt a little disappointed. In the future, I probably won't be able to eat it either. After a series of thoughts, Ru Tin finally had to surrender to its aroma. He directly snatched the plate of meat from his hand, crying while stuffing food into his mouth. "Damn it. I surrender. Big boss. From now on, if you need help in a fight, just call me. I'll be there. Just feed me. Give me a little food like this is enough." Finally, all the battles were over. At that moment, Thatchthene and Daihung walked in with the Grandmaster. Pete exclaimed in surprise. "Thatchthene, teacher." Thatchthene was also startled. "Teacher Lamb, I encountered a cultivator with ill intentions. I just caught him. So I wanted to ask you how cultivators deal with this." When he saw Ru Tin behind him, his eyes froze. "Wait, what's that round thing?" Athene thought for a moment and replied, "It's a new pet I'm raising." At this moment, Ru Tin approached the Grandmaster and asked, "You lost?" He bowed his head and replied, "So that's how it is. You lost too. So weak." His words directly angered Ru Tin. He shouted, "Less nonsense. What are you mocking? You're so useless and you call yourself an ancestor. You can't even stop a high school student. Spit out all the money I've accumulated over the years." The Grandmaster didn't back down either. He raised his voice and argued, "Just a little nonsense. My specialty is divination, not fighting. It's not fighting. Besides, even if I had stopped them, you still wouldn't have gotten your revenge, right? As a mole. And now you've turned into a bamboo tree's pet. Isn't that laughable? I won't return a single cent to you." The anger in Ru Tin's heart exploded. He cursed directly, "You bastard." At that moment, a cold hand cut off his anger. Ru Tin was startled. Athene's face was gloomy as he questioned coldly, "You hired him?" "Teacher." He immediately trembled and tried to deny it. "Master. I. Before that panic, Athene just gently pushed up his glasses and lowered his voice. "All right, shut up. I can roughly guess the whole story." Immediately after, he turned to the two with a gentle expression and instructed, "Student Thatchthene, and you're Daihung from grade 10. Class 3, right? It's time for dinner. I'll treat you. By the way, I'll explain the origin of today's whole story. How about it?" While the two were still surprised, Athene explained, "Consider it my thanks." And just like that, because that big mole paid, we all ate 100 yuan worth. Thatchthene proudly recounted, "The old man who gave me a hard time before. After a phone call from the teacher, let me go. I was tricked. The mastermind was the mole on the other side, who was taken away by some people in long robes. On a full moon night, everything was resolved." Thatchthene pushed the door open and dragged his tired body inside. Looking at the quiet room, he thought to himself, "It's been a long time since the house was this quiet." At this point, he suddenly remembered, "Oh right, I have to wake that guy up. I remember it's at." Thinking, he walked over to the bookshelf and took out a volume. As soon as he opened the book, Thatchthene froze. Inside, a chocolate bar was neatly and carefully stored. Seeing it, the anger in Thatchthene's heart immediately rose. "You animal. Our modern Chinese dictionary. And what's with this Snickers bar? You bastard." While flipping through the pages, a small piece of paper suddenly fell out. On the piece of paper were Trongl's cheesy words. "My dear, if one day I fall into a deep sleep due to depleted spiritual energy, then eat this. This thing represents." But it's actually not. Back to that day. When writing that note, Trong had shouted angrily, "It's a medicinal pill." He slowly detailed the meticulous alchemy process. Alchemy is about using the energy in the original ingredients, then using fire to refine it, and then stuffing it into a suitable container. At this point, his voice suddenly rose. And I created it just like that. That night, while Thatchthene was sound asleep, Trongla carefully scanned his phone over his eyes. I scanned the code to buy 10 of these. Then used the heat of the fire to create a bar like this. He recounted. After that, I stored it in a book, and then cast a special formation to convert the Snickers into spiritual energy. Reading the last line, Thatchthene's expression darkened. In short, this is already a spiritual energy pill. Eat it, and I can recover. In his heart, he screamed, my money. But even without it, Thatchthene had no choice but to bite down hard on the Snickers with a pained expression. Reluctantly, damn it, forget it. I'll wake him up first, then beat him up later. As soon as it's pred in his mouth, his eyes immediately widened in surprise. Thatchthene's body began to heat up, wisps of smoke swirling around him. What is this feeling? Originally, before eating, I was a little hungry. But now, in just a moment, I'm full. Thatchthene quickly touched his waist. He quickly realized. Moreover, it seems like it's not digesting. His body kept heating up, steam constantly being released. This thing is dispersing inside me. The heat is moving all over my body. Immediately after, his body began to transform. Something was rising from his esophagus, causing Thatchthene to clamp his mouth shut. He hastily threw open the window and pointed his puffed out cheeks outside. Immediately, a large flame was released. The upstairs neighbor was also startled in surprise. The flame, with its enormous power, shot out into the silent night. As night covered the sky, the flame from his mouth became even redder and more prominent. From it, Trongla's body gradually appeared. A moment later, his face had completely materialized. Standing by the window, Thatchthene was still in shock, a wisp of white smoke still lingering from his mouth. When he was fully awakened, Trongla stretched comfortably and yawned. Finally awake, Trongla quickly flew to the window. He crossed his arms and looked at Thatchthene with an excited expression. It's you. It seems it wasn't for long. My dear, you keep your word. You woke me up so quickly. Why? Why the serious face? Look out. Something unhappy. Tell me about it. His anger completely lost control at this point. Thatchthene grabbed Trongla by the collar and questioned him. What do you think I am? A fire-breathing dinosaur? Hearing this, he could only explain shyly. The fire seems a bit bigger than I imagined. I didn't expect you to breathe fire. Sorry. But, seriously, this fire control alchemy technique. Do you want to learn it? Trongla's face became serious. He lowered his voice and said, this is the cultivation technique I'm most proud of in my entire life. If you get started, you can secure place in the cultivation world. In the future, even if you encounter other cultivators, you won't be completely helpless. Not even 5 seconds later, Trongla's playful expression returned. Moreover, you can control the temperature in your hands. You can become thin. Hearing this, Thatchthene's pupils contracted. He quickly moved his face close to Trongla's and questioned. Tell me more. He was also very willing to explain to Thatchthene. Let's put it this way. Normally when cultivators cultivate spiritual energy, they have to rely on a Dingyan. A process of refining spiritual energy appeared as he spoke. Find the right time, place, and people. Sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Absorb it into your body to use. At this point, he raised his voice and emphasized. But I'm more direct. I rely on my stomach. Hearing this, Thatchthene exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap. Seeing his interest, Trongla explained even more clearly. That's right. Simply put, we have a special tool, which is the flame in your body. Move it to the stomach. Replace the stomach acid. Let it digest the food absorbed into the body. This way, you can directly convert heat into spiritual energy. Thatchthene imagined his glowing red stomach. In his ear was Trongla's sigh. Sounds pretty magical, doesn't it? But Thatchthene quickly felt a strange sensation. He quickly questioned, why are you touching my stomach? Wait, what are you doing? Trongla looked at his hand and replied, just a little trick. To make it easier to observe, I've made your stomach transparent. Alright, let go. As his body began to glow, Trongla continued to explain. You see, this flame of yours is something I've spent my whole life refining. It can assimilate everything. But right now it's running rampant in your body. You can't control it at all. This meridian of yours is glowing. It's because of it. This is also why your hands often emit heat and you often change. He brought over a box of things and said loudly. You have to learn to control it. Seeing it, Thatchthene exclaimed in surprise. You still have more. Trongla smiled and pulled out a Snickers bar, then lowered his voice. Cultivation materials. Naturally, I bought a little extra. Look, as soon as he finished speaking, he unhesitatingly put it into his body. Strangely, wherever the Snickers bar went, the light followed. After demonstrating this to him, Trongla carefully explained. This flame has a spirit. It's like raising a pet. When it's about to be mealtime, it will be attracted over. What you need to do is, after eating, immediately focus all your attention. Concentrate your attention on your stomach. Use your willpower to keep your attention on your stomach. As the stomach churns, gradually, this flame will be controlled by you. As the flame rotates, just repeat this process, and you'll digest the food and refine it into spiritual energy. Before his clearly surprised face, Trong loudly declared, "Alright, this is immortal cultivation." After a series of practical tests, he drew a conclusion. That's right. This way, compared to the previous brew for seeding, the efficiency of food utilization will be greatly increased. The more you eat, the stronger you get. When ordinary people eat, they excrete waste, but you will get stronger. When ordinary people eat, they excrete waste, but you will get stronger. When ordinary people eat, they excrete waste. When you eat, you will create spiritual energy. Trongla was very proud of this research. He asserted, "This is the simplest cultivation method that I specially researched in my past life. Just keep eating, converting food into energy, and you can defeat all enemies." When he had said everything, Trongla pointed his hand towards the box and said hopefully, "It's called the digestion art. Try a few boxes." As night still covered the sky, at the same time, in a building not far away, an old man aimed straight at the two of them. As Kwai Weilan looked through the binoculars, he frowned slightly and asked, "Is that Thatch Thien?" The kid behind him replied smugly, "That's right." After confirming the information, K. Weilan instructed, "Observe for a few days first, then make contact." Remembering his series of achievements, he couldn't help but feel envious. Defeating such a long-established divination master, along with a newly cultivated mole. Is that him? So dazzling. This made the kid standing behind him tremble in fear. Such a strong aura. Despite his trembling body, the kid still managed to think to himself, This guy has caught the senior's attention." Suddenly, tears unexpectedly fell down his cheeks. Seeing this, the kid's eyes widened. When his face was covered in tears, KY Lan resentfully complained, I mean, he's so handsome. In such a big room, with the pile of food in front of him like that. It's so dazzling. So unfair." Standing by the bathroom window, he resentfully lamented, "That kid's future life path is practically predictable. It really makes others jealous to death." Every word he uttered made the man who had just come out of the bathroom scratch his head in confusion. "Unlike me, 30 years old, still no girlfriend, working overtime every day, can only eat instant noodles. Even when following someone, I can only run into a nearby men's room to watch." Although he really didn't want to, Thatch Thien had no choice but to bite the thing in his hand. The very next second, his face became extremely contorted. He tried to cover his mouth with his hand to keep from vomiting, but he couldn't hold it in any longer. Thatch Thien quickly ran forward, catching Trongla's attention. He continuously urged, "Quick, use the flame spewing technique." Thatch Thien also cooperated very well, and blew a large flame straight up into the sky. At that moment, Trongla continuously judged without stopping. You failed again. You didn't digest the food in your stomach properly. The flame only burned a little. Then it will release the energy outside. Therefore, Thatch Thien's face became very uncomfortable from the recent situation. Still not giving up, Trongla continued to pull out the thing in his hand again. "Come on, let's try one more time. Even if there's no way to convert it into spiritual energy, this time we must at least try." He was about to say something more. "Let's spew a circle of love fire," when suddenly a fist appeared. Thatch Thien continuously beat Trongla, leaving him no time to react. Seeing the scene, the kid was very confused. What is this? Fire? Is the new person getting attention? He angrily cursed. What an idiot. The story slowly began to be told. This world is so vast. There will always be some unorthodox heretics. For example, this tailing kid. When he was young, the kid held a sword in his hand and charged forward. Fai Ho didn't back down and quickly picked up his sword to counter. Very quickly, he knocked the sword out of the kid's hand, causing him to fall to the ground. Fai Ho didn't forget to give a mocking smile. What a weakling. He smugly placed a hand on his chest and declared, "Your sword is gone. As expected, my dragon saber is still stronger. See, I can even change between 3 light effects. And it can vibrate." The weak kid could only look at his sword helplessly and cry, unable to take it anymore. He quickly got up and ran forward. "Dad." Just thinking about the grievances he had endured made the kid furious. "I can't beat the other little kids. I want a dragon saber too. The toy store seems to be having a sale. It's only 39.8. It can light up and vibrate. Buy it for me. Buy it for me. Buy it for..." But seeing the scene of Dad Duong wiping the blood-stained sword everywhere made him freeze instantly. "Me?" Dad Duong's face was very calm after seeing that the kid had witnessed the scene. The kid on this side was somewhat speechless. not knowing what to say. Realizing the important issue was that his son knew. His face became very scared. Dad Duong plunged the sword into the ground and announced trembling lie. Since you found out, there's no other way. If you want to use a saber, then you can use this one. Before he could finish his sentence, the kid became very panicked and shouted, "Are you kidding? Dad? I meant the plastic toy saber. The inflatable kind that can light up. This 1-meter-long saber looks unusual. Where did you get it?" He continued to look at the red liquid splattered all over the room. "And what's this? Blood? Why is there so much? This is too much blood. Dad, what have you done?" Dad Duong's eyes lit up. He looked at the kid in surprise for a moment. "You've noticed so many unusual details. Alright then. It seems I can't hide it anymore. I can only tell you the truth." He continued to place his hand in the puddle of blood in front of him. "This story has to be told from a long time ago." Seeing this, he shouted in fear, "Don't touch it." Clearly, Dad Duong didn't care about these things and brought his bloody fingers to his mouth. "Our family is actually a family of cultivators. Moreover, the evil path, the bloodthirsty demon saber." The kid was terrified by the scene. "Don't touch it and then taste it." "Dad, you're acting a lot like a vampire right now." He seemed to be thoughtfully recalling memories from before. "Our ancestor cultivated a combination of fire and saber techniques, and was called the Flame Saber Demon Lord. 700 years ago, his power reached its peak. Everyone in the world turned pale with fear at the sound of his name. Then what was bound to happen happened. In the end, he was hunted down by the 7 major sects. The Taoist masters immediately joined forces. Demon, prepare to die." This made the kid's ancestor furious. "Get the hell out of here with your righteous path. But every battle must come to an end." Dad Duong continued his story. He fought a decisive battle for 3 days and 3 nights, facing 96 opponents. In the end, because he had no time to urinate, he held it in until the end of the battle. In the end, this man died a very pathetic death. Reaching this point, Dad Duong placed his hand on the bloodstained sword and declared, "Therefore, this saber is named so hot." That was his weapon back then. It is said that his soul is still sealed inside. Screaming every night, his face had become very proud. How cool is that? "Take it and play with your friends." The kid panicked and shouted, "I'll play with your head." Dad Duong continued to sit there with his arms crossed and said, "Also, Dad is actually cultivating demonic hearts right now. I can't let the family's cultivation technique of several hundred years be broken. In the future, if you are interested, sooner or later, you will also have to walk this path." The more the kid heard, the more he felt something was not right. So our family is actually the villain? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "No. Wait. Actually, thinking about it carefully, it's not a big deal." He remembered his friend Fiho who often bullied him. "The person who bullied me today is named Fiho. He's about to start his journey. 2nd grade. He's getting bigger and bigger. In the future, I probably won't be able to beat him. But if I become stronger, I might be able to fight. I'll be able to fight back. Grasp power. And grasp everything." He asked himself, "Even if it's the evil path, so what?" The image of the kid continuously hitting Fiho appeared in his mind. "I can defeat many people who bully me." Not only that, he also expanded his conquest. "I can defeat even more people. I can take over the nearby neighborhoods." Just thinking about standing at the peak of fame and fortune made the kid even more excited. I can become the boss of the entire elementary school up to the 5th and 6th grades. The king of everyone." A smile of great anticipation appeared on his lips. Without any further thought, the kid declared loudly, "I accept this setup. I've decided to cultivate demonic hearts. Tell me, how many people do I have to kill? How many people do I have to sacrifice? I'll do as you say." As soon as he finished his sentence, Dad Duong slapped him across the face. His face turned utterly bewildered as he scolded continuously. "What are you talking about? Don't say such scary things. Every time you open your mouth, it's all about slashing and killing. Who taught you that? From now on, your TV time is cut by 2 hours. No more for you. And no more watching those bloody, violent movies either." Seeing his father Duong acting so strangely, Tuta was at a loss for words. "I was wrong." Realizing something wasn't right, Tuta quickly asked, "No. Wait. That's not right. If that's the case, then what's that blood next to you?" "Dad?" Father Duong immediately pointed to the puddle of red liquid on the floor. "This is tomato sauce. I just bought it from the supermarket." While Tuta was speechless, his father slowly stood up. "Hey, listen closely. We demonic cultivators and regular cultivators, we're not quite the same. Normal cultivators absorb the rich essence of heaven and earth, converting it into spiritual energy for themselves." Father Duong went on to explain. "While we demonic cultivators absorb the malicious energy of heaven and earth, turning it into our own spiritual energy." His face was extremely serious. "Theoretically, The more you slaughter, the more evil you are, the better. In the savage eras of the past, many demonic cultivators actually did just that. After speaking, Father Duong's tone grew harsher. But you get shot, even if the law can't convict you. Try putting your hand on your chest and see if your conscience allows it. Could you really do things that go against all morality like that? Hearing this made the little Tiuta look like he was about to cry. No, I can't. Father Duong nodded in confirmation and declared loudly. That's why we demonic cultivators of the new era have a different way of cultivating. It's pretending. He held a large blade in his hand and clearly declared Tianta. We pretend to have a very villainous appearance. Your words and actions must all show that you're a bad person. Every second, every minute. You need to be hot-tempered and agitated, making others want to stay away from you at first glance. That way, everyone will think you're a bad person, and the malicious energy you release will be drawn to you, and you can finally absorb it into your body. His face grew serious. Today, I was doing just that. Let me show you. Tiuta's eyes widened in confusion, waiting to see what would happen. Give you a demonstration. Father Duong swung the sword straight forward, startling the boy and making him fall. Oh, gods of the underworld. His eyes blazed with fury as he shouted for all to hear. For so many years, so much injustice. I've had enough. 30 years in Hadong. 30 years in Hate. Now, this demon lord has returned. Even though the substance on him wasn't blood, Father Duong was extremely serious. Open your eyes and look. Blood is everywhere around you. He yelled for his ancestors in the underworld to hear. This is me, proving it with blood. My lords. This time, Father Duong looked down at his son. Tiuta, I will make this world bleed even more fresh blood. Evil will exist forever. Immediately after saying these words, his face became serious. A second later, he looked at Tiuta with great anticipation. Did you see that just now? The malicious energies of the world were drawn to me, and I absorbed a little into my body. This is called the art of deception, our way of cultivation. This is how it's done in the modern era. You have to pretend to be such a bad person that even you yourself are convinced. Do you want to try? This whole series of actions left Tiuta so bewildered he couldn't face it. Damn, that's so embarrassing. I don't want to learn. But the story continued just like that. In the end, I still learned it. After all, it's an ancient cultivation method from hundreds of years ago. It would be a real shame if it were lost. Just like that, time gradually passed. My name is Duong Tiu Thuan. I grew stronger, and my hair even stood on end. The adorable boy from years ago had now become a common thug. The scene shifts to a shop in the city. Tiuta quickly came over to cause a ruckus. With a very annoyed expression, he looked at Chief Mao and complained. Hey, you're Chief Mao, right? Huh? Who do you think you're talking to? Duong Tiuta is a demonic cultivator. After graduating, he couldn't find a job. Aren't you guys the traditional arts protection web? Don't you cooperate with the higher-ups? Didn't you promise to arrange jobs for the cultivator department? Help me out here. Seeing that the man remained silent, he grew more impatient. Hey, you bastard. At this, Chief Mao chuckled and gently placed a hand onto a shoulder. A demonic cultivator, right? I get it. You always need to be cultivating. And you have to pretend to be a bad person to absorb the world's malicious energy. Right? I understand now. He was a bit surprised but still very touched. Thanks for understanding. To know is to live long. He's such a good person. Chief Mao smiled, holding his teacup as he chatted cheerfully. I have no prejudice against demonic cultivators. Your cultivation methods are limited. It's hard for you to live among humans, and you rarely participate in regular jobs. I understand. We're all cultivators in this world. One big family, whether you're demonic or immortal. As long as you serve the people, you're a good cultivator. The higher-ups just told us to provide more help to fellow demonic cultivators who are having trouble finding a job. Tiuta's heart was filled with emotion. Thank you so much. This is a huge help. I'm about to cry. That was his true inner voice. But on the outside, Tiuta was still cursing. Shut it. Me? Grateful? Look at that pathetic face of yours. Do you really expect a noble demonic cultivator like me to cry and thank you? Chief Mao just smiled gently and explained. Besides, you're a recent graduate. You can start here. I've already approved it. No problem. It's just that the salary is a bit low. Tiuta shouted. But no problem. I can handle hardship. The chief calmly instructed. Fill out this form. First, let's try a 3-month internship. Report to room 301 tomorrow to start. His face lit up with joy at this news. Time shifted to the evening. Following the directions, Tiuta was a bit bewildered by the sight before him. Stepping inside, he was baffled to see skeletons that had been slashed to death by blades. What kind of damn place is this? He then turned to look at another incredibly eerie area. Tiuta was now extremely anxious, thinking, The malicious energy around here is so thick. It's all radiating from this room. This doesn't look like an office at all. It's more like a slaughterhouse. Is this really the headquarters of the Traditional Arts Protection Web? The place where I'm supposed to work? After mustering all his courage, he quickly opened the door and stepped inside. Hello. Hello. Seniors. Sorry to bother you. I'm the new employee who just started today at the Traditional Arts Protection Web. Just as he finished speaking, everyone in the dark room slowly turned to look at Utah. The face of a man wearing a mask was incredibly frightening. Next to him was a skinny man holding a skull. Kyuta's eyes were met by a man with long scars over his eyes. And finally, a woman with only one eye stared intently at Kyuta. This sight terrified him completely. At that critical moment, a strange man quickly placed a hand on his shoulder. Kwile and Ochak looked coldly at Kyuta and announced, "The new guy. The higher-ups told me to guide you." With a fierce demeanor, he quickly introduced himself to Kyuta. "My code name is Kwile and Ochak. If you have any problems in the future, you can come find me. Got it?" The entire scene left him so scared he was speechless. What is this? Who the hell are these people? His terrified voice rang out. Just then, Kwile and Ochak slowly spoke up. What's so surprising? Everyone here is just like you. He introduced the new office. Room 301. Everyone who works here is a demonic cultivator. Kyuta's life seemed to have completely changed. From that day on, the young man met his own kind. On that particular morning, Tata was still focused on quickly eating the meal in front of him. Suddenly, the strange masked man appeared and questioned him repeatedly. Hey, newbie. You. The vegetables in your bowl. Why did you leave them? He became incredibly scary. Are you looking down on green vegetables? Unable to stay still any longer, he immediately grabbed Yuta by the collar. Are you disrespecting nutrition? Huh? You want a nutritional imbalance? You want to die? Lick it clean for me right now. At other times, Yuta was so exhausted that he had fallen asleep at his desk. While he was sound asleep, a voice whispered in his ear. Heavy and gruff. Hey, newbie. What do you think you're doing? Don't sleep here. The man with the scar became furious and berated him. You're distracting me. It's really an eyesore. He quickly picked up a bowl of porridge, came up to him, and declared, Get lost. If you're that sleepy, eat this bowl of porridge, then get your ass over to the sofa and rest. Though a bit confused, he took the porridge and went to the neatly clean sofa. Porridge, you should go. Go sleep yourself to death on that clean sofa instead of this dirty desk. Kyuta was somewhat surprised by this. This is for real. He's concerned about me getting sleep after working overtime. Some time passed. The one-eyed big sister quickly pinned Kyuta against the wall. Hey, kiddo. Been busy lately? Her face grew more excited as she approached him with the knife. It seems you officially got the job today. Huh? Looks like you're about to get rich. Hurry up and take it out. Treat this old lady. Quick. Tonight's the night. A night of pure and honest character. You'll treat me, but I'll pay you back. Got it? This is how you're going to treat me. And he knew this was their way of throwing a congratulatory party for him. After he had been working for 3 months, his colleagues planned a dinner party for him. Time passed. 1 year later, the scene shifts to the office of the Traditional Arts Protection Web. Kyuta stood outside, sighing wearily. This is just too awkward. Thinking about everyone's actions moved him deeply. They're all good people. Extremely good people. But this is just too awkward. Every one of them works harder at cultivating demonic arts than I do. They all pretend to be extremely fierce. It feels like I'm just trying to keep my spot every day. My cultivation level is still too low. Realizing something was off, Kyuta was startled. Wait a minute. His face gradually turned fierce as he asked. Wait. Seniors. Everyone. How can you say congratulations? And you all look so happy. The one-eyed big sister quickly took off her ebja, smiling as she asked. How is it? QAC. Are you happy? Are you moved? As of today, you've officially been on the job for 1 year. Kyuta quickly turned his head away. The skinny man added. We've already discussed it. Celebrating your 1 year anniversary is very important. We've always felt that we demonic cultivators are very different from everyone else. The masked man also slowly removed his mask. So, even if we skip 1 day of cultivation, it's not a big deal. Scarface happily approached with the box. Even if our power decreases a little, it's fine. We absolutely had to give you a surprise. All 4 of them looked happily at Kyuta with the cake in front of them. So today, we all pause our cultivation. We're telling the truth. All of these actions moved Kyuta deeply. Everyone. Tears suddenly appeared at the corners of his eyes. It's nothing. Unable to hold it in any longer, he shed tears of happiness. Immediately after, Kyuta stumbled, making everyone burst into cheerful laughter. The story is retold from the first day. After a year on the job, The young man had completely integrated into this collective of modern, demonic cultivators. As for his job, even after being hired by the traditional arts protection web, he was always being monitored. Their job was to manage and help the cultivators of the web. Every day, when a cultivator logged into their account, they would be quietly monitored and there would be a period of assessment. Different assigned parties would focus intently on monitoring and recording data on them, from a few days to a few months. If they didn't use their special abilities for evil and showed a pure character, they would pass the assessment and officially become a member of the web, receiving its help and protection. And Room 301's job was one of the offices in charge of observation and assessment. Q-Talk quietly looked through the binoculars in his hand. This month, the young man received a new task to observe and review one of the newest registrants. He quickly began monitoring Thatchthene and Trongla. Thatchthene, over on his side. Thatchthene was still trying to breathe fire. Little by little, seeing he was about to succeed, Trongla became very excited. Very good. No problems, no problems. Maintain it. Just like that. You're starting to get control. Now, slowly release the fire. Then draw it back. He tried to draw it all back into his mouth. Bit by bit, watching their actions, Q-Ta furiously took notes. He had been observing them for several days. The target seems to be constantly eating something and repeating the process of breathing fire. At the same time, it looks like an ancient remnant soul is guiding him. The more he thought about it, the more bewildered he became, almost at the point of tears. What kind of cultivation method is this? We're both fire type, but my cultivation method is so difficult it's hard-nicking. Sometime later, Tronla spoke up again to probe. How do you feel? Thatchthene sighed in reply. I keep feeling some kind of taste jumping around inside my body. He didn't forget to add. Also, I think I can suddenly feel your emotions and divine sense. Thatchthene's face grew angry as he complained. It's the emotion of laughing at someone else's pain. I can feel it clearly. You think it's funny watching me try to breathe this stuff for 2 days? His string of complaints made Tronla's face turn fierce. He suddenly smiled gently. Your cultivation is progressing quickly. Being able to feel these things is enough to say you've reached the level. Standing before Thatchthene, he seriously explained the cultivation method again. The gurgling sound in your body isn't water, but the fire concentrating. They are at the cultivator's command. To be controlled at will. Move it to your mouth, and you can breathe fire. Move it to your hands, and your hands will radiate heat. In the future, the more you eat, and the more you practice, it will become your golden core. And besides, being able to perceive even stronger abilities is also thanks to the fire's help. Tronla's face became extremely serious. So, besides my aura, can you sense anything else? Seeing that things were more difficult than he thought made Thatchthene somewhat surprised. His attitude became more resolute as he nodded in confirmation. Yes, I can feel it. Hearing him say that, Tronla also slowly turned his head. Good. I can also clearly feel that malicious gaze that's been staring at us since a few days ago. That cold and mysterious aura. His face was contemplative as he carefully calculated the distance. The position is probably about 500 meters away. There were 3 auras staring at us, but now 1 has left. This is our chance. Tronla turned to Thatchthene with a hopeful look. Try to move the fire to your feet and let's go. Give me your hand. The next scene shows Tronla carrying Thatchthene, appearing right in front of Tiu-Ta. Tiu-Ta was so frightened and by this scene that he froze on the spot. Speechless. Tronla's face was filled with rage at this invasion of privacy. Seeing his anger also left Tiu-Ta at a loss for what to say. You. Tronla gently raised his hand in the air and lectured. This ruthless, malicious aura, that kills without batting an eye. This kind of malevolent energy wouldn't manifest unless you've killed 1,000 people. Without a second thought, he immediately shot a burst of fire towards Tiu-Ta. Reprimanded. In the era I lived in, anyone with this kind of aura was a target the entire world wanted to eliminate. I can't believe after so many years, after killing them over and over, they still haven't been wiped out. Demonic cultivators. Seeing these two frightening individuals made Tiu-Ta extremely flustered. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Hearing his explanation made Tronla a bit surprised. In my lifetime, I've captured countless demonic cultivators, and they all say the same thing. But he didn't care and attacked straight ahead anyway. If you say it's a misunderstanding, then I'll just knock you out first and carry you back to explain later. Seeing the flame rushing towards him caught Tiu-Ta by surprise. He thought his life was over. In the final moment, he suddenly remembered something. Unable to sit and wait for death, Tiu-Ta quickly grabbed the large blade in his hand. Suddenly, a stream of power countered Tronla's attack. Seeing K while an Ochok suddenly appear in his place left Tiu-Ta utterly shocked. Senior. He calmly looked at Thatchthene and Tronla and said, this ancestor, it truly is a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, this misunderstanding can't be explained right now. K while an Ochok didn't forget to put a hand on Tiu-Ta's shoulder. The two of us have absolutely no intentions toward you. Ancestor. After speaking, the two of them immediately vanished. Please forgive us. We'll take our leave now. Seeing that Tutu had escaped made Trongla extremely annoyed. Realizing something wasn't right, his face gradually grew surprised. Hey, wait a minute. Them. There were only two of them. Thatchthien still didn't quite understand. What? Trongla seriously and slowly landed. Strange. There were clearly three auras. He didn't forget to add. And one of them felt incredibly familiar to me. On the other side, Kwal and Ochak led Tiu Ta away. The thought of what had just happened made Tiu Ta so scared that his whole body trembled. He turned to look at Kwal and Ochak and sobbed. As senior, I was almost roasted alive. Seeing him overreacting like this, Kwal and Ochak quickly lectured him. Calm down. Calm down. The opponent went easy on you. And you cultivate fire-type demonic magic. You can't be roasted. You can't be roasted. He kept trying to cheer up the still anxious Utah. It's okay. It's okay. Toughen up. Come on. Toughen up. You're strong. 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 You're amazing. The more he talked, the stranger Kwal and Ochak became, as if turning into a different person. Remember, don't forget your identity. You are a demonic cultivator. You are also a public servant protecting the peace of the cultivator world. You have to act a bit more like a demonic cultivator. Be fierce, not weak. He spoke as if trying to wake you top. Your villain persona is not supposed to be cute and charming. His sudden strange attitude made Utah a bit fierce looking himself. Kwal and Ochak also realized he had gone a bit too far. He sighed and quickly comforted him. Alright. There. If you want to cry, just cry. Don't look at me with those scared eyes. Hearing that, the terrified boy hugged him and sobbed uncontrollably. The sign Naniuta's desk clearly read on leave. This made the skinny guy walk over and ask, "What's wrong with him?" Kwal and Ochak sighed and explained. That time, he was scared to death. I gave him 2 days off. He didn't forget to turn and tell the guy. Because he didn't hide his aura well. He was mistaken for a villain and attacked by a cultivator. He's to green. Just a single fireball scared the kid out of his wits. The guy heard this and chuckled, adding, "It's no big deal. After all, Daiusi has only been here for a year." This reminds me of when I first started the job. I was also misunderstood and got into trouble. And got beaten up. But the guy's face grew contemplative as he recalled everything. Come to think of it, during my time, I've been hit with poison, drowned in water, burned by fire, trapped in formations, and hung up for days. When I was observing a successor cultivator to see if he was suitable, he even led a heavenly tribulation to me. Kwal and Ochak nodded in agreement. Yeah, I've been buried alive and slashed with blades, bitten in the head by a bear spirit, and taken by a gorilla spirit to be its mate. When there was a festival at Thuan's Sun, I was secretly checking and assessing if their fire prevention standards were up to par. I was even chased by dozens of flying swords. Later, when I was assessing if their fire prevention standards were up to par. After the incident was resolved, they gave me a commemorative flag. After hearing what Kwal and Ochak said, the skinny man quickly drew a lesson. But I thought about it later, and it's fine. The guy smiled and announced, "The world misunderstands us only because they don't yet understand us modern demonic cultivators. It's because they have righteous hearts. And we have righteous hearts too." He looked at the skinny man with confusion. "Hey, you're acting so cheerful. Aren't you afraid of cultivation deviation?" The guy was a bit bewildered why he was interrupted. The guy's attitude completely changed, becoming incredibly scary. "You dare question me? Are you tired of living?" But Kwal and Ochak didn't back down and prepared to engage. "A provocation? I'll cut out your tongue right now." The name burst into laughter as if they understood each other's intentions. On the other side, Dead Nata was still curled up in a corner, sobbing uncontrollably. Time passed, and one beautiful day, Tron pulled back the curtain, looked outside, and sighed. "I've observed for half a day. The demonic cultivator's aura in the area is probably gone. Or maybe it's just well hidden." Remembering something important, Thatchthien asked in surprise. "Right? Demonic cultivators. What are they? Exactly?" He turned his head and slowly explained everything. "I was probably too hasty before and forgot to tell you. They are people who rely on absorbing the world's malicious energy to cultivate. Basically, every one of them is evil to the extreme. Moreover, because of their cultivation method, which is so profound, they can always grasp unusual divine abilities." His face became very contemplative. "The demonic cultivators of my era, summoning souls, blood sacrifices, soul refining with dark fire, extremely, ultimately cruel." Thatchthien listened intently. "Oh," Tromla continued, "in my memory, the thing that frightened people the most was their art of bewitching people's minds." His face became extremely serious. When a cultivator's will is not firm enough, they will invade their subconscious and bewitch them, ultimately turning them into a puppet. On the other side, Tuta was still focused on writing his self-criticism report. He wasn't paying attention to his surroundings. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the room. Hey, kid. Hey, kid. What are you so down about? Hearing this voice made Tuta incredibly scared. Who? What? Laughter echoed continuously as Vyamdao slowly appeared and spoke. Who am I? He quickly flew up into the air. I am your blade. Tuta was utterly confused as he saw Vyamdao speaking incomprehensible words. I am like you, a demonic cultivator. You have just awakened. Your ancestor. These words made Tuta look fierce. Not understanding what was happening. Remembering his father Duom's story, he was startled into realization. You're that holding it in senior. I remember. Hearing this made Vyamdao furious, and he shouted angrily. Holding it in. My ass. While I was sleeping, I silently heard the story passed down through your generations. It's been passed down for 1,000 years. Can you just stop it? It wasn't about holding it in. What really happened was, the thought of that year's shame made him not want to face it at all. At that time, when the enemy only had a few people left, we agreed to fight again after taking a leak. But while I was pulling up my pants and was off guard, they attacked and killed me. Tuta was surprised and understood. So that's what happened. That's a bit of an embarrassing way to die. Vyamdao's desperate voice rang out. I hate it so much. He finally materialized into a human form. Thinking about what happened, I hate it so much. I hate this world. He aimed his gaze directly at Tuta, who was standing to the side. Kid, you are so weak. And so soft. A single fireball scared you pale. Do you want to obtain power? Hearing Vyamdao's question, though a bit bewildered, Tuta still nodded in agreement. What? Of course I do. This made him very happy, and he smiled as he proposed. Then, go on a rampage. Go declare war on this world. Abandon your previous cultivation method. He didn't forget to extend a hand towards the boy. The cultivation method you have, created by me, actually has a second half. It's a method that requires blood sacrifices. For you, in the present, if you want to become stronger, this is the price. Tuta was somewhat bewildered and scared as he listened to Vyamdao's words. You are my descendant. Don't embarrass me anymore. First, just kill a random person. He angrily shouted in his face. Stop joking. What are you saying? If that's the case, I'd rather not become strong. This attitude made him lose his patience and he directly attacked. How disgraceful. This isn't up to you. If you won't do it, then hand your body over to me. Tuta was clearly no match for Vyamdao. He could feel pain all over his body. His face turned pale as if he couldn't breathe. His hands and entire body trembled strangely. My body. After struggling for only a short time, Tuta finally stood still. When he opened his eyes again, his body had been completely taken over by Vyamdao. This is a possession. You stay in my body and watch quietly. This story has been going on for so long. It needs a real villain. The scene shifts to a convenience store in the city. The female cashier smiled and welcomed him. Welcome. The sight before her made her extremely bewildered and scared. Hey, Blade. Customer. Your hand. Fire. Vyamdao walked in with a fierce look and declared. I want a map of this city. He gave a strange, somewhat evil smile. Oh, right. By the way. The flame on his hand flared up. It seemed Vyamdao was about to do something bad again. As expected, Vyamdao immediately attacked, blowing up the convenience store in an instant. Fire trucks rushed over quickly upon hearing news of the fire. Trantla, observing the situation from a high place, sighed and said, There's a fire in the distance, and there's a very troublesome aura around here. His face was somewhat annoyed. It's the feeling of a demonic cultivator. Vyamdao was extremely pleased after burning down the convenience store. He used his wind-like speed to dash in another direction. With his current power, Vyamdao continued to use flames to burn everything. Seeing fire everywhere made him very happy. Different voices called out continuously. Cut it out. Stop right there. Demon. Wait there to be captured. This surprised Vyamdao a little. He turned his head back expectantly. Oh? So the Pew's Boydus have arrived. Before him now were the Taoist priest, waiting there. And who might you be? Han Suong laughed smugly and quickly introduced himself. The hall may hold 3,000 guests, but one sword of frost chills 10 western states. From under Than Than Mountain, the swordsman Han Suong is me. If you've heard my name, then you should quickly give up resisting and surrender. Surrender, to avoid losing your limbs. Kim Kwang, right beside him, shouted out his own title. Deputy Chief of the Jiadan branch of the Traditional Arts Protection Web. My title is Kim Kwang Shan Ren. I've captured thousands of demons like you. Running into me is your bad luck. Hurry up and kneel down. Drop the blade, and put on these handcuffs. After their introductions, the two didn't waste any more words and charged straight at Dao. His face was a bit unperturbed as he sighed. Too much talking. With just a few basic moves, he had completely taken down both of them. Too much. The scene shifts to the traditional arts protection web building. The place was in an uproar. The skinny guy slowly stepped outside to check the situation. Ma's face was also extremely bewildered as he approached. What's going on? The one-eyed big sister was very confused. Why did the alarm suddenly go off? The guy just calmly turned his head and informed everyone. I'm afraid something big has happened. This news surprised everyone. Something big? The skinny guy's face grew serious as he recounted everything. A moment ago, I was observing the conversations of the people downstairs. It seems some dangerous entity set fire to an entire street and injured two of our colleagues from a nearby branch. Now, we're the department in charge of combat, so it's time for us to go provide support. They've already gathered a team downstairs, shouting slogans. They are about to set out. Hearing this, the one-eyed big sister was very confused. Then us. Why do we know nothing about this? The guy continued to approach the three and explained. It's not our turn. We're not the direct combat unit. Besides, the perpetrator seems to be a demonic cultivator, so they want to avoid suspicion. She heard this and laughed in surprise. A demonic cultivator, you say? Just then, K-Weil and Ochak opened the door and entered, startling the three of them. K-Weil and Ochak. His face was extremely serious as he announced to everyone. I'm afraid it's more complicated than that. I was just at the headquarters office. The scene shifts back to the meeting room from before. K-Weil and Ochak, who was eavesdropping outside, had learned some information. I heard them discussing. I peeked a little, and they were showing a replay of the incident. The incident caused by Dao was also recounted. As soon as he saw Ryuta's face, his eyes widened in disbelief. The demonic cultivator who caused the trouble. It's not someone else. The three of them were stunned to hear this, unable to believe it was the USC. The scene shifts to another large area in the city. Looking at the scene before them, everyone on the street became extremely bewildered and began discussing among themselves. That's a cosplayer. He's even holding a blade. Is he here at our school gate looking for a fight? Looking for a fight? My ass. Both Achthene is here, so all the nearby thugs have been dealt with. But it seems both Achthene took a few days off. Dao just calmly looked at the group of students. He pulled out the map again and examined it carefully. A school. In my plan, this is the final point. Without much thought, he immediately sent a flame towards the school, intending to burn everything down. Well then, let's start spewing fire along this school. The flame shot straight towards the school as if wanting to burn it all down. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred, and the scene became even more chaotic. Fortunately, a squirrel spirit blocked it just in time. At the same time, Athene slowly walked over, asking in an annoyed tone. Hey, the flowers and trees in front of the school gate. I planted them myself. It wasn't easy to them to grow. Why did you burn them? His face became extremely serious as he scolded. The students in the school. I've taught every class. Raising good talent isn't easy either. Why did you burn them? Dao realized this was an interesting opponent. A powerful one has appeared. Athene immediately waved his hand and gave an order. Go. The squirrel spirit didn't hesitate and charged forward. Dao wasn't scared either and raised his sword to block. Suddenly, strange vines appeared on the ground, holding his legs fast. Dao was somewhat surprised to see these vines suddenly appear, immobilizing him. Seizing the opportunity while he couldn't escape, Athene immediately lunged forward with a punch. He decisively landed a punch right on Dao's face, who was unable to defend himself. Athene's face was calm and cold as he decisively declared, "Be good and stop resisting. Wait for the police to take over. The plants and flowers around here were all personally planted by me. I knew them when I planted them, so I can control them at will. This entire place is under my control." Dao was not afraid. In fact, his face showed some interest. Under your control? The smile on his face gradually twisted into a strange shape. Well, who it's under the control of is not yet certain. Suddenly, Athene was startled, realizing something was wrong. A huge explosion immediately occurred, making everything more intense. With the impact of this explosion, the squirrel spirit was also thrown back in pain. The force of these flames also slowly burned away the vines Athene had created. The clothes on Dao were now almost completely tattered. But he didn't care much. It's fire. You're a tree. You can't win. Just burn away. Athene was somewhat bewildered and couldn't believe what he had just seen. Your body. You injured your own body. Hearing him say that, Dao slowly looked down at his own body. But then, an incredibly twisted smile appeared on his face as he declared, "It's fine. This is just my host. As long as it can hold up, I can just find a better body later." Feeling it wasn't interesting enough, Dao charged forward with his blade again, And as for a better body, let's try yours for now. An image of Thatch Thien appears, seriously trying to eat the object in his hand. After seizing the opportunity, he decisively breathed fire to counter the flame created by Viam Dao. Seeing him suddenly appear, Mei Pythine, who was on the side, extremely surprised. Recognizing his familiar figure, he stammered, Thatch Thien? Trongla appeared in the air, seriously assessing the situation. Good spray. Your posture and fire are both stable. Thatch Thien warily replied to him. Teacher, the remnant soul inside my body said this malicious energy is very heavy and it was very interested. So it forced me to come here and see. So, here I am. His face grew very annoyed as he stared intently at Viam Dao. So, what's your story? What do you want? He sighed, realizing his opponents were growing in number. It's getting more and more troublesome. But, it's also a good opportunity. This place is indeed under my control. I've been setting fires all along the way here. But that was just to vent some anger. Right in front of everyone, Viam Dao slammed his sword into the ground, leaving everyone stunned and confused. Noticing the situation was becoming unstable, Trongla said worriedly, a formation. This formation. I know it. Heathine, on the side, was also startled by this sight, thinking, red light, my body. It's getting heavy. Viam Dao laughed with great delight and pointed his sword at Thatch Thien, declaring, this is a formation that I drew with fire. I followed the map, setting fires all along the way, and that last fire was the final stroke. This is a long-lost demonic heart from the ancient demonic cultivators before, to manipulate and sacrifice the blood of everyone in this area, and use it to enhance my own power. The scene shifts to a place not far away. The surrounding crowd became bewildered upon seeing this. Over there, those people, what are they doing? While they were still confused, the red light immediately rushed towards them. Before the remaining man could react, the red light had made both of them dazed. Meanwhile, the one-eyed big sister, sensing the situation was not good, quickly ran to her car. She got in the car and hurriedly informed everyone. Hurry up. We have to get there before everyone else to save him. Otherwise the outcome will be getting shot on the spot. The car carrying the group sped forward, conversations echoing inside. Team, do I need to run the red light? We're demonic cultivators. We're bad guys. Run it. It'll deduct points from my driver's license. The people inside the red light were like zombies, slowly walking around. Viam Dao was extremely pleased to gather these pitiful people who were caught up in this. Like this, the difference in our strength will be huge. His smug voice echoed continuously. You all are limited by my formation, and you're also limited by your morals. Morals will prevent you from being able to attack ordinary people. Thatch Thien listened and with some anger. But I'm not like that. The more he said these things, the more excited Viam Dao became. Everyone here, after being controlled by me, has become my shield. He slowly placed his hand on a young woman's head. And of course, it's also to absorb spiritual energy from myself. In front of everyone, he absorbed the girl's spiritual energy. My food. The wound on Viam Dao's face slowly healed, and he tossed the young woman aside. Just then, the group of demonic cultivators arrived in time. Looking at the scene before her made the one-eyed big sister extremely bewildered. She quickly ran towards Viam Dao and shouted, Tuac. Hearing this familiar call, Tuta, in a vast space, slowly opened his eyes. Who's calling me? He was still unaware that he had been possessed and was floating in the space. Me? What's wrong? Wait, where am I? That's right, on this side. Vines were holding the unconscious crowd. Seizing the opportunity, Viam Dao charged at Thatch Thien with his sword. Even though he didn't want to fight, Tuta had no other choice now. I'm being controlled. He angrily cursed. You! Let me go. Seeing that Tanutana had woken up surprised Viam Dao a little. Oh. You've awakened. You still want to resist me. While the two were still arguing, Thatch Thien took the opportunity to stab him straight in the stomach. Seeing that he didn't even try to dodge surprised him somewhat. His movements have slowed down. He quickly turned to Pufathin and shouted, Teacher Lam, you control the other bystanders. I can probably handle things over here. He became extremely annoyed by Tuta's actions. Kid, stop causing trouble. On this side, Tuta was still helplessly watching Viam Dao possess his body. Don't cause trouble. At least not now. Resisting your own ancestor is a great crime. Viam Dao's hand suddenly appeared inside the terrifyingly dark space. He quickly grabbed him by the collar and cursed nonstop. The soul snatching art. You don't understand it at all. You can't resist me. But if you behave, I might give you a chance. Since you're my descendant. Do you hear me? The thought of Tuta ruining his plans made him lose his cool, and he cursed nonstop. I want to show this world what terror is. Terror can be converted into my energy. This is the way of demonic cultivation. Therefore, everyone here. I must. But, I will choose a better body. Possess it. Escape. And then hide myself. To prepare for a new massacre. I've got my eye on that fire-breathing guy. I want to take his body. Vine Dao's voice rang out. When that time comes, I'll return your body to you. How about it? The weak Yu Ta was now being pitifully bullied. Seeing him remain silent, he became even more smug and laughed loudly. Kid, what do you regret? It's fine. I wrote it. I can't eat it to you. Kid, these people who suddenly appeared. Is there anyone you care about? If you agree, I could even spare them. It's not impossible. Suddenly, Vine Dao said something incomprehensible. Honestly, I don't want to lose you either. He slowly let go of Yu Ta. His face became extremely smug as he declared, I've slept soundly for 1,000 years. I just woke up and have no one to rely on. It's still a bit lonely. I can take care of you. Although his tone was extremely contemptuous. After all, even if you are good for nothing, you are still the only bloodline related to me in the present. The thought of what he had said made Yu Ta so angry he gritted his teeth. He lowered his head and shouted, Get lost. This single word from him startled the other. Surprising him, Yu Ta's attitude had completely changed. He cursed. Shut your mouth. Get out of here, you evil heretic. Seeing Yu Ta so emotional, Vine Dao laughed in surprise. To talk to me like that. Kid, don't be so insolent to your ancestor. Yu Ta was extremely dismissive of his words. What kind of ancestor are you? His voice slowly rose. The people around me are all good people. He slowly stood up. I was raised by a good person. The friends I know are also good people. The thought of I am Dao destroying everything filled him with hatred. My life has nothing to do with you. Yu Ta slowly pointed the fingers forward. And I hate you. The moment Yu Ta opened his eyes again, he had regained control of his body. This action of his also stunned Vine Dao on the side. Who couldn't believe it? What? Since when? You could actually regain control of your body in such a short time? He asked angrily. You. What do you want to do? He asked you. He just calmly announced. If you are my ancestor. If you are my ancestor. Yu Ta's action was extremely decisive. He directly took the sword and pointed it at his own body. I won't be weak anymore. I want to betray my ancestor. Seeing him act so recklessly made Vine Dao somewhat bewildered. This is self-harm. Damn it. Damn. Unable to sit still any longer, Vine Dao quickly rushed out. He repeatedly slammed Yu Ta to the ground. The thought of what he had done made him even angrier. And he cursed madly. To actually dare to force me out by self-harm. You've got some nerve. But it's a pity. There are plenty of people here for me to possess. This time, he decided to possess someone else. After successfully possessing the new body, Vine Dao's face was extremely smug. Just then, the group of demonic cultivators rushed at him from behind, cursing continuously. Bastard, you've gone too far. The three of them teamed up to fight, causing Vine Dao to stumble back in pain. At the same time, Kiwile and Ochak arrived just in time. Tuac. He quickly supported Yu Ta's frail body. So weak. Is this the after effect of being possessed? Looking at this group of people made Thatch Thien a bit confused. Teacher. Who are these people? He thought in surprise. Before they appeared, I didn't sense their auras at all. Pithim remembered something and slowly recounted their identities. Though, it seems they work for the state. I've met a few of them before. In short, they're good people. They even helped our school plant trees. With them here, we can rest assured. After being attacked relentlessly, Vine Dao was repeatedly knocked back in pain. All the demonic cultivators worked together to surround Vine Dao. Everything seemed to stop, which surprised him. Suddenly, he realized something. A formation. They're full of hatred, and their strength isn't bad either. In a single moment, they were able to use a formation to control me. Vine Dao's face grew more annoyed as he saw his plan fail once again. I've really stirred up a hornet's nest. Besides, this body has never been through cultivation. It's too hard to control. With no other choice, Vine Dao could only think of a way to escape. I can only create a bit of chaos to run. The red light immediately faded, and everyone's consciousness slowly returned. The crowd became extremely bewildered, holding their heads and screaming in despair. Me? What's wrong? We were just unconscious. What the heck is going on? Is this a gang fight? Oh, my god. Special effects. There were even people outside continuously filming with their phones like crazy. Mass face, on the side, was completely confused by the scene. What's going on? The skinny guy next to him seemed to have understood something. He released all the normal people. Damn it. Does he want to make this a bigger issue? Vine Dao was extremely pleased with his plan this time. Yes, just like that. Get more distracted. Create a flaw in the formation. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, startling him. Don't lose focus. Yu Ta, despite his weak body, warned everyone. Don't lose focus. You saw your strength to suppress him. Don't let him escape. Kwal and Ochak quickly reminded him. Tuac. He had become extremely worried. Your body. But he stubbornly explained. I'm fine. I can still take it. I won't pass out until this is resolved. Tita's body trembled, but he still held his sword and slowly stood up. I understand my family's cultivation method the best. When cultivating, the soul becomes strong, good at escaping, and very hard to damage. And the way to control it is fire. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Liam Dao's face grew uglier. It's over. Tazwa was now burning brightly. He held his sword and staggered forward. This blade, the fire it releases conceal him. Let me. The final blow. Seeing Ta so determined and also made everyone present cheer continuously. His blade is glowing. The special effects are so cool. It's not special effects. It's a unique skill. I don't know. But it's a rare opportunity. I have to record this. Ine-chan. Quick. Look over here. Smile. Van Dao looked at this scene. So scared he was speechless. You. Stay away. Ta slowly walked over and smiled. Ancestor. That's right. I still have to thank you. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. But, goodbye. He used all his strength to slash at Liam Dao's body. I want to protect this world. Our paths are different. We have nothing more to say. The scene before them made everyone who was watching or filming freeze in an instant. Time seemed to stop. The phone also fell to the ground. The crowd became extremely terrified and screamed their lungs out. Heavens. Oh my god. Run. This guy is crazy. He just cut that person down with a blade. Chapter 56. After landing a one-hit one-kill, Ta was nearly exhausted. He stood silently, muttering to himself. It's okay. It's okay. This move is only enough to kill demons. As he spoke, his whole body collapsed to the ground. It can't harm people. At this moment, the sound of police sirens approached. 4 or 5 cars sped in from all directions, surrounding Tuta's location. Chief Mao warily pushed open the car door and got out. Our demonic cultivator unit has done a good job. Purple Hair and One Eye were startled when they saw him get out of the car. They yelled at the top of their lungs. Chief Mao. Run. Is he the team leader over there? Chief Mao called out to the people. Everyone. Come over here. Then to the security personnel. Use this to erase their memories. Also, open the barrier formation and clean up the remnants of the scene. Then he walked over to where Yuta was lying on the ground and said softly. Hey. You. Very quickly. Chief Mao finished the water in his cup. Then he used a spell to make it fly up. Fly. Suddenly, the cup grew larger and sucked the demon Lord Viam Dao from the ground into it. Absorb. Chongla's eyes widened in shock at his power. A magical artifact? That white enamel mug. Hasn't that thing only been around for a few decades? How can it do that? After capturing the sword, the cup returned to its original state. Chief Mao clasped his hands and bowed to the floating cup. Thank you for your help. Senior. I am extremely grateful. This junior is endlessly grateful. Then, he held the cup in his hand and gave an order. Assemble. Yes. Sir. Yes. Sir. Chief Mao didn't forget to remind Chongla's group, which surprised him. But his face darkened. Also, you guys from the demonic cultivator unit, come to my office for tea later. Just a few dozen minutes later. KY Lan. Forest Hair. Purple Hair. Snout. And One Eye were present in the ward. Chief Mao was still calmly sipping water from the divine cup. Then he slammed the cup on the table and scolded them relentlessly. Your sense of danger is too poor. Comrades, when we're on a mission, what's the most important thing? It's to act in secret. Look at yourselves. Suddenly being scolded for their poor senses. The group didn't hold back and vented. What did you say? You dare lecture us? Tell me, do you want to be skinned alive? Are you looking for a beating? What's with the arrogance? You want to be folded? Was my motorcycle towed away? Purple Hair kept his words brief. Just 3 words kill you. Flip like a light switch. Chief Mao suddenly became silent for a moment. Then, he gently advised. Alright, there's no need to cultivate your demonic arts right now. Otherwise, I can't sense your true feelings. Hearing this, they immediately burst into tears. Chief Mao, it's our fault. We caused so many fights. We're too ashamed to face anyone anymore. You're right. Everything you said is right. We beg you. Chief Mao, please fire us. Then came Chief Mao's sigh. Hearing their cries, Chief Mao tapped the table a few times. Actually, many things could have been avoided. TUIC is a newbie. When you were guiding him, you should have reminded him again and again. Any change, no matter what, must be immediately reported to the organization. Don't act on your own. You should trust the organization a bit more. We have tranquilizers in modern science. And in magic, we have sealing arts. Removing the malicious soul from his body without harming him would have been a small matter. But now, look what happened. You acted on your own. As a result, today, over 100 videos have spread on the internet. Thanks a lot. Guys, isn't this just completely exposing our cultivator world to the public? The whole group huddled in a corner, tears streaming down their faces. We were wrong. We were too rash. Suddenly, Chief Mao walked to the window and said softly, "But, let it go. This matter is over. It can be considered a threat eliminated. Go back and write your self-criticism reports. And lose 3 months bonus." The group's jaws dropped. Chief Mao became stern again, giving a decisive order. Also, for the time being, you don't need to monitor other cultivators. Go clean up your own mess first. Go online and find all videos related to today's battle. Report them. Make clone accounts to report them. Send messages to the people who filmed the videos. No matter what, even if you have to use seduction, you must find them. Find their addresses. Hypnotize them. And make them forget everything. The whole group of troublemakers from the demonic cultivator unit was dumbfounded by his lowbrow plan, wondering, are we being righteous skiboard warriors now? Suddenly, Bald K. Wyland brought up an important matter. Wait, Chief Mao, then, what about the fire-breathing guy we're currently monitoring? He clasped his hands behind his back, feigning surprise. Him? He is indeed an important person. At this point, Chief Mao's face darkened, and a cunning smile appeared. I will send someone else. Someone he knows and who can also protect him. The scene changes to another place fully equipped with computers. This is the secret fan club of Thatchvan. Thatchtheen, with over 1,000 members and a 1:1 male-to-female ratio, is a place that greatly admires Thatchtheen. On the screen is a picture of Thatchtheen with a sunny smile. A few new notifications arrive. ID Thatchtheen's eldest daughter posted a photo. Want to buy? A photo of Father Theen when he was a kid. Dai Hung looked at the photo, almost drooling, and typed furiously. The day of true Dai Hung, the fan club leader, starts from here. And today is very busy. On the screen are a few comments from the account owner named Father Theen. Call me. I heard there was an explosion recently. It's not safe. Below, an account named First Mother in the Universe was actively replying. That's right. It's not safe. Just last night, an hour after school let out, there was a big fight in front of our school gate. There was even an account, Little Sister Who Loves Father Thatch Theen, that posted a short video clip. Father Theen was there too. I have the video. Reading this comment, the fan club leader Dai Hung felt deep regret because she was a bad student and had skipped school that day. She couldn't witness it with her own eyes. Dai Hung reached for her phone, thinking to herself, Thatch, classmate Thatch Theen. He also doesn't know that he was there. Is he safe? I have to ask. Suddenly, Thatch's little sister's account sent Dai Hung a strange message. Recent messages. Hello. I have a lot of photos related to brother Thatch Theen. Do you want them? From my friend. She was a bit surprised. In her mind, the phrases brother, Thatch Theen, photos, a lot kept flashing. Dai Hung thought for a moment, shaking her head. Wait, now is not the time to talk about this. So, she quickly replied, let's talk later. The other end just replied with a no. Seeing that she hadn't captured Dai Hung's attention, that account even sent a picture of a chubby Thatch Theen eating chips to entice her. It even sent more pictures of him exercising his difficult weight loss journey as a child. Looking at this series of messages, Dai Hung's eyes were full of question marks. She replied suspiciously, Who are you? Who are you? Who on earth are you? That account replied mysteriously, it's a secret. All 1,000 photos related to brother Thatch Theen's childhood. I can give them all to you, but I need you to do something for me. True Dai Hung. Back with Chief Mao. He helplessly pushed open the door with a click. He said to the cub, everyone in the administration bureau is busy erasing the effects of this on social media platforms. It seemed to understand and nodded repeatedly. Then, Chief Mao said softly, well then, let's begin to. At his word, the cub released the trapped demon lord Viam Dao. He was bound tightly by chains, the 5-star soul lock in great formation. Chief Mao began his interrogation of the criminal. His face darkened and his voice was cold. You directly rushed into a crowd of people and used an explosion to set up a blood formation. The power of cultivators in this era. A 1,000-year-old fox spirit like you. Even if you don't understand, you shouldn't have caused such a huge incident right after waking up. Right? Suddenly, he yelled in the demon lord's face. What is your purpose? Speak. What exactly made you do this at any cost? He craned his neck and retorted. Like you need to care. Bastard. I don't want to say a single word to you. Not getting a satisfactory answer. Chief Mao looked down and replied, well then, there's no other way. I'll have to take you for soul refining. The demon lord didn't understand at all. He stammered. You. What do you mean? Chief Mao's expression changed, his pupils constricting. It means I'll extract your consciousness and let it dissipate. Then I'll enter your memories to check. To see what secrets you're hiding that you can't tell others. Sound familiar? This is a divine ability that demonic cultivators often use. Fighting fire with fire. But I didn't forget to tell you. Although I hide it well, the cultivation method I practice is actually also from a demonic sect. Then he waved his hand forward and growled. Also, the cultivators who were involved at the scene. I will send people to protect all of them. No matter what tricks you're planning. You can just give up. At the same time, at Thatchthine's place, he was eating his fill from a table full of fattening food. He looked at the hamburger in his hand and kept mumbling. This sudden incident has made me feel a sense of powerlessness. Suddenly there was a fight. Suddenly an uncle appeared. And suddenly it was over. They fought right in front of me, and then cleaned everything up. Then he frowned, raised his fingers and continued. I've realized the existence of masters in this world. And it's a whole organization. This feeling of being just a grain of sand. Unable to help at all. I've only experienced it twice in my life. Finally, Thatchthine lowered his head and whispered, I want to get stronger quickly. But what Trong cared about wasn't strength. He asked, his eyes wide. Wait, twice? You had a first time feeling powerless? Hearing this, Thatchthine was also a bit surprised. He dangerously recounted. Yes, that was when I was a teenager. Memories from his childhood days came flooding back. 13 years ago, Little Sung Kindergarten, Class A. A small child in the class ran in excitedly announced. The teacher said this afternoon is free activity time. Our class can playhouse. Vang Sun happily volunteered. Then, I want to be the mom. Then the other children also enthusiastically took on roles. I want to be the older sister. I want to be the older brother. I want to be the little brother. I want to be the little sister. Meanwhile, the little banana-haired boy raised his hand joyfully. I want to be the dad. Suddenly, the classroom fell silent. The other children immediately objected vehemently. What did you say? How can you be the dad? Didn't we already decide? The dad of this class can only be that person. The other little girls blushed. Surrounded by hearts. That's right. It can only be him. The one who's even taller than the teacher. He's so strong and gives a great sense of security. He can protect everyone. Little Thatchthine, who was playing with wooden blocks, trembled when he heard the call. Dad. Dad. The entire kindergarten class flew over to hug him. Dad Thatchthine. Playhouse with us like before. Dad Thatchthine. We're your kids. Thatchthine could only resign himself to it. This is a picture of him. Thatchthine. 3 years old. 45 Kwaju. The little kids kept running to him, holding out their hands and calling. Dad. Dad. I want to fly. Dad. Dad. I want to ride. Once, a classmate got bullied and ran back to tattle on him. Dad. Dad. A jerk from the next class stole my slide. Dad. Help me beat him up. To understand what happened, we have to go back half an hour to the shared slide at the kindergarten. Today it's our class A's turn to use the slide. You can't use it. You're lying. Today is clearly our class's turn. The two children bumped into each other, unable to decide who got to play. They already said, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are our class's turn. You guys are Tuesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. That's not right. Why do I always see you guys playing more than us every week? With me, children, it's easy for disputes to arise. After a fierce fight, they burst into tears. The long-haired one ran back to class, threatening, You just wait. I'm going to call my class's dad. You wait right here for me. Who's afraid of who? I'm going to call my class's mom too. By now, the long-haired one had run to hug Thatchthine and called, Dad Thatchthine. After that, he went with the kid from his class to the slide to see. Come on, lead the way. Let's go see. Okay. The remaining children were terrified when they saw this. They called to each other. Wait, their dad wants to go alone. Is it for real? That class has that person, the one who's the queen mother of their whole class. Do you think her dad can win? The short-haired boy put on a dangerous expression. I don't know. Even if I'm the smartest one in this class, I don't know about Father Thien's world. And her, who is stronger? The little boy's eyes were full of determination. He confidently concluded. It will definitely be a brutal fight. On this side, the other little boy had brought Big Daddy to the spiky-haired kid. Dad, it's them. Their class bullied me. Thatchthine's eyes narrowed. His reaction quite unexpected. The spiky-haired kid also had someone big with him. A hard counter to Thatchthine. Mom, it's them. They bullied me. The two powerful forces stared each other down, Big Daddy and Big Emily. Akadi Hoa. Without a word, the two of them exchanged a punch. That day, the young man experienced the feeling of despair for the first time. The feeling of despair and powerlessness. The other kids were sent flying by the impact of the punch. Thatch Thien was lifted by the color by Q-Hole like a sandbag. For the first time, he learned that for every tall mountain, there is a higher one. For every strong person, there is a stronger one. For every fat person, there is a fatter one. Chapter 58. Despite facing a powerful opponent, Thatch Thien didn't give up. From then on, for a whole year, Little Sun Kindergarten was the scene of a bloody gang war. Q-Hoa and Thatch Thien would solo each other every day with the powerful punches of 3-year-olds. And of course, every time, Thatch Thien was sent flying several meters by Q-Hoa. He fell to the ground with a shocking thud. Q-Hoa walked up to him and declared with great presence, "You lose." She even puffed out her chest and proclaimed, "This is my 31st victory. Now, call me Big Sister." Thatch Thien refused to submit, yelling, "Big Sister, your head. I'm half a month older than you. You should be calling me Brother Thatch Thien." Q-Ho's eyes widened fiercely at these words. Then she burst out laughing as if teasing him. "All right, that's interesting. You got spirit. If you don't want to call me that, it's fine." Q-Ho excitedly pointed straight at his face and declared, "In this world, there is no one who can take my moves. But you actually managed to take 3 moves. That makes you a strong young man. Good friend." Then, she nonchalantly walked away, leaving Thatch Thien lying helplessly on the ground. "Sooner or later, I will make you submit completely, and call me Big Sister. Then I'll have won your heart." In contrast to her, Thatch Thien was furious. "Damn it, I can't beat her at all. I have to get fatter." The banana-haired boy, watching the battle, scratched his head. "So tragic. Father Thatch Thien is so tragic. He's been fighting for half a year, and hasn't won once. Our class is doomed." Suddenly, a little girl ran up and made an observation. "Even though it's tragic, don't you think they're a good match?" The little girl even confirmed her thoughts with certainty. "That's right. One is the dad. One is the mom. They both give off a sense of security. They must have developed feelings for each other while fighting. And in the end, they'll become a family, protecting the children in both classes." The other 2 kids vehemently objected when they heard this. No, absolutely not. But no one knew that Thatch Thien had made up his mind. So he just kept gobbling everything down. The more he ate, the bigger his belly grew. As usual, Thatch Thien would call out to his mother, "Mom, another bowl. I have to get fatter than that girl." Until one day, looking at an x-ray and hearing the doctors and slap down, everything changed. The doctor said, if we let the weight continue to increase, his parents and Thatch Thien listened intently. In the future, he might just have to drop out of school. The doctor's words made him not even dare to continue eating the chips in his hand. He said that not only would he be bullied, but he also wouldn't be able to make friends. After that day, Thatch Thien had a private meeting with Q-Hoa. The 2 children were like characters in a gangster movie, lifelong rivals fighting a life or death battle. Q-Hoa looked at him teasingly. "You're here again. You're such a headache. All right, you've gotten fatter. Ready to accept your 32nd defeat?" Thatch Thien's face darkened, and he replied bluntly, "No, I'm not fighting anymore. I came to say goodbye." These words made the 3-year-old Q-Hoa experience fear for the first time. She screamed, "Wait, why?" Thatch Thien's eyes were now welling up with tears. "I had a health checkup. I've decided to lose weight." The more he spoke, the worse his mood became. "The doctor said my body will get sick, and I won't have any friends. And also, we're in the older class now. We're about to graduate from kindergarten. In short, we'll be going to different places after this." Using all his strength, Thatch Thien blurted out the pain in his heart. I can't keep getting fat with you." Q-Hoa suddenly cut him off. "Wait a minute." She also trembled, beating her chest, and said clearly, "Why wouldn't you have friends? Am I not your friend?" Thatch Thien stared at her. Then, Q-Hoa burst into tears, her face soaked. He looked at Q-Hoa as if he was choked up. She said, "In this whole world." Q-Hoa wailed through her tears. In this world, you're obviously the only one who can take my hits." Then she ran off like a tragic heroine. Thatch Thien hurriedly chased after her, calling out, "Wait!" But Q-Hoa ran faster and faster, and Thatch Thien's weight faded into the distance. He stood there, speaking his thoughts. "I shouldn't have said that. Actually, I consider you a friend too." Back in the present, Thatch Thien's face dark as he concluded his story. "That was the last time we ever saw each other." Tronla, she was startled and dissatisfied because the story was getting good. "It's over. So quickly?" He sat down on the floor and continued. "She was too strong, and she ran too fast. In the end, I couldn't catch up." Hearing this, Tronla was at a loss for words. Chapter 59. After his 3-year-old story, Thatch Thien reflected again. A few weeks later, I graduated from kindergarten, and from then on, I never saw her again. I only heard my mom say once. That little girl. I think it was her. She was a distant relative of my family. So this fat gene was already in my body. Tronla's jaw dropped. No wonder. He continued. And from then on, she followed her family to study elementary school abroad. At this point, he poked his cheek thoughtfully and mumbled. But, even though we didn't see each other again, we still kept in touch. We often talked about the topic of weight loss. Hearing the two words weight loss, Tronla whipped his head around to look at Thatchthene. Weight loss? Wait. She lost weight too. Then, he didn't rush to answer but rummaged through a box, looking for something. Then he took out a photo he had just found to show Tronla. Yes, she looks like this now. Her name is. At the same time, somewhere else, there were 3 guys bothering a girl. Hey, look at that girl. Let's go check her out. The one in the middle smirked. A total babe. The 3 of them ran up to the girl with pigtails and started talking. Hey, little sister. Carrying luggage like that. Did you just arrive in the city? What's your name? Come hang out with us. Let me call a car and take you on a tour of the city. She didn't say a word. Just took a deep breath to gather her strength. Then roared with power. How annoying. Threatening, and trying to pick me up like that. This little girl was Tiuhoa, who had lost weight, but her strength had not changed. Tiuhoa ran up, grabbed the bald guy's hand, and threw him to the ground. She looked at the other 2 with fiery eyes. They screamed in terror. Tiuhoa's face darkened, her voice cold. This city. I've lived here since I was a child. She angrily punched a hole in the wall. I'm more familiar with this place than you guys are. The guys who had surrounded her just moments ago were now being chased by her, running for their lives. All that was left was their screaming. What do you want to do? Oh my god. Can one punch really shatter something like that? She pulled out a steel pipe to chase us. Help. A monster. Don't look at her. Over here. Don't come over here. Mommy. Back with Thatchthene. He was showing off Tiuhoa to Tronla. But Tronla was trembling. Yes. You're not mistaken. She is my cousin. Thatch Tiuhoa. Thatchthene proudly puffed out his chest and said loudly. We have the same fat gene. Since I was 6. I've been persistently exercising every single day. The result is, I got fat. In the middle of his passionate speech, the doorbell rang, interrupting him. Thatchthene went to open the door, not forgetting to throw back one last line. And she persistently trains 10 harder than me every day. As he pulled open the door, he said loudly, and so she slimmed down like that. The door opened, and the person who had just rung the bell was his cousin Tiuhoa. Smiling brightly, Thatchthene was stunned for a few seconds, then jumped in surprise. Tiuhoa smiled radiantly and called him Brother Thatchthene. The 3 guys she had beaten up were unconscious on the ground. Thatchthene was extremely surprised to see her. Oh my god, why are you here? At the same time, Phoebe was showing a scene of a mother reuniting with her son after a long time. Son, you've gotten thinner again. Why are you so thin? In the army. Was it very tough? The son replied proudly. Mom, I'm not afraid of hardship. I serve the people. Thatchthene's eyes were also welling up with tears. You've gotten thinner again. And you even started calling me brother. Don't be like that. In my heart, you'll always be my sister. Sister Hoa. Tiuhoa brought some gifts for Thatchthene. She said cheerfully, saying that makes me feel shy. Brother Thatchthene. Meeting her, Tronla, who was beside them, had his jaw drop. The atmosphere is so strange. Is this the person who's even stronger than Thatchthene? He eagerly looked at the gifts with Tronla, but still didn't know what they were. Then, Tiuhoa accidentally let it slip. When I was cultivating abroad, I killed 7 bears with my bare hands and skinned them. Thatchthene jumped in shock, yelling, Holy crap, so this red stuff is blood. She added the purpose of her trip. Also, I actually came this time to protect you. Thatchthene was a bit surprised. Protect me? She replied calmly. Yes, you and the senior behind you have entered the threshold of the cultivation world. Hearing this, both Thatchthene and Tronla's jaws dropped. Tiuhoa saw her dazed cousin and couldn't stop laughing. No need to hide it. I've been a cultivator for a long time too. Actually, the scene of you guys fighting at the school gate last time went viral online. My colleagues from the Traditional Arts Protection Web are all frantically deleting the video. That's also why I was transferred back from abroad to look after you. The senior official who appeared last time is my instructor. He asked with wide eyes. Wait, Tiuhoa. Am I going to be in some kind of danger? She put on a dangerous expression. It's hard to say. But, the demonic cultivator who's suddenly awake, and last time, it's very likely he was intentionally targeting you. Then Zavadu shifted, becoming extremely serious. He's not the first ancient demonic cultivator to awaken. Recently, demonic cultivators have been awakening everywhere, and their actions are mostly the same. After causing a commotion, they possess souls. The following words carried even more intense news. The targets of possession have all been cultivators weighing over 100 jin, about 220 pounds. Huh? If they can possess the soul, they possess it. If the constitution isn't good, they are brutally killed. Teuhoa slammed her cup on the table, her voice a bit annoyed. The one you fought last time was just a newly awakened chicken. The most violent demonic cultivator right now, who likes to strike on rainy days, has already killed 20 fat people. Her eyes became terrifying, and she smiled eerily. Right now, he's hiding in the city. We call him the Rainy Nights serial killer. Chapter 60. Teuhoa began to tell the stories of the cases caused by the Rainy Nights serial killer. On the drawing, you might think the person is fat, but you wouldn't know that. In reality, the person who created this truly fat character is this artist. He was trying to draw an ultra-fat main character, a little more violent, make him even more beloved. After finishing, he slammed his pen on the table and shouted with joy. He even wanted to explode like his chubby character. It's done. This chapter is finally done. I have to order fried chicken. Order fried chicken. For myself. I want to eat. I earn money so I can happily eat a huge meal. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. The artist, who was snacking, glanced over. The person outside called out loudly, "Your food." He quickly went to open the door. Coming. That was fast. However, the delivery person gave him a very dangerous feeling. The artist's face paled as he thought, this gloomy aura. Is it because of the rain? And his helmet is covering his face so completely. He stammered, "Excuse me, are you really here to deliver food?" The man looked down and smirked slightly. Yes, he did. Pounds. The artist was a bit confused, his body involuntarily trembling as he replied, 200, 202. The person seemed pleased, taking off his gloves. Not bad. 202, ordering fried chicken late at night. You're excellent. That's your food for today. But you. Before he could finish his sentence, the killer had grabbed the artist's head to drain his spiritual energy. Are my food for today. He drained him to the point where the artist's excess fat disappeared. The room was filled with his screams, leaving only a shriveled body. Become fat. Ending the story. Teuhoa spoke seriously to Thatchthene. He yelled in fear. You suddenly told this story. What kind of ghost story is this? Gaining momentum, Teuhoa made an even scarier face to threaten him. These are the recent cases related to fat people. In just a few minutes, the victim was drained dry. After struggling to call the police, he was immediately taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. Thatchthene was flustered. That's so tragic. Teuhoa then teased, making others curious. Actually, not really. The artist who was taken to the hospital for emergency treatment was able to open his eyes and look around. The nurse called out loudly, Sir, you're awake. He's awake. He's awake. Doctor, come quickly. At this moment, the artist frowned, his handsome face revealed. Am I in the hospital? He looked at his hands and his body and wondered. I remember. I was drained dry. Suddenly, Teuhoa angrily slammed the table. He lived. He realized that after he got thin, he's now become a handsome idol. He is extremely popular and recently held a concert. His income is much higher than when he was drawing. Which makes me someone who has to force myself to exercise for 5 hours a day to lose weight. So jealous. She suddenly turned to Thatchthene and shouted, What the heck? Can he even be considered a culprit? Hearing this, Teuhoa held her head. But this can't really be considered a culprit. The victim wasn't too seriously injured overall. Most of the fat people in the city were targeted. I saw them after they were drained and hung up. Everywhere was just fat. The ancient demonic cultivator who intended to possess you last time. We still haven't caught the others. The fat bodies are piled on top of each other. Teuhoa was very worried, knitting her brows as she asked Thatchthene. That's why I've been so worried about you. But seeing you've gotten so thin, I can rest a little easier. Brother Thatchthene, how on earth did you get so thin? Have you started cultivating? Thatchthene was enthusiastic. Me? Oh, me? Suddenly, a voice from outside the door made Thatchthene panic. Food. Your food. Your spicy Korean fried chicken is here. Thatchthene slammed the table and shouted. Food. Did you order that? My financial situation absolutely doesn't allow me to order that. Tronla, beside him, immediately tried to clear his name. No. I don't need to eat. Even Teuhoa was drawn into this reaction. Following the denial. No. I haven't touched that kind of food in 10 years. Thatchthene and Tronla didn't order. Teuhoa didn't order. So who did? The three of them felt like they were struck by lightning. Thatchthene, this is your house. You go open the door. I'll protect you from behind. What? You go open the door. Just after Teuhoa finished her terrifying story, a wrong delivery person appeared. The atmosphere was now very scary. A moment later, Thatchthene went to open the door, clutching something behind his back. He was sweating profusely, using all his courage to refuse the order. You've got the wrong address. No one ordered anything. The delivery person was the killer. His head lowered. Voice small. Really? Actually, according to my investigation, only a fat person lives here. Not someone like you. You. How much do you weigh? Thatchthene was somewhat surprised. Me? The killer clicked his tongue. Forget it. You've got some meat on you. I guess. Then, he reached out his hand to absorb his spiritual energy. His eyes glowing brightly. Become my food. Thatchthene quickly took a bite of chocolate. His entire body puffed up. And he punched the killer's hand, shouting, "Don't just casually call me food." The killer seemed rather interested. Smirking. A cultivator. Good. Your body belongs to me now. He glared at him, thinking to himself, this guy is also a fire-type cultivator. He's not as weak as the demonic cultivator I met last time. But I can't just stand by like before. I have to protect the people behind me. Suddenly, Kyuho cried out, holding a table in her hands. Thatchthene, move! Very quickly. She threw it straight at the killer. He was hit. As he was knocked back, he screamed in terror, his three-quarter helmet falling off. That's it. And so, the killer's face was revealed. He cursed. Who? Who was it? Who threw a table? What kind of strength is that? Without making him wait, Kyuho was already there with a punch ready. She showed no mercy, delivering a flurry of punches to the killer's face. His screams of agony echoed through the air. After cleaning up, Dahoa cracked her knuckles and said, after punching him more than 200 times, he passed out. Resolved. Cleaned up. This scene left Thatchthene completely shocked. The serial killer's eyes snapped open as he observed the direction opposite him. His face was now filled with fierceness as he realized he had been tied up. Thatchthene crossed his arms and shouted, Sister Hoa. He's awake. Tron sat next to Kyuho, continuously massaging her. Boss? Do you feel comfortable with my massage? Gabra's eyebrows knitted together in anger. Talk. You demonic cultivators. Going around draining people and possessing souls. What's your purpose? The serial killer's emotions exploded. He stared straight ahead with wide eyes. Screw you. Why should I talk? You think just because you caught me, I'll talk. Immediately. Thatchthene and Tron rushed towards the serial killer, shouting loudly. Sweat rolled down Thatchthene's cheek. He grabbed the serial killer by the collar and shook him. What kind of tone are you using to talk to Sister Hoa? Do you know how strong she is? Do you know if you keep talking like that, if she gets angry, she'll tear down my house? And Tron, kneeling next to Kyuho, panicked when he saw her stand up. Boss, calm down. Don't bother with these guys. Let me get you a glass of juice. With her hands on her hips, Kyuho gave a thumbs up. She laughed cheerfully. That's more like it. It's only comfortable when you've got guts. Suddenly, Taihoa bent down and slammed her head against the serial killers. I also figured you'd be a tough nut to crack. So, I won't ask anymore. First, the serial killer was dazed from the blow. You. What do you want to do? As she attacked, Kyuho didn't forget to explain. I'll just beat you for 3 days and 3 nights. Time passed, carried along by a stream of thought. After that, it didn't even take 3 days. We found out everything. Currently, the serial killer's face was covered in lumps. You still don't know how terrifying your opponent is. His voice echoed amidst a scene of a giant soul emerging from a formation. There are 10 of us. From a very old religion that we worship. An ancient demon god. The serial killer's face now looked insane. His smile stretching from ear to ear. He is one of the supreme beings. In this world, he is an ancient god. His power is enough to move mountains. He is the son of the earth. He is used by him. Born surrounded by a million fireballs. And he will constantly change his form. Next, the serial killer took out a pill from a porcelain bottle. Anyone who dares to look him in the eye will be burned by his fierce flames and turned to ash. His arm slowly rose towards the dark, gloomy soul. Ever since I started believing in him, I often take medicine to dream of his image. Tronla, Thatchthene, and Kyuho all widened their eyes and gasped in astonishment. Sweat beaded on Thatchthene's face. Big boss. And Tronla couldn't remember to close his mouth. There's still something so huge in the world. The serial killer match and the scene of the leader opening a mysterious page. And the leader of our organization. After much searching, one day he actually found his tomb. His voice boomed. So we started digging up the tomb to search. Then, people riding on clouds and swords flew towards the mountain peak. At that time, elite demonic cultivators from all over the world appeared. The strangers secretly opened a giant box. Inside, written in a language no one could understand, was the cultivation method of the high god. One of them grabbed the unique wooden book. The way to turn yang energy into spiritual energy. The serial killer's voice now trembled with excitement. There is yang energy in the human body. People who gain weight easily have heavier yang energy. And with this method, Whether it's burning one's own body or draining others, one can increase their cultivation level. That's why we attack fat people and possess their souls. But we don't just do it for cultivation. We also use their fat to help them, gathering it to resurrect the ancient god we worship. A few red threads appeared in the serial killer's eyes. He screamed wildly. He is the king of fire, the light, the first cultivator of this world, symbolizing the existence of light and fire. Scared now, aren't you? That the plan has reached its final step. He is about to arrive. Suddenly, Trong rushed forward and punched the serial killer hard in the eye. He is about to arrive. He cried out in pain. Trongla's hand gripped the serial killer's collar tightly. He shook him continuously. From fat to spiritual energy, burning calories. Isn't that my cultivation method? Thatchthin and Tiu Hoa stared in shock. The serial killer's face was covered in bruises, and he looked fierce. Trongla's anger exploded. He frowned and shouted, "The one you worship, isn't it me? After I died, I intentionally left a copy in my tomb, and you people dug it up." The serial killer's eyebrows practically touched. He couldn't believe his eyes. Wait a minute. You are. Next, Trongla threw a punch at the serial killer's cheekbone. "Did I tell you to dig up my grave? You beast. Did I tell you to have weird dreams and ruin my image?" Then he kicked his back repeatedly, cursing as he did. "Crazy. A bunch of abnormal believers. Your bodies. Did you get my permission?" A flame appeared in his hand, and Trongla lifted the killer up. "Did I tell you to use my cultivation method to drain other people's bodies? Speak. How many fat people have you harmed? And where are they?" The flame flickered and then burned stronger, and stronger, and stronger. It was as if the flame itself was reflected in the killer's pupils. You are." Tears suddenly flowed from his eyes. The killer mumbled in a daze. Could you be?" At this moment, he knelt before Trongla, his body trembling as he sobbed. "No. The medicine I took to dream of the ancient god every night. It was all just my imagination," someone thought to themselves. At that moment, the scream when his faith collapsed. In that moment, a person's values were shattered to pieces. The thing he had always believed in was broken into a million pieces. The serial killer's face seemed to have aged several years. He smiled in agony. "I've told you everything. I've told you about the fat people. They're all alive. They're being held by us at the city center stadium." Trongla closed his eyes and snapped his fingers, causing the flame to disappear. "At least you're sensible. Otherwise, I would have killed you." Suddenly, the killer spoke up. Tears streamed into his mouth as the serial killer wailed. "If my belief doesn't exist, if this world never had that ancient god, then what should I do? What should I believe in from now on?" Trongla turned his back to him with an angry face. "Believe in science," he shouted in order. "Go. We're going to save them." Chapter 62. In a scene of a building amidst desolate ruins, somewhere in the city, an abandoned sports stadium. This is where the heretical believers usually stay. A man held a stick with a piece of red meat dangling from it, as if he were fishing. A chubby young man ran until he was drenched in sweat. At this moment, the chubby young man was trying to run on a treadmill to get the bait in front of him. The cloaked man laughed as he whipped the chubby young man hard. "Run! Run! Come on! Burn that fat!" The man's face was filled with excitement, a gleam in his eye. "Turn that fat into energy. Offer it to our god." From a distance, Lao Jiu's voice suddenly rang out. "You! Keep it down." The man turned his head to the side. Oh, Lao Yu, with his hands behind his back, slowly approached him. "Too ostentatious. We're doing bad things in the open. Too flashy. It hasn't been peaceful lately. It seems we've caught the attention of this world's law enforcement agencies." Wrinkles were prominent on his face as Lao Yu frowned in annoyance. "There are 10 of us in total, and we've suffered so much to awaken him to this world. Now, Lao Chai, hidden in the blade, has been captured. Last night, Lao that, while pretending to be a delivery man to capture people, is also nowhere to be seen. It's better to restrain ourselves a bit." Meanwhile, the blond man laughed with excitement. "Restrain? You've been hanging around the old man and become a coward, haven't you? Lao Yu, restraint is impossible. I'm protected by the ancient god." Next, he took out a bright red bib. "Look at this." A few red threads glinted in his eyes. The blond man clutched the bib tightly. "Do you know what this is?" "This is what I got from the ruins of the ancient god." This was his personal item. "This is a divine relic. It's underwear. The ancient god's underwear." Then he closed his eyes and brought the bib to his nose. He was intoxicated by the scent. "Ever since then, I've always carried it with me, and it has always emitted a special fragrance. It has always been silently protecting me. With this thing, I no longer feel any fear." Lao Yu was stunned, his eyes wide open. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes to savor the lingering scent. "Indeed, it's a bit different. I really did smell a special fragrance. With the protection of a god's treasure, It's no wonder you're so crazy. Meanwhile, Tiuho was on her phone up high, while Trong was squatted next to Thatchtheen. She held the phone to her ear to contact the other side. Hey, you two. Hurry up. I found the location of those heretical believers. And Trong couldn't control his anger. The blonde man was excited as he held the red bib. He scoffed at Laonu. Ever since I started sleeping with it, I can even dream of the vague face of the great ancient god every day. I have a feeling that I will soon be able to meet the great ancient god. Suddenly, Trong rushed in from a distance, his foot kicking straight into the man's stomach. Meet him. Huh? The blonde man was immediately sent flying backward by the force. Next, he tried to regain his balance and shouted. Who? Who are you? At this moment, Trong slowly looked up. His cheeks were flush red. Trong was both shy and angry. You beast. Give me back my underwear. You guys are too perverted. Top was staring at his computer screen, typing continuously. At the same time, in room 301 of the Traditional Arts Protection Building, suddenly, Chief Mao walked in through the door with a smile on his face. Still working overtime to delete videos. Tiuta immediately stood up. Yes, sir. Serving the people. Serving the people by controlling public opinion. Chief Mao held a teacup and comforted him. All right. Take a rest. Next, he observed the people in the room. It's time for you to redeem yourselves. Especially you. Now, prepare your gear. Quickly go to a place and capture someone. Suddenly, his eyes darkened, and his smile was filled with cunning. I'll bring people later. We've been struggling with this demonic cultivator issue lately. It's time to put an end to it. Lao and Yu immediately pointed at Tromla, who was standing beside him. An intruder. Surround them. Sacrifice them to the god. Tromla angrily shouted back. God my ass. The one you worship is me. Hearing this, Lao and Yu observed Tromla more carefully. Looking closely, you're actually a soul. Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a punch and a kick. Interesting. Thatchtheen bent his knees, while Tiu Hoa cracked her knuckles to warm up. At this moment, Thatchtheen tilted his head to the side, his brows furrowed. What are you doing? Suddenly jumping down like that. You made us have to jump down too. Calm down. Many male students have kept my things as souvenirs before. It's no big deal. But Tromla was furious. He widened his eyes and explained. Stop joking. My wife gave me that underwear. I have to get it back. This is the henpecked nature flowing in my blood. Next, Tromla pointed to the opposite side. Besides, that's not right. Over in that corner is my coffin. They want to revive me, but my soul is here. I can't feel them worshipping or praying to me at all. Anger burned around Tromla, his eyebrows nearly touching. Are they trying to revive a corpse that can only walk? No, I have to go over there and see what's inside the coffin. My body has definitely been tampered with. Suddenly, the black cloaked figures appeared in silence. They controlled the blue flame with their hands and approached their opponent. A fireball appeared between Tromla's palms. At the same time, the cloaked figures all used their power to create a bright light. The flame slammed into the purple light, making the space tense. As he observed his surroundings, Tromla couldn't contain his anger. Damn it. There are too many of them. I can't beat them. The brows on his face were practically knitted together. Their flame is similar to the Mohicans of the past. They've probably modified my cultivation method a bit. The flames have the same origin. I have no advantage at all. See? Thatchtheen then flashed a mocking smile. If they knew the god they worship is so lame, they would surely cry their eyes out. Tromla turned his head and shouted at him. Shut up. At this moment, Tiu Hoa lowered her head, hiding her eyes. Then let's run first. I'll distract them. Next, Tiu Hoa crouched down in a running stance in front of Tromla. Then she used incredible speed to weave through the cloaked figures. Sweat dripped down the faces of the two mysterious men. What kind of speed does that woman have? At this moment, Tiu Hoa stopped in front of the chubby men who were running frantically. A sweet smile blossomed on her face. Gentlemen, are you tired? But a second later, her expression changed to one full of determination. Are you hungry? Do you want to give up on losing weight? Do you want to go home and eat? Answer me. The blue-haired young man had just finished speaking when he saw Tiu Hoa break the iron cage. I do. Tension was clear on Thahai's face. She immediately instructed. Split up and run. Escape from this place. For every one of you who escapes, you can go home and fatten up one more person. A cloaked man shouted in astonishment. What? Are you kidding? The one next to him was terrified. A demon. His voice was so loud it could climb 8 trees. That woman. How can she bend an iron bar with her bare hands? And the chubby young man quickly stepped out of the iron cage. Following him were other chubby young men. The cloaked figure immediately gave chase. Damn it. Gather the fat people. They're getting away. Go catch them. The blue-haired young man ran as fast as he could. Brothers, let's go. At the same time, Kyuho rushed towards Tronla and Thatchthin. Let's run to the back door. To the sports building. And block the door there. I've already called. Reinforcements will be here soon. In front of them was the scene of the cloaked man chasing the chubby, blue-haired young man. Don't run. Come back. And Tronla and Thatchthin looked fierce as they were dragged away by Kyuho. Kyuta sat in the car, carefully observing the scene opposite him. We're here? They gasped in amazement as they saw a chubby young man run past. While an Ochak's voice suddenly rang out. What was that situation just now? It made me slam on the brakes. Following that was Kyuta's reply. What was that thing that just ran past? Some kind of fat animal. As soon as he stuck his head out of the car, Kyuta was shocked. It's a person. While and Ochak was both surprised and got out of the car. What's going on? There are fat people everywhere here. Are these the missing people? The cloaked man was angry. His eyebrows knitted tightly. Don't run. You bastard. Stop. The one next to him shouted just as loudly. The sacrificial ritual needs you. Stop. Duta stared intently at the group of cloaked demonic cultivators, making them panic. He confirmed. Demonic cultivators. The cloaked figures trembled. We're screwed. At this moment, Tita and Quile and Ochak led everyone to attack the demonic cultivators. This group. It's them. Protect everyone. Redeem yourselves. And defeat them. Kyuchoe's hand touched the wall. She turned her head to look back. This is the office area of the sports stadium. Let's just wait there. Someone will be here soon. Suddenly, Tronla's eyes widened. Next, he thought as he walked quickly, leaving both Duho and Thatchthin behind. At the end of the hall, there's a familiar aura. The pressure. As he approached the door, Tronla shouted, This is the office. I'm not wrong. Tronla narrowed his eyes. His brows lowered. His expression serious. Tronla's scream echoed as he saw the room plastered with his pictures. Thatchthin hesitated as he approached. What? Tronla's body trembled uncontrollably as he tried to suppress the feeling of disgust. The door. It's all pictures of me. And the things I used when I was alive. They seem to be grave goods. The cult leader immediately turned her head to look back. Who? She stepped out and faced Tronla. Sweat beaded all over the cult leader's face. Who are you? How are there outsiders here? This is the holy place of our religion. The place where the things that God used when he was alive are kept. I am the cult leader, and even I don't know you. How did you get in here? Seeing this, Tiuhoa gave an order. Go. This is their leader. Subdue her quickly. A flame erupted in the cult leader's hand, and she gritted her teeth. Suddenly, Tronla rushed forward and punched the cult leader hard in the chest. Stop worshipping me in such a perverted way. And stop using my cultivation method. Turn it off for me. Seeing this, Tiuhoa couldn't help but comment. What's wrong with him? How is he so strong? Thatchthin, standing with his arms crossed, replied to her. His hatred is built up to a headache. She lay silently on the floor, her hat falling off to reveal soft white hair. Chapter 64. Tronla's face was filled with astonishment. His arm frozen in Midra. It's a girl. The cult leader lowered her head, gritting her teeth to suppress her anger. Stop joking. You hurt me. And you're still pretending to be the ancient god. Next, the cult leader raised her head high and shouted. Are you here to cause trouble? At this critical moment, when we are about to resurrect the ancient god, you simply don't understand what the ancient god means to me. In the cult leader's mind, a single thought's world that means everything. Time ruins to a village nestled between two mountains. Thousands of years ago. At that time, the cult leader was skinny with a gaunt face, pulling a small cart. The woman in blue opened the door and saw the cult leader in her ragged state, her eyebrows furrowed, her tone annoyed. Where did this beggar come from? Here to beg for food again. Next, she pushed the cult leader hard, causing her to fall backward. There's no food to eat here. These are chaotic times. I haven't eaten in days myself. Scram. 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 Get out of here. It won't work even if you show me your family's corpse. The cult leader tilted her head, coughing repeatedly. The woman in blue pointed straight at the cult leader's face. Don't just linger here, bringing bad luck so early in the morning, making people have to smell the stench of the dead. I'm being nice by showing you the way. There's a mountain in the village. Go there and bury your person. Her scolding echoed throughout the mountain forest. As for you, don't ever come back here. There are wild beasts in the mountains, but there are also wild fruits. How long you can live depends on your own fate. At night, the cult leader had to gnaw on wild fruits from the roadside. In the end, she threw up all the food. The cult leader knelt, wiping her mouth with a pained expression. From a distance, a voice echoed like a crackling fire. Kid, if you keep this up, you're finished. You'll die of hunger in less than a day. The cult leader was terrified, sweating profusely. She turned her head and looked around. Who? Who's talking? The strange sound continued. And the way to live is right next to you. If you want to live. The The cult leader's whole body trembled as she saw the red glow. Take another step to my stomach. Two rays of light trapped around the cult leader's legs. They made her fall backward. Tronla stood silently, watching the cult leader fall and lose her hat. Tronla's soul floated right above the bright red box. Tronla's eyes were uncovered by the hat. The cult leader's eyes widened in both shock and fear. Just now. Who was talking? Here. This is an ancient tomb. While thinking, the cult leader knelt down, her body trembling like a leaf. Gloomy. Scary. Just now. Was that the whisper of a ghost from within the ancient tomb? No, it can't be, at least, if that's the case. However, she changed her mind, determination clear on her face. The things in the coffin can be exchanged for money, can help me survive. Next, the cult leader rushed towards the box and pushed the lid open. You told me to come here. You leave me in here. As the lid slid down, her voice rang out. I'm not scared. I'm not scared. When I get out, I will definitely repay you. When I get out, I will definitely repay you. In her sight was the scene of Tronla lying among rare treasures. Light shone on his pale body. Along with that was a green jade incense burner lying beside him. Suddenly, the cult leader saw the wooden book open. The wind blew, carrying with it half a month of time. At this moment, the woman in blue was surprised to hear her call. At the door, in a fit of anger, she immediately threw open the door. Who is it? The cult leader held a porcelain vase in her hand and looked up. To trade for food. Sweat beaded on the woman's face. It's you again. You're still alive? You shouldn't be. There's no food. Didn't I tell you? Bringing these tattered things to trade is useless. Who has food these years? Suddenly, the cult leader smiled. Not necessarily. She mumbled. I bet you never expected me to come back. Did you? Then the cult leader rushed forward, making the vase hit the woman in blue. The wild fruits in the mountains are bitter and poisonous. They're basically useless. You tricked me into going into the mountains. It was just to get rid of a starving child. Because of the smell of sickness. You wanted me to waste away in the mountains, with no strength to return. Her voice was filled with hatred. You had malicious intentions towards me then, didn't you? The woman in blue was extremely flustered. She became angry. What do you mean? Say whatever you want. The cult leader gave a mysterious smile. And right now, you're still lying to me. She bluntly observed the woman's panicked face. A rosy complexion. A full stomach. It's because you just had breakfast, isn't it? A flame suddenly appeared, enveloping the cult leader's hand. This is an observation technique I just learned. I simply don't believe your words that there is no food here. The woman in blue was so shocked her eyes widened. Fire. 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 You're a cultivator. The cult leader replied flatly. Yes. Then she rushed forward with the blazing flame and hatred on her face. I've come for revenge. Revenge for you lying to me. A flame consumed the entire house, and the woman in blue lay motionless. The cult leader gnawed on a piece of hard bread, glancing up. This world is not a good place, she thought as she ate in front of the burning house. But I found a way to survive. 65th, the cult leader stopped before a simple tombstone. The memorial tablet of her benefactor, the fire god. Her voice, full of determination, rang out. I must become a cultivator worthy of fire in this lifetime. I must make your name renowned. Make your tablet revered by the world. Then the cult leader clasped her hands and bowed her head. Her back bent with gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Thank you for saving my life. Time passed without waiting. From then on, as the horse neighed, the soldiers tightened their grip on their weapons. An angry sound rang out. Why are you blocking our carriage? Do you want to die? Following that was a threat from the soldier. This is tribute silver. Move aside. The cult leader lowered her head, hiding her eyes, and conjured a flame in her hand. Next, the cult leader swung her arm, sending the flame flying. After that, a new journey began. And after that, the man with the top knot fled, clutching a porcelain vase. Run. That's the fire-using cultivator the martial world has been talking about. If she catches us, we're dead. The soul of the man in brown was being extracted by the cult leader. Gone. Hundreds of people looked up at the cult leader standing on the mountaintop. Her eyes were wide, looking somewhat terrifying. None of you are considered good people. You are all homeless. You've gathered here because you admire my reputation. And now, I have decided to teach you all my method of controlling fire. The crowd below heard this and immediately cheered in excitement. The cult leader pointed a finger to the sky, her posture arrogant. With this fire, we can roam the world as we please. I don't care if you do good or evil, but you must build our reputation. As she spread her arms, the cult leader laughed triumphantly, a glint in her eye. I want this reputation to attract even more people. I want to establish a sect. The one we worship is the first cultivator to use fire in this world. We will regard him as a god. The meeting ended there. After that, The demonic cultivator's whole body trembled as he saw the sword's blade. The young man with the sword immediately stabbed straight into the demonic cultivator's body. Die. The man with the top knot raised his sword high. His posture righteous. Exterminate the demonic cultivators. Attack their lair. The young man beside him shouted. Kill this cult of heretics. The man condemned. The fire art they use is achieved by absorbing blood. At this moment, many swords were pointed at the cult leader. She tried to control the fire. In the end, it was a scene of the cult leader lying motionless with swords piercing her body. Her face was grimy with lumps all over her cheeks. A thought suddenly flashed through the cult leader's mind. What I pursued. The meaning of my life. It's gone. It's all gone. But if I had a chance to do it again. Back in the present, the cult leader struggled to her feet. If I had a chance to do it again. I definitely. Fury showed in her wide, white eyes. Must make the whole world fear this flame. Tronla's face was filled with astonishment. Sweat running down his cheek. She can still stand up. And her ki is so strong. Is she opening a formation? Suddenly, the cult leader gritted her teeth and turned to flee. To Tronla's surprise. Meanwhile, at the sports stadium, the blue light from Q10 clashed with the power of the demonic cultivators. The blonde demonic cultivator smiled with excitement. A worthy opponent indeed. However, no sooner had he spoken than he was punched so hard his face was knocked sideways. While an Ochak grabbed his collar and tilted his head to look at Tyuta. TYC. Stop fighting. Your fire techniques are dissimilar to theirs. It will be hard to determine a winner in a short time. You need to focus on calming the hostages. Go find the fat people who ran away. The chubby young men rushed over from a distance. Their bodies engulfed in flames. While and Ochak's eyes widened. Damn it. All the fat people are flying up. They're gathering. Kyuta was sweating. Panicked. There's a light. Energy is gathering into a light. Radiating from their bodies. Screams of terror erupted from the fat people as they floated in the air. Suddenly, they transformed into slim young men. Once again, a golden beam of light shot down from above. Next, the light enveloped the bright red coffin. When the lid opened to reveal Tronla's body, the cult leader immediately ran over. Tears streamed down her face. The cult leader couldn't help but smile. Divine One. Now, I can finally complete the ritual. Drain those fat people, and offer them to your body. Then, the cult leader directed the golden ray of light into herself. The bodies of these mortals are no longer of any use. As soon as she finished speaking, the cult leader pierced through her own body. In Tronla, let us become one. We will surely. Chapter 66. Thatchthin and Tuhoa both ran towards the stunned Tronla. The three of them screamed when they saw the cult leader. In Tronla's body, step out of the coffin. Thatchthin's voice stammered. They looked the same. He jumped and turned his head to look behind him. And he's flying out of the coffin they were protecting. Is this a Zhongji? Or is it your body? Hearing this, Tronla couldn't help but get angry. Body my ass. Based on the corpse preservation techniques of my era. After several thousand years, it would have long since rotted and turned to dust. It's impossible. Have you ever seen a corpse excavated from 5,000 years ago? Devi Tuhoa rolled her eyes with weary thoughts. To talk about his own body like that. He's probably already let go of it. A drop of sweat rolled down Tronla's cheek as he secretly guessed. This guy. My remnant soul. I can't feel any connection from that body. Tronla glared intently at the figure opposite him. Besides having the same appearance as me, there's no other connection. Then Tronla conjured a blazing flame in his hand. This is probably just a puppet pieced together by that heretic cult. Modeled after my statue. Empowered by the energy they absorbed. Just a piece of trash. He rushed towards the cult leader at incredible speed. This is such a disrespect to me. I'll destroy you. And this will all be over. At the same time, the cult leader just smiled contemptuously and raised her hand. With just a flick of the cult leader's hand, Tronla was slammed face first into the floor. She continued with a punch straight to Tronla's cheek. Laughing, the cult leader attacked Tronla, causing him to collapse. What was that final blow? Her final attack sent Tronla flying backward. Furious, his eyebrows knitted together, he looked up and shouted, "Damn it! How do you have this body technique? Fine, but that's all you've got. Watch as I destroy you with fire." Next, Tronla raised his arm high, his face filled with determination. Using the remaining power in this remnant soul as a guide, I'll concentrate the fire into my palm. A fireball appeared above the cult leader's head. You forced me to use my full power. A bright explosion occurred. Thatchthin and Tuhoa were so shocked their jaws dropped, their eyes wide. Just then, Thatchthin turned his head towards Tuhoa. Well, should we help him? Tuhoa's mouth was wide open. Then it was over. No need. Go. He's about to win. Thatchthin patiently analyzed the situation. Look, his fire body is using fire to suppress the opponent. In terms of fire usage, he truly has enough strength. This is to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, they saw Tron being knocked back right in front of them. His cheek was swollen, and a tear rolled down Tronla's face. Upper hand my ass. This isn't right. I can't beat him. Help. Quick. Help me block him. Even Thatch Theme was sweating. His eyes wide in surprise. Huh? After all this time, it turns out you were the one being suppressed. At this moment, Kyuta was startled and spoke up. Over there. It's those two. And there's another girl. K-While and Ochak calmly guessed. As expected. It's her. A confident smile blossomed on K-While and Ochak's face. The most mysterious and least seen person in our company. Chief Mao's prized disciple, Thatch Yuhoa. She probably reported the situation here to the company. With her here, we can rest a little easier. Tronla stood up, his body covered in scratches. He was both shy and angry. Strong my ass. This isn't right. Absolutely not right. The fire system this body is using is too strong. I was mistaken. This really is my body. Next, Tronla turned to face the cult leader. Kid, where on earth did you find it? The cult leader replied nonchalantly. I don't have to tell you everything. Her white hair fluttered slightly. The cult leader smiled arrogantly at her opponent. Who you are? I don't care. Why you have the same appearance as me? I don't care either. Taking a huge step back. Even if you really are as remnant soul, this body is nothing. She screamed madly, her eyebrows nearly touching in anger. A god. Is a god. Because it carries the expectations of its believers. If it goes beyond this scope, then it is no longer my god. This world should be filled with fire system believers. Every household should worship it. Her voice grew louder and louder. If you stop me, then you are no longer the fire god I worship. Tiuhoa silently observed her surroundings. Then she suddenly put her hand to her mouth and turned to shout. Hey, colleagues over there. Negotiations have failed. Let's go. You have 3 people over there. We have 3 people over here. Let's use our numbers in advance. Tronla put his arm out to stop Dalhoa. No need. His hair covered half his face. Tronla looked up. You've spoken too righteously. This kind of attitude, full of ambition, has angered me. Kid, do you know? Suddenly, Tronla took out a piece of candy from his sleeve. Next, he chewed the candy voraciously while humming. As Tronla's hum echoed, his body burst into flames. If you dug up my tomb, then you should know that fire technique is actually incomplete. The smoke cleared to reveal Tronla in a chubby form. He extended his hand forward and flew up. Today, I must take responsibility and personally demonstrate the complete version for you. Chapter 67. Suddenly, Thatch Theme was startled with surprise. You're using this move too. Tronla lowered his head, his eyes hidden in shadow. I also once had a theme song. You know. A light flashed past him. Tronla smiled confidently. Because my wife didn't love me. I ate like crazy. And after a while, I got fat. This physique, it brings back memories. Smoke billowed from Tronla's fist. He frowned with determination. And again, look closely and remember this. This still isn't the final form when refining into fire. This is what I realized when I was disappointed in love. Anger. To become one with the flame. Then concentrated into my fist. Then Tronla opened his shirt to reveal his chubby body. Fire's violent robe. He ran quickly towards the cult leader, raising his fist high. Fire's flying punch. As soon as Tronla's voice faded, the attack landed squarely on the cult leader's face. Fire fist. At this, Thatch Theme was sweating all over. What does any of this have to do with fire? Isn't this just the way you used to fight before? The cult leader calmly smiled, looking at the smoke coming from Tronla's hand. Is that all? Is that it? That was soft. Your fist is soft. Suddenly, the cult leader shouted. It didn't hurt me at all. Put some more force into it. The cult leader's eyes widened, staring at Tronla. Huh? The cult leader's body trembled. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself. How is it possible? With just one punch, he's become so weak. And it looked like he used all his strength. She immediately looked down at her clenched fist. Wait. Me? My body. Why do I suddenly feel? Bright red liquid spurted from the wounds on the cult leader's body. This isn't right. Seeing this, Tronla couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. The soul in your body has been burned away. Let me tell you what this move is. A familiar sound echoed. When I was alive, my wife didn't love me. A vision of Tronla being slapped so hard his face was knocked sideways appeared. Get out. Back then, Tronla could only squat outside and gnaw on a hard Dr. Mun, because my wife didn't love me. Every night I was outside eating and drinking, drowning my sorrows alone. Tears streamed down his face. Outside was a lush, green forest. Tronla moved towards a solitary house in the dense forest. Going through that forest, I could secretly hear the sounds of her in her room. In his line of sight was the silhouette of a woman and a man reflected behind the door. Every time she was in her room with other men, talking and laughing. Seeing this, Trongla lowered his head and punched a tree hard. I would be in pain and punch a tree trunk hard. He was in agony as he saw his wife caressing a strange man. She was in her room, flirting. Then Trongla repeatedly attacked the tree trunk to vent his anger. So I punched the tree trunk. He stared straight at the scene of his wife drinking wine fed to her by another man. She was in her room, drinking wine. I was also outside, punching wine. Trongla from his memories was furiously punching a sturdy wooden tree until it finally broke. And every time she was in her room enjoying herself with someone else, I would be outside using my fist on a tree trunk. He let out a shout with a blow that snapped the tree in half. At that time, Trongla stood alone amidst the broken trees. In the mountain behind my house, all the trees are broken in half. Determination showed in Trongla's eyes, and he frowned slightly. And I have come to a realization. An image of a tree trunk with a round hole in the middle appeared as Trongla narrated. Again and again. Practice makes perfect. I finally learned how to hide the flame in my fist, including my angry emotional state. All of it, punching into the tree trunk. This is the killing blow. Back in the present, Trongla's face was arrogant with an excited smile. This is a type of internal force. I use fire to transfer into your body, burning all the cultivation techniques within you. Before, I used it on my body every day, to heal my emotions, to calm myself down, because the process of researching it was too embarrassing. So I didn't record it at all. Realize your foolishness now, don't you? Then he turned his head towards Thatchthene and Tuhoa. Hey, the magic power in his body has been completely burned away by me. Quick. He can't use fire for now. You can go in and fight. Suddenly, Tuhoa placed a hand on Trongla's shoulder, startling him. Trongla turned his head to the side. Who are you? What are you doing? Tuhoa bowed her head, trying to comfort him. It's nothing. I just felt a little bad for you and wanted to cheer you up. Trongla shifted his gaze toward Thatchthene, smiling as he gave a thumbs up. That's the spirit. Kid, do you want to learn this afternoon? Thatchthene was both panicked and angry. After hearing your description, I don't want it anymore. The cult leader gritted her teeth and trembled as she endured the pain. Detestable. Hateful. Damn it all. She raised a hand, indignation flaring up around her. Why? Why is my invincible fire magic, which I perfected by burning fat, being countered by him? Next, the cult leader reached her hand forward and charged ahead. I won't accept this. By what right? Who the hell do you think you are? How can you counter me? This flame is. However, Tuhoa quickly grabbed the cult leader's wrist, cutting her off. My faith. As he first gripped the cult leader's shoulder, Tuta brought his sword to her neck. The cult leader was suddenly locked in a Qilin headlock and slammed to the floor. The cult leader's despairing thoughts surfaced. Not again. Not again. She pictured herself groveling and begging before Trongla, as tears streamed down her cheeks. The cult leader closed her eyes. The whispers she heard in the tomb must have been just an illusion. The thought kept replaying in the cult leader's mind. Actually, after that, I couldn't hear the Ancient One's voice anymore. If you truly existed, then this flame would not have been broken, and I would be invincible. Now, she lay trembling on the floor, biting her lip in frustration. Wait a minute. The person who just defeated this flame is the one who invented it, which means he is the real ancient god. That's what surprises me. Suddenly, she was startled by the sound of mocking laughter. Trongla squatted down beside the cult leader. Laughing, he pointed at her. Go on. Keep dancing. Keep pretending. You desecrated my grave. And now I'm absolutely. Let's settle our score. Seeing this, the cult leader helplessly lowered her head. A god so petty. I can no longer consider him my faith. Her mind felt like it was being swept away by a tornado. Destruction. Destruction. Destroy everything. I have no faith left. I am an atheist. I admit it. Chapter 68. The cult leader let out a sharp cry as her soul was pulled from Trongla's body. As her soul floated about, Tahoa immediately rushed forward. A box set the cult leader's soul inside, and a golden talisman sealed the lid. Tuta stared at the young men in yellow robes. All you fat people, form a line and come over here. Single file. Don't break the line. The purple-haired man's jaw dropped in astonishment. What are you people doing? Who are you? At this moment, the purple-haired man clenched his fist. He angrily protested. I'm calling the police when I get out of here. I was at home, eating hot pot and singing with Danka, and I was suddenly kidnapped. Now, I've been turned into this. I'm sad. I'm heartbroken. Seeing this, Tuhoa clasped her hands together and slammed them down on the man's head as he replied. Give me back my fat. Give me back my flesh. A wisp of smoke drifted from Tuhoa's fist. She furiously threatened him. Shut it. You don't want to be handsome. Do you? You ugly. I worked so hard for so many years to lose weight. You people get bodies like this, and you still don't like it. Do I have to resort to physical violence to get through to you? Thatch Thien's group and Tuho were victorious. Just like that, the culprit was captured. The other victims had their memories erased. And just like that, everything was resolved. The incident gradually faded, and we arrived home the next morning. At that moment, Trongla reached out to touch the door, but his fingers passed right through it. Trongla's face was filled with shock. His body frozen stiff. Thatch Thien, standing beside him, urged him on. What's wrong? Open the door. Trongla's hand trembled, sweat covering his face. My body. I can't touch the doorknob. Has this day finally come? Trongla's gaze was locked on his transparent arm. Damn it, I didn't expect it to come so quickly. The me of right now can no longer control my own soul. Thatch Thien, sitting on a chair, looked up at Trongla. What does that mean? Trongla's voice was slow. It means my lamp is running out of oil. A flicker of regret passed through Trongla's eyes, and he smiled faintly. My soul is about to scatter. Soon, we'll have to say our goodbyes. Hearing this, Thatch Thien was horrified, his eyes wide with shock. Then Trongla reached his arm out in front of him, instructing Thatch Thien. Listen carefully. I am a remnant soul. This soul of mine is mostly sustained by magical power, and since I don't have a body, I seem to have lost the ability to generate it. Thatch Thien stared as Trongla's hand passed through his face. To exist, I have to consume magical power. Not being able to touch anything, plus last night's consumption, means the me of right now can no longer maintain a physical form. A drop of sweat rolled down Thatch Thien's cheek. He shouted, Wait, then where's that bar? The one that can help you increase your magical power. However, Trongla just calmly replied, It's no use. The magical power in there, I can only command it. I can't absorb it anymore. As Trongla explained. He smiled, though he couldn't hide the sadness on his face. This is the fate of a remnant soul. At this rate, in a few weeks at most, I might be able to reincarnate. But I'll miss it. This time that was much more fun than hibernation. Trongla smiled gently, his eyes closing. My only worry is you. After I'm gone, my dear, don't be too lonely. Thatch Thien seemed shocked to speak. His brow furrowed. The scene of a car making a professional turn appeared. Mao Tong stepped out of the car. So this is the fire god's residence. Then he clasped his hands in front of him and bowed before the door. I, on behalf of the Traditional Arts Protection Society, have come especially to meet Senior Zhurong. Thatch Thien suddenly turned his head, while Trongla was startled outside. Next, Trongla's soul flew through the door to appear before Mao Tong. You are? Mao Tong joyfully looked up at Trongla, a humble servant of the people. Not worth mentioning. Senior, you've become a soul? How troublesome. Mao Tong's voice was respectful. The recent disturbances by the demonic cultivators have caused you much trouble. Senior, I sincerely apologize. A friendly smile appeared on his lips. I have come this time to atone, and also to invite you, Senior, to visit our company, to discuss techniques, and to discuss how to help you reincarnate. Senior, hearing this made Trongla's eyebrows knit together. Reincarnate. Later, Thatch Thien and Trongla stood beside Mao Tong, looking up at the apartment complex. Thatch Thien tilted his head to look at Mao Tong. This is... He cheerfully pointed ahead. This is where modern cultivators gather. This entire building is full of them. As he walked, he explained, This is the agriculture department. They've recently been researching how to raise insects for genetically modified vegetable production. As he spoke, cultivators were hard at work. Currently, the personnel on duty are using divination arts to improve the accuracy of their forecast. Sometimes the response team is too busy, so they are also in charge of making it rain for the neighboring regions. Mao Tong clenched his fist, his determination clear. Our slogan is prosperous industry, effective management, ecological development, and enhanced efficiency. The sight of two cultivators levitating in Mitra appeared before Thatch Thien. The bald cultivator closed his eyes. Seeing this, Mao Tong spoke up. This department here is one of our core divisions. The members here are all masters of the light element. They are performing a job similar to a photolithography machine. After confirmation, based on their observational skills and spellcasting abilities, they have photochemically etched a Tier 3 CPU for scientific research. Once again, he raised his fist. We are all people who regard science and technology as the primary productive forces. Everyone has been working hard to become a world leader in this technology soon. Mao Tong chattered on endlessly. There are many other departments, and we are just one branch of the Traditional Arts Protection Society's network. The main headquarters has even more personnel. Staff members standing in the hallway bowed respectfully. Greetings, Chief. You've worked hard. Mao Tong immediately waved his hand. For the service of the people. The familiar voice of Mao Tong rang out again. Back in the Tang and Song dynasties, cultivation reached its peak. But now it has declined. In the modern era, we place more emphasis on using magic to supplement technology, attract talent, and serve the people. The three of them stopped in front of a giant blue door. Mao Tong then introduced it. Right. The last place we're visiting is actually the most important department, the Historical Research Department. Suddenly, the door opened, startling Thatchtheen and Tronla. Tronla stared intently at his own body inside the glass case. What is this? My body. You've retrieved it? Chapter 16 scene. Mao Tong looked at Tronla's naked body in the large test tube and spoke. After the Great War, we recovered and identified our progenitor. From over 5,000 years ago. He clasped his hands behind his back and continued speaking to the person beside him. It is indeed your body. Tronla whipped his head toward Mao Tong and roared. But I can't feel any connection between this thing and my soul. Mao Tong's eyes were unwavering as he calmly explained. That's because it's not yet complete. Many people in monastic robes stood in a circle around the coffin. After you died, the person who buried you performed decomposition procedures. The funeral was likely very grand. But afterward, what's important is that your organs and brain were all removed. Then you were mummified in a manner similar to the Egyptians. This is also the reason why your body has remained intact to this day. Mao Tong carefully observed Tronla's digestive system. In the test tube, explaining, a person has 3 spiritual souls and 7 mortal souls. And this remnant of yours still possesses the 3 spiritual souls. The organs in the coffin store the 7 mortal souls. The one who presided over the ceremony thought of preventing decomposition, but didn't have a deep understanding of it. In short, the body is missing its 7 mortal souls. This is why you can't feel the connection with your soul. He closed his eyes slightly and slowly presented the situation. The demonic cultivators we interrogated last night were simply gathering calories to be absorbed by this body's organs, barely managing to control it. Unfortunately, even with modern techniques, we can repair the body's injuries through our organization's technology, but we have no way of creating your 7 mortal souls. Tronla helplessly slumped down. Is that so? Well, that's a real shame. In the end, I still have to touch down. Yes, yes, Mao Tong shouted loudly. No. Mao Tong's face was filled with determination as he gave a thumbs up. Mao Tong, last night, we also found out the location of your tomb from those demonic cultivators, along with other information. Currently, deep within the tomb, it's highly likely there are other clues related to your brain and internal organs. Tronla and Thatchtheen's jaws dropped in amazement at his words. As long as we find them, my specialty is summoning souls. At that time, when all your souls are gathered, it will be possible to return you to your body. He couldn't stop himself from blurting out. Does this mean? It means that as long as we find my tomb and take out and the organs, then it's possible. Mao Tong agreed. That's right. He bowed before the two of them and spoke sincerely. Unfortunately, we can only let you to go. My company is a state-owned enterprise. We absolutely cannot send people to excavate a tomb. I'm sorry, but you'll have to go and dig up your own grave yourself. A spark of excitement flashed in Thatchtheen's eyes. It's okay, as long as he has a chance to live again. A bewildered voice rang out. Even so. The words from the room seeped through the door. I thought you invited an expert, a disciple of some ancient feng shui master. Dai Hung laughed playfully and ran toward Thatchtheen. Brother Thatchtheen. Time passed quietly. A few hours later, Tahoe sat on a chair with her arms crossed, looking serious. If we encounter danger in the tomb, Dai Hung can predict it. Thatchtheen gently tapped his arm. Puzzled. Sister Hoa, you're not a government official. Can't you go excavate the tomb? Dai Hung. He propped one hand on the table and raised the other. Let me go. She explained my benefits. Of myself. Right? But I can be in charge of logistical support. A 500-year-old relic of the fire god is. For the government. At the critical moment, I will protect everyone by blowing up the mountain to create a diversion so everyone can escape. Tronla was shocked, slamming his hands on the chair and shouting. Blow. Blow up the mountain? Thatchtheen jumped in alarm. Protect our safety. Duho's eyes were full of hope. Loud and clear. She pursed her lips and held up a photo. The tomb that everyone thinks looks like this. Duho tossed the photo aside and turned her back to rummage around. To everyone's surprise. Actually has a door behind it. Inside that is a. She held up a huge, confusingly drawn map. It looks like this. Thatchtheen raised a hand, his mouth agape as he yelled. What is this? A maze? Dai Hung was just as shocked. Who builds a tomb like this? And this map isn't even complete. It's only the first floor. The fire god's body is outside the first floor. The other burial goods are scattered from the 2nd to the 18th floor. You'll have to find the other parts yourselves. The cultivators who explored the tomb that year, half of them died. Duho showed evidence of the explorers who had turned into dried skeletons. She also mentioned that the survivors went insane. Duhai's face tensed up, looking terrifying. They all screamed, Lord Fire God, please spare us. In the end, they all died coughing up blood. This is what the demonic cultivator told me last night when I forced her to draw the map. Thatchtheen grabbed Tronla's shoulders and cried out. Heavens! Who helped you build this tomb back then? They dug out an entire mountain to make such a terrifying secret passage. Do you remember anything? Veins bulged on his forehead as he snapped back. How should I know? I was already dead and buried by then. Tronla's body trembled as tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. But he raised a clenched fist. Tears and snot running down his face. But, it's so luxurious. So, luxurious. Tronla was moved, clenching his fist and crying loudly. You know, when I was alive, I was actually very insecure. The people in the ministry, the clan only saw me as someone who knew how to use fire. I never thought I could be so beloved. I was worshipped to such an extent that I'd have such a luxurious tomb built for me. I'm so touched. I'm so happy I feel like I'm about to ascend to heaven. Thatchthene looked at his emotional mess and grumbled. You are about to ascend to heaven. And you're full of celestial feelings for the bastard who created this maze. He helplessly slapped his forehead and sighed. Oh, man. This guy. Thatchthene turned his head to see Tiu Hoa glowing. With 3 coins floating in the air, she decisively recited an incantation. Tian Tong Shi Shi, Tian Bian Wu, Di Tian, Di Yichu. Tiu Hoa bent down, placing her hand on the Baghua's Urkel, and continued. Ren Tong Yuhu, Ren Yi, Quan Tong Liu Yao, Quan Yi San. As she finished her sentence, the middle coin broke in 2. Tell me, is it good or bad for the 3 of us to go together? Thatchthene and Dai Hung's jaws dropped in shock. Tiu Hoa cried out in alarm. The coin broke in half. What are we supposed to do if it breaks like this? What kind of omen is this? Dai Hung? She clenched her fist and looked at Thatchthene and Dai Hung, demanding, this won't do. It's too dangerous. There are too few of you. Call everyone you know. Call all the cultivators who can help. Get more people. An old man was leisurely walking his dog on the street. The old man and his dog were so frightened that a tooth fell out as they screamed. What is that? Is it a bear? Thatchthene, in the form of a large white rat, explained. No, it's a rat. Thatchthene cheerfully opened the door to welcome him. Master N. He gestured for him to enter and eagerly proposed. Master, please teach us more. Chapter 70. A car drove up a mountain slope. Thatchthene, with one hand on his hip, stood with the group, gazing into the distance. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he spoke with gratitude. This is the end of the road. Master, thank you for coming all this way to help us. Thatchthene gently wiggled his fingers and said calmly. It's nothing. I couldn't just stand by and watch you kids walk into danger. Besides that, this place hasn't seen a human presence in a very long time. Dai Hung stood at the edge of the mountain, looking through binoculars, and announced. There's a village below. It's been abandoned for a long time. It might be where the demonic cultivators used to gather. Let's stay here for the night. Di White hints at playing cards with Dai Hung and Tiu Hoa. What can you do to me with 17 cards? She exclaimed in surprise. A plane, she cheerfully suggested. Pour him a cappuccino. Tron stood looking into the distance and murmured. How nostalgic. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile as he wondered. This is the place where I lived. My tomb. Where is it? Is it over there? That's good. When I was alive, I was respected by everyone. But I never found love. I never expected that after I died. My tomb would be built so grandly. It's quite sentimental. Thatchthene raised an eyebrow and looked at Tron quizzically. You've been using the word sentimental a lot these past 2 days. By the way, what exactly did you do when you were alive? His eyes lit up as he held up his thumb and forefinger. Guessing. Taught people how to make fire? Thatchthene's jaw dropped. He asked in disbelief. Huh? You taught people fire-based magic? Tronla looked him straight in the eye and explained clearly. My era was a bit backward. There were always some people who lived like savages, eating their food raw, without knowing how to make fire. They could only wait for a forest fire to get a torch to maintain their flame. They would go from one tree to another to keep the fire from going out. If one day the fire died, the tribe would be finished. He pointed a finger at himself and said decisively. And as a fire-type cultivator, the one who understands fire the best, my job was to return to my homeland and teach everyone how to use it. Tronla continued his story. Usually, I would bring some attendants to translate. The job was basically like this. An image of a crowd of primitive people standing around him. Looking bewildered, Tronla tried rubbing a piece of wood against a larger log. And finally, a wisp of smoke rose up. Seeing this, the primitive people gasped in amazement. He held up the flame, and along with the others, raised both hands in celebration. It worked. Tronla's face was dripping with sweat as he forced a smile and asked. Did you learn? Did you learn? This is called making fire with a fire drill. It's 100 times better than you all just gathering flames. The 4 primitive men cheered happily, then started slapping each other. Fire making is awesome. Fire making is awesome. Fire making is awesome. Help us make fire again tomorrow. He angrily grumbled. Learn it yourselves. La Hui raised a thumb to his mouth and praised him in an ancient language. The translator squinted with a smile, pointing to the man and introducing him. The Chenka clan's chief. His name is Ji La Hui. He says you are the best fire maker. Trong roared in frustration. Alright. I don't want to make fire. He enthusiastically raised a finger to translate La Hui's words. He says he wants you to settle down here. He can marry his 15 daughters to you. Trong angrily raised an arm and yelled. I don't need them. I already have a wife. Tromla's entire being radiated a murderous or as he suggested. Tell him to bring out the 10 smartest people. I'll teach them how to use fire. I'll be back in half a year to check on their progress. But the truth is, after that, not every tribe was so easy to talk to. Sometimes, things were much more difficult. Long Than, with his muscular build, uttered incomprehensible ancient syllables. Tromla sat before the fire, pointed at the man, and asked the translator, what is he rambling about now? The translator waved his hand and introduced him. This is the Zulang clan. The chief, Du Long Than. He says you are the best at making fire with stones and has great respect for you. Every year, they will make fire, and wait for you to come and help them learn. He strode forward and roared. Don't count on me. Learn how to use fire yourselves. Why do you use it like that? After that, the translator immediately whispered Tromla's words into the chief's ear, then spat out a mouthful of saliva and spoke. He broke into a cold sweat before Long Than's presence and explained. He has many warriors here. No one wants to learn something as lowly and menial as using fire. This is their tribe's culture. Tromla frowned, his face also drenched in sweat. He doesn't really respect me at all. Does he? I even saw him spit. The translator trembled, gesturing towards the man with both hands and forcing a smile. He also said, he respects you. But everyone must respect their tribe's customs. This is a human hand, a part taken from an enemy's body, and it's food to be offered to the most respected person. He placed his own hand on the large one, his voice filled with fear. He hopes you can eat it all in front of him. If you don't, you will no longer be considered a guest. If you show disrespect, your hand will be the next guest dinner. Tromla's face dark and with disgust. Looking back on that time, it was sometimes more difficult than hell. Two primitive men walked ahead, carrying a large log on their shoulders. This is Shivsudi of the Hao and Him clan. They hate fire. They despise fire. But they are the best at roasting things. The translator and Tromla were tied tightly to the log being carried by the men. They're going to take us directly to the nearby volcano to be roasted. Wait, my lord, save me. He panicked and shouted. Spare me, you monkey. How do you say spare me? Teach me, quick. We'll shout spare me and beg them to spare our lives. Tromla sat quietly on the green grass, looking up at the night sky. The translator cheerfully suggested from behind. There are 3 more tribes to visit tomorrow. My lord, you should get some sleep. He smiled and turned his head to ask. By the way, you've been following me for so long. What's your name? The man laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. I'm a mix of 18 different clan bloodlines. My name is very hard to pronounce. Tromla helplessly propped his head on his hand and said warily. Forget it. I wanted to build a better bond. But I can't even say your name. Your translation skills are not bad. Quite good in fact. When we get back, I'll report. What should I do? The translator called out. Lord Zhurong. He looked at him, confused, as he explained. Hey, why do you go around teaching tribes how to make fire with stones? Just leave them be. Let them fend for themselves. What's the problem with that? Hearing that question, Tromla froze. He was solemn, in the quiet space. His voice echoed. Let's look back. Resting on this mountain at night is a good spot. I can see the whole surrounding area. All the places I've been. I can see the light of fire. But the places we haven't reached yet are still pitch black. Chapter 71. Tromla created a flame in his hand and said grimly. Fire. It truly is a mesmerizing thing. I can never forget the moment a flame first appeared in my hand. An image of 2 primitive men using fire to cook food and holding a torch to light their way in the dark appeared. This thing, as long as it has fuel, can cook food. It can warm the body. And it can be used as a weapon. Even non-cultivators can use it. Once they've mastered it, their chances of survival will be much higher. Tromla smiled faintly, bringing the flame closer to the translator. And being able to continue living means they can produce more people, creating a more complex world. He gently closed his eyes and smiled sincerely. I'm not just teaching how to control fire. I'm helping civilization to sprout. Tromla stood on the edge of the mountain next to the translator, looking out at the distant sky. This mountain is a good place. It can be a good place. You can see clearly in all directions. Where I have been, the light may still be faint, but the places we don't know, where we have not yet set foot, are still shrouded in darkness. He turned his head slightly and said softly, if I die, then bury me here. You can build the tomb a bit bigger. Make it especially sturdy, so can withstand thousands of years of wind and rain. He expressed his final wish. I want to see with my own eyes the world prosper because of fire. Trongla raised his hand to Thatchthene's stunned face and shouted. I'm done. I just remembered something. I heard a voice. I've actually thought of the person who helped me build this tomb. He said loudly. I was pretending for so long back then. They probably thought it was real. Trongla floated in my drain next to Thatchthene, who was rappelling down a rope. Looking down, Tiuhoa, standing behind him, asked curiously, do you have any impression of this place? His voice trembled. This place. This place. Trongla slammed his hands on the basin and roared. This place is full of things I used when I was alive. This is the basin I used to bathe in. He frowned in frustration as he pulled out a pile of his belongings. This pot. I often used it to cook soup. And this is my favorite chamber pot. Why was it buried with me too? This is too much. Who did this? Tiuhoa extended an arm, concentrating on finding the door. In short, this is the coffin of the fire god, and the sealed door of this tomb is opposite the statue. I think it's here. She swung open the door to reveal a dark space. Before Tiuhoa were many skeletons sitting propped against the wall. Her face gradually darkened. Tiuhoa furiously raised both hands and screamed. What the hell are these corpses? Thatchthene, standing next to her, also yelled. What the hell are all these weapons on the ground? So many mannequins. They're not even human. How can we tell what's a puppet and what's a corpse? I don't know either, she said, frustrated. This is the first time I've opened it. Trongla frowned and speculated clearly. This is just their style of arrangement. This tomb of mine was definitely built with the help of an uncivilized tribe. Killing tomb robbers is one of their specialties. His face was full of emotion as he rambled on. It was them. As I thought. I feel a deep sense of sorrow. After promoting it in the village, all the children got into Thanhoa University and even gifted me a house and a car. It's an indescribable joy. Tiuhoa snapped in frustration. Shut up. She seriously observed their surroundings. It's just as he said during the interrogation. Everything the Matu said was true. Tiuhoa closed her eyes and tossed her hair back, speaking confidently. I was originally going to go in with you all, but my status is a bit special, so I can't go in. I will become a star to protect everyone. You have walkie-talkies on you. You better make good use of them. If any problems arise, contact me immediately. Daihung's eyes welled up with tears, and he clenched his fist tightly. Don't say it so lightly. Just like that. Dui Tin Furfulsi held onto Pathathene's shoulder, who was holding a flame and leading the way inside. Daihung didn't dare to open his eyes, his voice trembling. Brother Thatchthene, I'm scared. Thatchthene cursed. Damn it. Theathin calmly advised. It's too crowded like this. Everyone. Dui Tin looked down and barked. Woof, woof, woof. Trongla's face contorted. He suddenly appeared behind Daihung and Thatchthene, raising a finger to share. Did you know? After I came to this world, I was so bored. I even read novels about tomb raiders. Trongla quickly moved in front of her and added excitedly. In times like these, there's usually a rolling boulder from behind that blocks the escape route. It traps the tomb raiders inside. Then the secret passage changes. And just like that, they get lost. She raised a fist threateningly. You better shut your mouth. We're the tomb raiders right now. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a bang. Trongla broke into a cold sweat as he felt a boulder fall behind him. At that moment, the skeletons began to move, approaching them. The whole group's jaws dropped in terror. Tahoa stood in front of the door, thinking in a panic. The door is closed. She was startled when she heard footsteps echoing behind her. Tiuhoa hurriedly pounded on the door. Hey, can you hear me? Her heart became extremely anxious. Damn it. I have to save them. A statue with a small crack at its base appeared. She stood frozen with the statue behind her. Tiuhoa quickly turned her head. The statue came crashing down, crushing her and sending dust and debris flying into the air. A mysterious person appeared, hand held out in a fixed pose, and said coldly, No one can leave this tomb alive. You all are no exception. Chapter 72. Many skeletons stood up, reaching out their hands as they walked forward, uttering strange words. Jiwa. Thatchthene quickly breathed fire from his mouth amidst everyone's panic. He and Daihung dodged to the sides to let Trongla unleash fire on the skeletons. Thatchthene flailed his arms and legs, filled with confusion and questions. If we've already subdued them, why are we so strong after being scared out of our wits? What the hell are these things? She bent one arm and raised the other high, speaking in fear. Something's not right. Those guys. They're strange. She closed her eyes and decisively threw 3 coins at the skeletons. They're not even ghostly souls. They're just scattered spirits. These puppets appearing in the form of skeletons are using magic haphazardly. I don't even know what that is. I can only figure out that it's a simple mechanism. Theathin pushed up his glasses with the fingers and calmly deduced. Maze. Mechanisms. Let me organize my thoughts. This is probably designed to entangle Tim robbers for a lifetime. He raised his eyebrows in a hand, demanding loudly, but they've thought to simply, it's too noisy. Rat. Brain. P-Theme leapt onto Duitin, one knee bent, the other hand on the ground, pretending to be gods and ghosts. I'll use this move to expose you. Right. The fusion technique. In a flash, he transformed into a bamboo shoot. Bamboo rat combination. P-Theme commanded. Go. Duitin replied. As you wish. Thatch-Then's jaw dropped. What is this? Master. You're taking this too far. Dai-Hung's eyes widened as he called out a name. Deja vu. Faithen sat on Duitin's back as they zipped past the group, explaining, on his back is my bamboo form. In this form, I can exert all my strength to grow and explore the surroundings. He raised his eyebrows and continued decisively. The exploratory ability of my branches, combined with his mobility. So what? It's no different from a radar. Just wait. Soon, I'll be able to find the path through this entire maze. I'll leave you a clone to communicate with you. Just follow the clone's directions later, and you'll find me. On the other side, Duho lay flat and under the giant statue. A foot kicked her arm to check for any movement. The old master observed Duo's condition with sharp eyes and said coldly, this statue weighs about 10 tons. That's for sure. She probably won't wake up again. She's so hard to deal with. I only had to hit them once. And she forgot. If it weren't for such an unexpected event, it would probably be very difficult to secure a victory. She strained her voice as she pushed the old man's leg up. There's nothing difficult to say. The old master's eyes widened in surprise. What? In a flash, the statue was sent flying by Duhoa. She forcefully slammed the old man to the ground and yelled, my body isn't that fragile. Tahoa grimaced as pieces of the statue rained down on her. The old master's face showed clear terror, his eyes wide as he was rendered speechless. Not a single wound. She looked at him with an unyielding gaze and explained, I've been overweight since I was a child. To lose weight, I trained to use this fat energy. I've fused it into my body. To them, I'm like iron and steel. How can stone stand against steel? Duhoa powerfully tore off the old man's hat and continued, I was a little disappointed myself that I couldn't go in to help them. But if there's a stranger in this tomb, that will become my regret. Who are you? She asked the question. Why are you wearing a mask? The old master's face, a spitting image of Trongla, was revealed. Thatch-Then held a small bamboo branch that was pointing the way and called out. This way. The master's signal is this way. He and the others ran to where Pathin was and announced. We're here. Hey. Why have you stopped? Duitin stood still and replied. Shit. He stood before a large door covered in ancient script and explained. It's a dead end. This entire floor only has this one door. But it won't open. Trongla looked at the lines of text in the cest. This is. The text on this door is accompanied by a code. Thatch-Then turned his head in surprise and asked. Hey, what does it mean? His face tensed up. Trongla angrily shouted. It's all lies. He raised both hands and angrily translated. It says that a fire-type cultivator who was cheated on by his wife is buried here. In the end, filled with resentment, he was unfortunately hit by a falling rock from the mountain and died. All his life, he made fire for people. So he was carefree and without love. When he died, he was chopped into several pieces and then experimented on by humans who sewed him back together. His hatred was too deep. So he became a white-haired, white-robed demon. From then on, things happened in his tomb every day. Every day at exactly 12 o'clock. This demon would appear and eat the hearts of the living, taking the lives of the living, and all nearby creatures. And right now, he's about to arrive. Run. Trongla's entire face was covered in sweat, his voice filled with frustration. This is tarnishing my image. Don't you need money? Just to write this. Thatch-Then retorted. Whether it's tarnishing your image or not doesn't matter. Can you? It probably just gives a brief overview of the ghost. Are there any clues to open the door? We're about to die. Duitin scratched his head and said nervously. Actually, it's not that simple. When Master was searching, he encountered about 20 mining traps. A lot of poisonous stuff is coming soon. He pointed at the turntable behind him. Look. Thatch-Then's jaw dropped. A dial. Dai-Hung frowned and hesitated, speculating. On the door, there's a turntable. So, maybe there's a... She tossed 3 coins from her hand. Damn duh. Dai-Hung placed both hands on the door to open it, then turned back and suggested. I figured out how to open the door. Even during my imperial exams, I couldn't calculate this fast. Hurry. Follow me. A large boulder slammed into the door, sending up a thick cloud of dust. Duitin used all his strength to lift the large boulder. On the other side, Trongla and the Thatch-Then used their magic to attack the skeletons. Time passed quietly. 6 hours later, everyone was facing a portrait of Trongla with an incense burner in front of it. Chapter 72. Lampy Athene was full of imposing momentum, with vines wrapped around his shoulders. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately attacked. Lampa Athene pushed up his glasses with a resolute attitude. This floor has no other rooms. It's all stone around here. It seems this is the end. Sure Dai Hung added a few words. And there are no more strange things chasing us. A flame ignited in Trongla's hand. His eyes wide as he continued. Not necessarily. The 7 mortal souls are. In an instant, the pot was ablaze with smoke and fire. When they arrived, they were all taken aback. They argued noisily. We have flashlights. Can you really just start a fire here? Another trap. A stone tablet. Another stone tablet with those words. Are they repeating? At this moment, Thatched Hoa became tense. Her eyes glaring menacingly. What in the world are you? This is the fire god's attire and mask. I'll have to get rough. The old master not only didn't stop Thatched Hoa from wringing his neck, but even smirked. This body. It's useless for you to destroy it. Because I am someone who died long ago. This body is merely temporary. Molded from clay. The old man's entire body suddenly stiffened, his head falling off. The old master's soul flew out as an indistinct entity. And the soul that has guarded this tomb for 1,000 years. The old man floated before Thatched Hoa. Who am I? I will tell you. Meanwhile, the translator was sleeping spread-eagled at home. Today is a day off. No writing love letters. Suddenly, someone burst through the curtain, waking him up. Hey, translator. Translator. Something big has happened. Did you know? The fire god you were always with. He's dead. He was crushed by a falling rock. The translator was still drowsy and not fully aware. His friend handed him a notice. This is the announcement. Take a look. All the nearby towns are talking about it. After reading for a moment, he exclaimed, What the hell? He went to the elder's room, which was filled with silence. The translator called out, Oi, Thei, my lord, Lord Fire God. The village doctor sadly reported the news. It's too late. I'm the doctor in this village. He just passed on his fire command to his wife. And then he passed away. If you want to say goodbye. Then here. The room fell silent once more, and the unrelated people dispersed. His body trembled uncontrollably. The translator couldn't bear the shock, and tears streamed down his face. It's too horrible. He's unrecognizable. The deceased Trongla had turned into a pile of mushy flesh. The translator cried his heart out, tears and snot flowing freely. He was crushed into a complete mess. I can't tell which part is which. He then turned his attention to the people beside him. Wait, why aren't you crying? He died to save you. All of them made excuses. No. This guy didn't die saving us. The entire tribe was fleeing. He wanted to stop us to show off against the rock. He wouldn't leave. He just wouldn't. He did it to himself. He was the only one in the whole tribe. After hearing those words, the translator fell back in shock and horror. This made him cry even more tragically. This is so like you. My lord. So foolish. I think what you're holding isn't his head, but his thigh. He still remembered every word Trongla had said that day. If I die, then bury me here. The tomb can be built a bit bigger, a bit sturdier, so it can withstand thousands of years of wind and storms. The translator bowed his head and pleaded. I have one request. I beg all of you. He hoisted Trongla's corpse onto his shoulder for one last act. His funeral. Let me handle it. Lord Fire God, I saw your wife. Her face of disgust. The people in the village didn't shed a single tear for you. But I can't. The translator walked out of the village step by step with the shovel and the corpse. He dug up piece after piece of earth. My lord, even in this life, after so many years of struggle, this is our time together. Piling it up bit by bit. He said, the weather is getting cold. Let me see you off on this final journey. The translator took one last look before burying him. At that moment, a tall figure stood behind him. The translator turned around and called out, It's you. You are the nearby tribe's chief. Suddenly, several muscular men appeared out of nowhere. We don't know. It stared with a crazed expression. What's wrong? He's dead. Smells so good. So good. The smell of meat. The translator shouted, protecting Trongla in his grave. You. What do you want? Even though it smells good, you can't touch him. Du Long then silenced the man. He pointed to the spot. Don't be tense. We will also change our ways for the one we respect. The natural scenery under the dark night appeared before his eyes. The translator froze for a moment. Like that, Trongla was still beside him, his words pouring into his ear. This mountain is a good place. You can see everything around. The places I've been. You can see the light. But the places we haven't set foot in yet are still dark. He smiled gently and said softly, I'm not just teaching how to make fire. I also want to light up and evaluate. Du Long then uttered words that surprised the translator. We are just expressing our gratitude. More than 50 tribes in the Central Plains are willing to contribute to building his tomb and protecting it forever. This made him feel very warm. My lord, this mountain has truly been lit up. Chapter 74. The translator shed tears of sorrow mixed with happiness again. I'm moved. I'm really moved. I'm about to cry. Du Long Than's friend slapped his forehead and burst out laughing. We savages value camaraderie greatly. We put friendship first. Especially since he helped us so much when he was alive. The tribesmen rallied to help each other. We can bury him now. I want to build this tomb to be really spectacular. Big. No more talking. Let's get to work. Let's build him a tomb that's warm in the winter and cool in the summer. I'll go call the people from the tribe. Just wait a bit, and we can start. He only remembered a simple task: you take care of the food. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them froze for a moment. The translator quietly said, "There is none." Then he asked. The two sides gradually began to have a conflict. There isn't any. Just a little will do. There isn't any. It escalated from a small matter. You don't have money. I wanted to take this opportunity to help the people of my tribe. The two of them started to have a conflict. Are you kidding me? I don't have money for food. The day he died, I lost my job. The translator was about to go crazy with these people. You have truly wasted my feelings. Give me back my tears. Now. The old man argued back just as fiercely. You're the one. I praised this flame with such courtesy for so long. I've really used up all the literary talent of my entire life. He held his head in frustration. Young man, the respect is real, but it's also fun. We're poor too. If we want to build a good tomb for the fire god, we can't just build it with our bare hands. The translator was also at a loss. He was just a poor wretch himself. Otherwise, you can just eat him directly. His meat is good. His meat is good. He's fragrant. Or just bury half of him. After it's built, bury the body. The arms and thighs can be your payment to eat. That's all the value he has. As soon as he said it, the translator felt something was wrong. Then he jumped up, trying to defend himself. No. Thinking like that. It's not like there's no way. The translator yelled at them. We want to extract some value from him. A simple tomb has no value. We want to develop it. Develop it. Meanwhile, in a cold place, the people were forced to walk. The older brother shivered, his nose running. I'm freezing to death. Isn't there any place to stay around here? The younger brother grumbled irritably. Brother, are you dreaming? Where can we stay in a desolate place like this? Even if we had money, we couldn't. Suddenly, a hand from behind touched him, making him scream in panic. There's not a single ghost to be seen here. Suddenly, a light shone in their eyes. If you don't have money, you can look. Beautiful. Naked men bowed at a 90-degree angle to welcome the guests. The two of them stared, not quite understanding. The translator stood at the reception desk and gave them a warm welcome. Hello. I'm the manager here. We have a new concept here, called the ghost tier. He enthusiastically promoted it with such vividness it was like a slap in the face to the viewers. We're based on the tomb of a cultivator. Our theme is based on the tomb of a cultivator. To recreate it as an amusement park, with added traps and mechanisms. See? Ghosts. Very scary. Right? Perfectly suited for stimulating the crowd. Very exciting. If you're not scared, you don't pay. It's very mysterious, but also extremely safe. There are staff members everywhere inside. If you get so scared you can't run anymore, we can even carry you out. This amusement park is perfectly suited for the dull lives of young people. If you join now, you can get a discount code. The two men waved their hands. A bit scared. No. We're just looking for a place to spend the night. The translator slapped his hand on the desk with a loud smack. Then you've come to the right place. He raised his hand to introduce the strange, shining things. We have that too. We have that too. Look. A sparkling spiritual entertainment amusement park was opened. It was decorated with images of Trong Li around his tomb, which we have renovated into an entertainment park with a rich variety of attractions. Trong Li was everywhere. The carousel shining brightly. This is a horror-themed amusement park with the fire god as its theme. We also have accommodation services, with advertisements that were surreal, realistic, and stimulating. One ticket gets you in. Once you buy a ticket, you can absolutely sleep here. We have budget hotels. Come in. Come in. The translator shouted and rallied. They're in. Staff. Scare them half to death. So when they go back, they'll promote us. The translator even pretended to be Trongla. We have 3 paths to recommend to you. This made the two visitors stare. Is that so? It came with terrifying scare services. He urged everyone to work. Add more traps. Turn the first floor into a maze. Cheap tricks were brought out to scare people. He cheerfully added more supplies. More poison gas. More rolling boulders. The earth-shattering screams just kept echoing. This autumn. Today. Our horror amusement park's income is very good. We're adding 3 more facilities. He stood enthusiastically on the stage and introduced. One dedicated to the fire god's wife. One to the fire god's dog. Also, our KPIs for this season need to be tightened. We have to make money. To make everyone prosperous. I hope you don't just see this as building a tomb for the fire god. We have to make money. We have to see this as a tomb that can make money. The crowd cheerfully responded in kind. Fire god. Fire god. Let me help. Get rich. Fire god. Fire god. Escape poverty and get rich. The translator asked cheerfully. So, this year, is the income enough to support the whole family? The old man was naturally very satisfied. Enough. Our entire tribe relies on this tomb to make money. Even the drinking cup had Tronla's image printed on it. The amusement park was so popular it even attracted children. Mommy, I want to go kill the resentful fire god. Okay. Mommy will go with you later. The translator secretly rejoiced, thinking, Lord Fire God, your place is protected by us. Returning to the present, he had to stare and ask, what's written on it? Tronla stared back, reading it bit by bit. On it, congratulations on passing this ghost level. Wait, isn't this my tomb? It also says, please choose a family. Choose the souvenir you like. After choosing, remember to pay. Please write your review and comments. After that, give us a 5-star rating. Chapter 75. After reading, Tronla was about to explode. My tomb. What is this? Tronthing quickly stopped him. Wait, it's not over yet. Something is moving. The mannequins were set up in a comical way. This is a trap. Congratulations on passing. The fire god's face. It's smiling so despicably. The sign clearly stated there were also gifts for customers. Congratulations on passing. You are the 100th visitor. Congratulations. A free limited edition souvenir ice cream. Tronthine asked confused. What is this again? While Tronla was about to go crazy, it says souvenir. You are the 100th visitor. A limited edition souvenir is included. In his hand was the souvenir. He became more and more frantic. Wait, this isn't right. From this souvenir jar, I can actually feel a hint of a familiar aura. Tronla opened the item and screamed, questioning, isn't this basically just one of my internal organs in a jar? Who built this tomb? Meanwhile, Thashtaho held her head in exasperation. Besides that, after that, we all became rich. For majestic horses pulled up. Oh my god. It's a horse-drawn carriage. A horse-drawn carriage. The people around them burst into a lively discussion. Who on earth could ride in such a noble carriage? But he bought it. A horse-drawn carriage. A rich man. That's a rich man. The old master stepped down, trembling, but everyone respected him. Old master. The old man walked to the cliff and pondered for a long time. Then the old master laughed heartily, full of praise. Our performance in recent years has been continuously increasing, skyrocketing. The mountain over there is gradually filling up with tourists. The fire god's fame is spread throughout the land. Everyone just needs to hear. Hearing this name will make them feel that this is a terrifying evil spirit. The old man cheerfully revealed. Nowadays, just mentioning the fire god to children is enough to scare them silly. The tribe members all echoed their agreement. What's the next step? You tell us. Our tribes are all developing normally in this direction. Suddenly, the old man's face darkened. I am about to reach the final steps of my life. This caused the entire group to be alarmed. What do you mean? The old master corrected his words. I'm here to talk about retirement. The old master smiled as brightly as the crescent moon above, entrusting the work to them. My energy is depleted. The me of now. Come spring, I can't even stand steady anymore. From now on, this place is in your hands. It's just that I still have one final wish. Finally, I hope that after I die, I will also be buried here so I can come and take care of the great fire god. He could only shake his head and mumble. Burying someone in an amusement park. That's not lucky. Then the old master pointed his cane and started cursing wildly. Don't you blame me. This was originally a tomb. I don't care. I want to be buried here. The old man had already planned where he would be buried. Bury me at the entrance of the tomb. That way, I can always protect the glory of this place. This place buries a few things that are meaningful to me. My life. Is that okay? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Lord Fire God, there's more than just fire down there now. The mountains are beautiful, and next to it, there's a bustling amusement park like this. The business is doing extremely well. Are you happy? At this moment, Tronla was screaming insanely. I've searched everywhere. My internal organs are indeed here. They've all been turned into high-end souvenirs. Let's go. We can't stay in this godforsaken place any longer. After that, everyone followed the old master's wishes. They expressed their regret with teary eyes. Boss, I'm so sad. How are we supposed to do business from now on? I don't know. Just grab the people to eat first. and we'll talk while drinking. As a result, 5 years later, the business failed and had to close down. After telling a series of stories, the old master was still incredibly annoyed. From then on, I became the soul that has always protected this place. Inside, there's a bit of magic and a few traps. The skeletons were just used back then to enhance the atmosphere. I control the atmosphere. I use them to fight against those who intend to rob the tomb. The old man began to scold. You are the second best. That's to you. After hearing it, though it didn't find it very interesting. Is that so? It's quite complicated. You also know how to do this and that. This made the old man even more furious. My skills are not as good as others. I've done my best. But I haven't gone against my conscience. Haven't gone against Lord Fire God. She calmly replied. I don't see it that way. Suddenly, a boulder flew through their spot. Tronle appeared out of nowhere. I hurt a little bit. Tu Thatch Hoa felt a sense of relief. You guys are out. That's great. Then the old master's eyes widened. Earlier, when I was in a deep sleep, I ignored it. The old master was overjoyed. Could you be the Lord Fire God? So, you've become a soul too. Sir? The old master hurriedly ran over to greet him. Is it you? Your tomb is still here. Are you happy? I've always protected this place. Unfortunately, the old man was met with a slap from Tromba. Thanks a lot. He rolled up his sleeves and turned to leave. Let's go. Revive first. Then we'll talk. The two behind him were extremely bewildered. Ruthless. Not ruthless. His feelings are probably very complicated. I don't know if it's good or bad. After being slapped silly, the old master sat down. Dejected. What's going on? Thatch Du Hoa sat down to talk with him. It's nothing. He just found out you were dancing on his grave. That's all. You should consider the feelings of the dead a little. The old man blurted out as if he had been wronged. The dead have no feelings. How could I have expected him to become a soul? Thatch Du Hoa appeared very credible. He's just a little angry. But compared to that, your business model is very appealing to me. I'm planning to ask my superiors to turn this place into a museum. You can come and guard it then. How about it? Tronle and Thatchthien took the jar of organs to do something. After that, Tronle's body was in a large jar filled with water. It seemed he was about to be reincarnated. Chapter 76. He opened his eyes in a daze. My body. I'm alive again. Tronle shed tears as he felt he had truly been revived. This is a kind of feeling. Life is flowing through my body. I can feel the air. I can feel the water surrounding me. Tronle knocked repeatedly to get out. I can feel the wind and the sun. So this is the feeling of having a body. Tronle's hand clenched tightly, pounding repeatedly on the glass. I had long forgotten this feeling. I'm not sure. Waiting felt like the whole world was smiling at me. In the end, his persistent strength won. He had returned. Smashed it to get out. I love this world. Suddenly, a punch flew straight into Tronle's face. Hey, holding his sore face. About to cry. He wailed. Who hit me? I just came back to life. So my skin is still sensitive. It hurts so much. Who are you? What are you trying to do? The researcher came up to him and yelled for money. You broke this test tube. You bastard. We've resurrected many dinosaurs. And none of them were like you. Waking up and immediately punching the equipment. Suddenly, someone stood between them to stop them, while someone else thoughtfully handed clothes to Tronle. Calm down. Calm down. He cowered in fear. Who is this? Suddenly appearing like that. He then introduced himself. We are the ones in charge of this project. Old Wan. Hearing that, Tronle became timid. Sorry. My consciousness was still a bit foggy just now. So I got a little emotional. Just a small excitement. Old Wan accepted but still said coldly. Well then, I'll accept your apology. But you still have to. He smiled menacingly. It's just equipment worth a few million. That's all. A person like you just needs one opportunity. If you help us for a few years, we can consider this incident as if it never happened. How about it? Hearing that, Tronle jumped. How much? Out of fear, he fainted. Tronthien immediately caught him. He passed out. His soul has left his body. Then, the researcher suggested a method. Pinch him. That might wake him up. But Old Wan explained based on science. Having just gotten a body, he might pass out when subjected to stimulation. That's fine. As soon as he finished speaking, Tronle came back to life and shouted. Wait, didn't you say you needed me badly before? Aren't I very important? But Old Wan was firm in his decision. Necessary, but not mandatory. We just want historical data from your era. The three of them went to a room where a person was being held. The boy was sleeping soundly inside. Tronle was bewildered by the person in front of him. Inside is a teenager. Where is this? Who is this? No, wait. This is... A bone-chilling cold washed over them, making both of their bodies tremble. There's a familiar cold feeling coming from this room. As if my fire could be instantly frozen. He shivered and shouted. What is this room? What's the temperature? Why is it so cold? Old Wang carefully explained. This is our incident monitoring room. This child was discovered by the company when you went to the tomb. He recounted the entire incident of that day. By the time the police were called, he had already fainted on the road, and his body suddenly developed an ability. Everything around him became cold. The scene from that day, as it was retold, was indeed quite strange. Combined with the rainy season, the cold intensified and began to freeze the entire road. It even took a dozen workers to come and rescue him. After that, he has been in a coma and unwell. Tranla, his body numb with cold, raised a question. Freezing cold. I can't do anything about it either. Old Wang once again affirmed. No, it's related to you. He explained in detail that the boy was in this condition because his body contained the soul of an ancient cultivator. It's just that the other party has always been in a deep sleep, refusing to talk. There were only a few words, but it was enough to confirm. He's from the same era as you, and he's also a soul. At this moment, Thatch Thien's eyes lit up as he thought of something. In that case, this body's sudden abnormality is indeed similar to what happened to me. Old Wang seriously stated. This spirit's entity is called the Ice and Water God. At this, Trang froze in shock. His face darkened. What? Then he's indeed an acquaintance. Trang unleashed his energy. A little stimulation might make him talk. A giant fireball blazed into existence. It was so terrifying that even Thatch Thien was astonished. This fireball, after getting a body, has his strength become this powerful? The boy was lying there, peacefully asleep. But when Trang stimulated him, the boy's eyes snapped open, full of killing intent. He shattered the iron box that was imprisoning him. His attitude became stern. It seems this person is involved in something significant. Probably a whole story behind it. I never expected that you would also use the method of leaving a remnant soul to live until now. You damn bastard. He roared, wanting to punish the boy before him. You little homewrecker who seduced my wife. Part 1 ends here. Thank you all for watching.